Take a moment right here, feeling like it's out gear. Driving towards the sun with a rose and a gun. Feel the wind in my hair, going nowhere I swear. Like an outlaw on the run, dangerous but it's so fun. Running, running, no, hold on, don't let go. Running, running, no, keep running. Told my boss that I'm done. Had no luck with my mom. Say, what will you do with your life? You know it's hard to survive. A cigar in my mouth. Maybe guilty but proud. Now I'm an outlaw on the run. Dangerous but it's so fun. Running, running, no. Hold on, don't let go. Running, running, no. Keep running.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to another day of LPL English over here. The unofficial LPL English broadcast. My name is Yanni. I am joined by Alk Battery. I can't remember how many days it's been because it's been a couple days since I've been on, but we have been doing this for many, many days straight. We got two more matchups that will actually have an impact on the standings right now. Weibo and FunPlus fighting for that 6th place spot, and then later on with JDG and NiP, JDG trying to lock their top 4.
It would be pretty fun. We're on day 45, everybody. Day 45, and we got 3 more broadcasts after this. So that'll be the end of our regular season. It's been a long day. It's been a long couple of months here. You know, every single day for 45 days straight, we've been able to bring you coverage. So let's not get distracted here. We've got a format. If you are kind of new here to the broadcast, you're maybe new to the LPL, first time tuning in. You know, we're getting ready for playoffs. We're going to be focusing on Group Ascend for the rest of the season. And really what we're looking at is that bottom 6. Only 2 teams have clinched an auto bid into playoffs, and that is AL and Top Esports. But it's that bottom 6 that I think is the most important.
Yeah, and if you want to know why it's taken so long, we've been on for so many days, we'll just take a look at these game records, right? It's double round robin, best of 3s for Group Ascend. As you can see, teams at the top with a lot of wins, teams at the bottom, obviously on the other end with a little bit of losses. But remember, you take a look at the legend at the bottom, and over on the far left side of Group Ascend, still a couple of spots, specifically that 3rd and 4th spot called into question. And then, of course, that 6th place spot's going to be really, really important, Alk Battery, because if you finish 5th, 6th, you will get to face the top 2 teams out of Group Nirvana.
Yeah, LGD and EDG, and that is kind of the fight that we're going to be talking about, at least in this first series. Winner here has a very high likelihood of locking in 6th. If FPX take a 2-0 tonight, they and WE are going to be the only 2 teams that can fight for that position, and really that is just for pole position as well as to be able to fight against potentially LGD or EDG, which, as excited as we were coming out of those groups, they played a single round robin, they played best of 3s, and as you can see, I think that it should be noted that even though there was some hype coming in, even though there's been a lot of time between Group Nirvana and now, I still feel like we should be counting on our Group Ascend squads to, pretty handily take those matchups.
Couldn't agree more, Alk Battery. They just have had more time to kind of cook and play a little bit. And, this race is a race that's kind of going to come down to the wire, right? We took a look at those 3 teams in the soup looking for 6th. I mean, Weibo plays FPX, and then on the last day of the season, they play Team WE. So this could come down to the wire, but Weibo Gaming, they have to fix whatever is going on first, because this team has been performing very, very poorly. Let's take a look at the roster, and it's such a surprise when you see who they got. Breathe, Tien, Xiaohu, Light, and Hung is back in town.
Back.
Erha going to be subbed out today after a phenomenal start. They ended up with a 5-7 finish with Erha after a 1-3 start with Hung, which is where they stand at 6-10.
Man, I don't know what to say. It feels like maybe they ran out of steam. I know that we've been talking about on the broadcast. We can kind of see their slide in games. Losses to AL and BLG, fine. A loss to NiP, not as exciting, but, definitely reasonable with how Ninjas Pajamas tend to perform. But I think that loss in particular to Thunder Talk, followed by the rest of those games, it's not been good. They're on a 6-series losing streak, which is currently tied with the highest amount that we have seen so far this year. Thunder Talk, the previous owners of that record. And if Weibo were to continue to lose here tonight, they're going to be the new holders of that record coming in.
Yeah, a dubious record at the worst, right? To really hold, especially after the struggle that's been Thunder Talk this entire split. So hopefully Weibo will be able to shake that, because I think that this is generally a roster that people would be really happy to see them turn it around, especially a guy like Xiao, who has struggled a little bit. But the good news is they can hang their hat on at least someone. While their best player has been struggling a little bit, Breathe has been pretty darn good for these guys. Really the pinnacle of consistency along with their jungler Tien. You take a look at some of the stats that he has, really high among the top laners. Throw him on carries. You remember his Ambessa game that he had where he was in that choke point and did 10k damage in a fight. This guy can pop off.
Breathe has been really impressive. Again, you would take a look at maybe the fact that goal difference at 15, he's not really generating a huge lead. And most of this, I think, the way that he's played side lane so far this year has started to salvage some of Weibo's game states. But it comes down to team fights, and it comes down to a pretty big missing of just DPS from across the board. It feels like the big carries for this team are not performing. And now that we're going to be having Hung being reintroduced into the lineup, I worry that this team is still going to have that same inconsistency, and a player swap is not going to at all change this.
Yeah, I think you need to do something, right? You just have what you have with your roster and say, hey, we need to make some sort of a change and hope that it gets the job done. One player that we want to highlight a little bit is Light, because it feels like he has a little bit of the leave problem, right? Where it feels like a lot of these games have tried to kind of been on his shoulders, and he's had some really good fights and some, really strong points in games, but then just sometimes he'll make a critical mistake and things just go to hell, right? Things are bad.
They were winning this game, by the way, against Top Esports. I thought, okay, we're going to 3 games. I kind of had already been, locked in on playing Oblivion for the rest of the night, so I wasn't really paying attention. And I look back on my screen, and Leave is melee ranging into a Cassante and a Trundle under the inhibitor turret, and somehow Top Esports 2 of this series. Lot of question marks for me to look at, and I know I have been an early adopter of the Leave stonks, or the Light stonks, but I think so far what he has shown us this split, and I think just across the board what we've also gotten from the rest of Weibo, is a lack of consistency. Yes, he's had some of those high highs, but me and him are on a little bit of a break right now. I don't know how else to put it. He has been someone that I thought maybe should be able to bring some level of play to this team, especially when you look at his resume for the past couple years being I think an underrated AD carry in the LPL, but this year has just not looked good, and I think maybe you can chalk that up just in general to the lack of cohesiveness that we have seen from Weibo.
Yeah, the cohesion, the pressure too. Remember, this is a team that coming into not only the year, but Split 2, because their Split 1 was fine. You know, they had a tough first round assignment, got knocked out early. But, I mean, their Split 2, we were like, all right, this is the time. These guys are going to really ramp up. This is the time that Xiaohu, you know, is like, all right, we're going to MSI, boys. I'll drag us kicking and screaming. It hasn't happened. There's been, you know, too many things going wrong for Weibo. And on the other side, Fun plus Phoenix, a team that we had literally no expectations for. We expected to be probably in the bottom two along with Team WE. You take a look at the roster of Sheer, Shadow, Care, Awesome, and Jue. These guys have been so strong, particularly Shadow and Jue have been phenomenal. And Jue, in particular, even more, has been so good with all the MVPs he's racked up.
This feels like an FPX roster that has, I think, been able to rely a little bit on their hands and rely a little bit on just how willing they are to be very scrappy with their opponents. When we talk about this team, it has almost always been Shadow and kind of his influence in a game, the leadership that he brings especially. But when you look just across the board, Sheer, a relatively new player to the LPL, kind of finding himself in his second year of play. Care, the franchise player coming in for FPX, and I still think having more of those signature Care games where sometimes he looks like he can really control a battlefield, he has really strong sense of team fighting, but other games where he is quite invisible, he's not that strong of a laner, and ends up kind of mispositioning and end up throwing an entire team or entire fight for his team.
Yeah, it feels like you have, hey, Shadow and Jue will keep you in a game against some of the really good teams, but you need Care to really make his mark in these games, especially because we have so many really good mid laners here in the LPL, and even the mid laners at the bottom of the table that are struggling, like Xiaohu as an example. I mean, like, he's still Xiaohu. Like, you could still see flashes at times. So a guy like Care is really going to have to be on it today if FPX want to take the series.
Yeah, and these clips were really kind of focusing on Jue now. Jue has been, I think, such a fantastic piece to this roster. I think his bottom lane in general has just really overperformed where we thought maybe they would land. Awesome coming over from EDG over after Split 1, and so far they have, I think, really found their stride of really strong team fighters. Jue's engages have been really, really solid, and even in losses, I feel like Jue has to get so much dirty work done. There are some fights here where I think he, you know, it might just look a little int. I feel like you watch like fights like these, the fights on the next clip especially, where he's just catching out and creating space for his team. I really like what Jue has done, and I think has really deserved the amount of MVP votes he's gotten this season.
Yeah, I was just going to say, not only you have really enjoyed what he's done, but the LPL MVP voters have as well, because he's gotten so many.
Right here, he's just stopping Leave in the middle of his ultimate. Yeah, like this guy's insane. I really like what Jue's doing. This is our MVP race that we have seen. Tarzan, Kanavi, it is 3 out of the 5 are junglers. Jackie Love kind of helming that at the very end of this split, kind of putting on a last moment resurgence in form. And then Jue, I think partially getting carried by some of those Nico games, but again, he has just shown up and been really, really impressive.
Yeah, he's got to play like a maniac in those Nico games. And sure, you know, Nico's the kind of champion that's got priority early. You can go crazy in team fights too. But he has just been really, really good on that champion. It's kind of set the benchmark for how you'd expect a Nico to play here in the LPL. And hey, who knows? Maybe if he smurfs in the last 2 series and, you know, Kanavi and Tarzan kind of, you know, not quite there. You know, maybe he sneaks the top MVP. I don't think it's going to happen, but he could. He's not mathematically eliminated from it.
Yeah, that's possible. I don't know. I'm kind of thinking about, like, 12 is really hard to reach, especially with the amount of games that they have. Maybe if the rest of Tarzan and Kanavi's teams just decide to start, like, picking off, like, if Crisp gets one, if Cream steals an MVP, Jue would have to win the next 4 games for him to kind of shoot up into first, which I think unlikely for how FPX have looked. Again, both of these teams on a slide right now. We talked about Weibo. FPX are currently on a 2-series slide, but they have really no expectations. The fact that they're here in 6th and even battling for a pretty high positioning going into playoffs is, I think, indicative of the fact that they just have played very well. They went on a stretch of wins kind of similar to a Team WE in the middle of the season, and were able to pick apart some of our top teams that haven't really been able to find some of that success.
Yeah, well, I'm a little disappointed that they, dropped a series to NiP. NiP is a team that can absolutely win games. We see, their Game 2 merchants especially. Talk more on that later, I'm sure. But, FPX, even in some of the series, they got 2-0'd by JDG. They were scrappy. They were in a lot of these games for a long time. They had some leads, and it ends up, one critical mistake, one bit of an overstay. Maybe a little too late to an objective and just fighting it anyway is really what sunk them. But, this is a team that, as we've seen throughout the year, you can't really rely on them to, win the games that they absolutely should, even though they can. But you can certainly pencil them in for a couple of wins against really good teams.
Yeah. Just again, their record, right? 6-10. It's not amazing. 17-23 in game score, but I think really key wins early on into the season. They took a 2-1 versus JDG in week 3. They were able to beat up on BLG in week 5 before the Beichuan swap. Obviously, then losing to them a couple of days later, but still feeling competitive, I think. And I think in the back end, even most recently, that win against Anyone's Legend, doing a lot of heavy lifting for them. That was a series that I remember coming into the night with Grapes and being like, 2-0 AL, let's pack it up, let's go home. We don't really need even vaguely watch this series, but they had insane team fights. AL obviously crumbled a little bit when it came to that series, but I think that was a real barn burner for FPX. I think the even funnier thing is that they beat AL in a 2-1 in a really long series, by the way. 45-minute game, game 3, and then we'd get 2-0'd by NiP.
Yeah, it's the tale of two teams essentially. And one other nugget about them playing against Anyone's Legend, Anyone's Legend has been one of our more consistent teams throughout the entire year. They lost 2-1 in the first series they played against them too. So they're 3-3 in individual games against the second best team in the league, who sometimes look like they could be the best. I think it's really, really impressive. I really like the growth that FPX has shown. And I cannot wait to see them in the play-in stage. I think this is a team that certainly deserves to have a best of 5 against one of the 4 best teams in the LPL.
That would be incredible, honestly. Just seeing FPX kind of make that surge, and with a much different roster, by the way. Because last year, everybody was talking about FPX because of Milky Way, the rest of the team, even eventually picking up some upgrades as the year went on, obviously with Shalahu having to take a step down. But I'm sorry, I got flashbang. Tien got a haircut. Oh, God. What did they do to my man? What did they do to the boy? Oh, God.
They sent him to Lake Lao guy, my guy.
Oh, they also killed the green jerseys.
Oh,
okay.
Oh, they're superstitious right now, bro.
Yeah, we got to bring in Hung. We got to get the white jerseys out again.
They're burning
We cannot
sage.
lose 7 in a row.
They're burning sage everywhere, man. They're like, yo, we need to buy a win today. And it's going to be hard, right? This is a matchup that, again, at the beginning of the year, maybe even the beginning of Split 2, we were like, yeah, Weibo's going to roll over FPX. And I really can't believe how far we've come since then. It just goes to show how long the season has really been that we're like, yeah, man, we're not sure if Weibo is going to crack their 6-game slide, if they're going to be the record holder for most series losses here in Split 2 in the year overall so far. I want them to shake it. This is a team that is, I think, too good to be playing this poorly. As much as I love FPX and what they've done, I really want to see these players on Weibo playing meaningful games in the playoffs.
Dude, literally, Breathe has been to MSI, right? Tien, Xiaohu, and Light are world's finalists. Obviously, MSI champion multiple times for Xiaohu. Light, someone who has been constantly going to Worlds, at least for the past couple years on LNG. There is no reason for this team to be struggling against the likes of NiP, even losing to Thunder Talk. There's very clear issues with this team, but I think as a community, we should be holding these players to a much higher standard, especially when you consider their resumes. We are getting ready for our 1v1 tonight. It is going to be between Breathe and Shadow, which is going to be pretty fun. I know we had a head-to-head, or at least our featured laner in Breathe coming up earlier, but I think that with how series have been looking, getting that blue side for game 1 means that even if the series does go long, you're going to have game 3 blue side ready to go.
Yeah, this is a 1v1 that you have to win if you're either of these teams. You really want that 6th place slot. You really want to go play against one of these Group Nirvana teams. Guess what? Go out and earn it, and it's going to start in the 1v1. I really like that we're having Shadow on this 1v1 because obviously, as you just mentioned a couple moments ago, we highlighted Breathe a little bit, but we really do have to talk about Shadow, right? Shadow has been the main driver for this team, as we touched on a little bit earlier, and it feels like when he's on his game, this team is playing at their highest level, right? And is really, you know, the rest of the pieces are like, hey, if you play an okay game, don't worry. Shadow and Jouet got you. They'll put you in good positions to let you carry the game. So, you know, we'll see how Shadow is in the 1v1. Not sure how indicative it's going to be of how well he'll play in the series. He does have a tough opposite matchup in TN, who has been solid. We'll see if TN can shut him down today.
I was very afraid with that Lee Sin hover. Lee Sin has not won any games in the 1v1.
No.
But the Gragas, a little better. You have ways to be able to stop Jace in the middle of his combo. Pretty fun, all things considered. And if you're like, hey, what the hell is a 1v1? Like, what does it look like? Or in a few moments when we actually get to the map, and you're going to see that there's an ARAM map, again, we play for all of our best of 3s in regular season. We do play a 1v1 for side select instead of doing a random coin toss. I think it's been pretty fun, and especially here on the back end of the season, these 1v1s actually add a little bit of more stakes. I know that we've only been choosing blue side so far here in the LPL, but I think having access and potentially even kind of spicing it up makes it very, very interesting.
I'm excited for them to get spicier as we get into play-in and playoff series because it is the higher seeded team that gets side selection, but game 5 side selection will be decided with a 1v1. So I don't know how many of those we'll get, but I do know that we'll probably get at least one given the track record of some of these LPL teams. So that'll be really, really fun. Kicking things off, double Dorans on both sides, a tier and an all magic mantle are the differences in items along with a refillable ring.
Yay. All right. Well,
shout out the Fnatic Gragas skin, by the way.
Yes. Rest in peace, obviously, to Shushay.
Yeah.
If you haven't already redeemed your free Gragas skin, please go do so. I think it is quite fitting that Shadow is also doing it, considering his European legacy that he has left behind playing on Mad Lions. Yeah.
I guess we'd even call it his European roots, you know, because...
That is true. He's Italian, I guess, yeah.
Just right now, Breathe, getting a little shove in here. Nothing too crazy. You know, this 1v1, while it's really nice to have Gragas, Gragas known as the great neutralizer, I can't imagine we're going to see any action to the Ring of Fire, right? This is where your ultimate's going to get its best bang for its buck.
Yeah, I mean, he's already almost level 4, right? Like, this is around the time where the sustain that is part of Gragas is kind of really insane. It should be difficult for him to get wave clear, though, and that's kind of the thing that Breathe should be looking to try to punish. I like this from Breathe, though. Having the shield bash, having the bone plating does make it a little less intoxicating to have to deal with this champion.
No, a little less intoxicating, huh? I like the the reference to the Gragas ability. Took a wayward turret shot, and he'll be able to back off just fine. And yeah, you know, we'll do the we'll gain some health. Breathe will probably try to squeeze a little bit more damage out of Shadow, given the fact that he's a little low. His body slam there, but the ignite goes down, and Breathe able to switch forms, and he will get first blood.
How do you get hit by Jace Q? I mean, like, all the good again, as a very minor Jace player, your Q, your hammer form Q is one of the easiest things to dodge / like not get hit by. Yeah. It is a very, very dangerous spell because it is essentially you're throwing yourself at your opponent, and because the damage is not necessarily on target but on like position, if you get stopped in the middle of it, it does no damage. If they flash away from where you're landing your Q, it does no damage. So you would think that having this Gragas would make it a little bit tougher to actually land that because you could just belly slam him in the middle of the animation.
Yeah, priority 1 dash. If you know, you know. Gragas body slam goes in front of pretty much everything. I have looked because people have tried to tell me that there are a couple things that can get through it. I've looked as best I can on the League Wiki, and I haven't found anything.
It's probably something dumb like Tristana W, because Tristana...
Goes through everything.
Yeah. That champion has a very disgusting buffer. All right, nice job from coming in from Shadow.
Yeah, we got the barrier out as Ignite's going to come up very shortly. And Shadow is scrapping here down the level, but Breathe is able to trade back. Remember, obviously Jace being ranged can do a little bit more. The Hex Drinker pop going to be really good. And Breathe is going to get the health pack, and Shadow still waiting for his. That Ignite is up. He misses the Q. Shadow's going to go in, but Breathe will slam the hammer down again. Approved. It was a 1v1 win for
Okay. Sure. Weibo just get blue side here for game 1. Hey! All right, never mind. Worth it. Worth. I'll take it. I'll take it, Shadow. Shadow knows. Shadow knows. I shouldn't have done that, bro. That was cringe. My bad. Hey!
That's
all right, he
guy
did it
right
again.
there.
That's a true showman there.
Yeah, without a doubt. The bad news for FPX with that is they're 6-13 in individual games on red side. They were 11-10 on blue side. They actually had an over 50% win rate on blue side. So maybe we should have played a little bit harder in that one. But maybe, I'm not doubting his play in the 1v1, but he was having a little bit too good of a time to really be that locked in.
So here's the tech, right?
Okay.
You win on red side, right? You already broke at the trend. You win on red side.
Just win.
You can lose game 2 on blue side, or because you're going to get red side again, assumedly, right? Like Weibo, they lose game 1, they have side select for game 2, they choose blue side. You lose that game. Now going into game 3, you have side select, and so you just choose blue side game 3. Perfect.
Just win on red. Like
yeah. And I know we're kind of memeing this, but for these two teams to be able to lock in 6th place, they need to, for Weibo anyway, they need to win a game. At the very least, win a game. They don't even have to win the series. Obviously, winning the series would do a lot for them. But if FPX 2-0 Weibo tonight, only Team WE and FPX can actually get 6th place here, which coming down to game score, coming down to series score as well, that's very important. Just being able to have the access to being able to play the Group Nirvana teams. You want to try to ease up your opponent so that you can at least give yourself some easy momentum going into playoffs.
And while it seems like it'll be unlikely based on the schedule remaining, NiP is still there. They could leapfrog the 8th place team and give themselves side select. That's why it's so important, at least getting 8th, 6th for Group Nirvana, 8th for side select going in, which as we know, as we just talked about, is so important. We're going to get into the game 1 draft between Weibo and FPX. Already seeing some of the usual suspects taken off the board here in the Varus and the Rumble.
All right. Yeah, Sion makes sense. Does mean that they are probably going to have to give over something like a Pantheon or a Nico. Obviously, we're talking about Jue coming into tonight. A very big Nico player, and I think one of our best supports. It's just really, really free. They are also on red side, which kind of gives them the option to snap up any bot lane pairs that they might want. I wonder what FPX are going to be focusing. Obviously, Varus, their first ban. Red side having to take away the Vi. Could potentially also leave up a Nefiri if they really choose to.
Yeah, I do wonder if we're going to see even like a Pantheon ban come through, because Tien has played so much of it so far. He's played it 9 times, his most played champion. Obviously has a really sick pairing with Talia, who's had a crazy high win rate as well.
All right, FPX, so what are you banning? Are you going to ban Nefiri or are you going to ban Talia? I feel like getting rid of Talia might be more worth it for you. I feel like getting rid of Xiaohu's most played champion, the best champion on the patch right now in mid lane, feels like the right answer. But I could see them making an argument that we're probably not getting access to Nefiri. So they're going to instead degree and just get rid of that. So I'm assuming that this is going to be either a Pantheon or a Nefiri for Tien.
Right, and then it really pretty much just confirms what Xiaohu will play, right? If they go Pantheon, he's probably going to play Ahri if it's not already picked up. And then if they go Nefiri, he'll probably end up picking the Ryze. I mean, if I'm FPX, I think I'm early picking my bot lane here and just going, going with Nico and like Kalista and just calling it a day. I don't care.
Okay. Wow, we're going for the Gwen already. This champion has been getting nerfed, and I think with getting rid of the Rumble and the Scion, I think it kind of does make a little bit of sense there. You are worried about potentially playing against a Jace in top lane, so I think you have to be a little bit careful there. And now with FPX taking Jway and his Nico, getting the Pantheon, playing side lanes is a little trickier, especially around the map. So we'll see how FPX are able to kind of pilot this one. Weibo, I think you still have to pick up an AD jungler. I think you're still having the options of like the Xin Zhao. Just gives you strong skirmishing no matter what your mid lane pick here is. I wonder if Weibo are going to instead opt to just pick support here, or maybe just grab AD carry. I feel like you don't really want to get pinched here, and you know that Xiaohu has at least a few champions he can rely on, whereas I don't feel like you feel the same way about Care.
Yeah, it is worrisome that he could lose two of his best options. It feels like an Ahri or a Galio would be really good. So if they just get banned away, you know, you'll be a little upset by that, but maybe not, as they just go and lock in the Rise.
All right. Xiaohu's going to pick up his Rise. Side lane is going to be a very, very important part of this game already when you have a Gwen and a Rise going on. I wonder how much more FPX are going to try to cheat map play here. You can try to just pick up a couple other champions. They're going to be able to move very quickly. Aurora, very good for the lane. And if we're talking about FPX having to play, I think that a very important part of this is going to have to be them smashing Weibo in the early game. Make sure that they are uncomfortable coming into the mid-game section here. So we'll see what Shadow and Care can do. Big components of their team when it comes to success. As we get into the back end of this draft, AD Care is going to be quite pinched here.
Yeah, and FPX already taking out the Lucian. They're going after these strong AD carries because I think Weibo, they're going to put a big priority on Grubs this game, right? We're going to see Gwen, we're going to see Rise really do stuff in the side lane, as you just mentioned. So, hey, take out some of these strong things that can, you know, fight through a Nico in the bot lane.
Why was there an Annie ban? Are they thinking that this is Aurora top lane? I mean,
okay.
Into Gwen, I don't think it's that bad, but typically when we've seen AP answers, I think that in the LCK, they've been choosing a lot of Kennen. So feels a little strange to see the Annie, unless they think that there's like some weird flex. I don't know. I feel like this should just be, you're looking at supports. Annie support has not been at all very popular in pro play. It has almost exclusively been played in mid lane. So I think maybe either a misban or I just don't understand the strategy. So now I feel like if you're FPX, you can say, okay, there's two options. We can have Kai'Sa, we can take Ezreal here as well, try to play range. If you're going to be in the hands of Awesome, even MF I think works here. You're sure you're playing in a Crescent Guard, but still.
Yeah, he's still been solid on that champion, but it just feels like Kai'Sa makes the most sense. The only issue run into that is, you know, there are still bot lanes available that Weibo could play to take advantage of how weak a Kai'Sa is early. We are going to see Isaiah come through, which means Rakan will be the follow-up to tie the room together for team fights.
I'm a little worried here because now you have a losing lane in mid. You have a losing lane in bottom lane, especially with this double ranged coming on through. Maybe there's some spicy stuff that we can see coming out from Light and Hung, but again, this is one of Hung's first games coming off of a full month's break here for the rest of the roster. And yeah, I guess they had the right read. They thought that this Aurora was going to go top lane. Sheer is going to be playing it. Again, they took Gwen's HP down in scaling lanes, so I think maybe just doing a little bit more damage there. There is so much burst coming in from FPX. If Weibo can get to maybe 2 items, we get to a point at 20 minutes where Tien and Xiaohu are very tanky, but if you can just get around that by blowing up the rest of this team, I think that FPX are in a really strong state to actually pressure Weibo.
Yeah, while they do have the strength of Pantheon Ahri, do remember that Ahri generally struggles a little bit into the Rise. So we'll see if that impact is mitigated a little bit early on, especially for a team that we really are like, hey, FPX needs to get the ball rolling. They need Shadow to do a whole lot. I think Kara is going to have a big hand into trying to help him out, get them off the ground, get this early lead, and then make sure, again, you at least take a couple of these grubs away. Make sure you can't get split on.
Playing side lane should be a lot easier coming in for Weibo, and I want to see them prioritize getting grubs. Grubs changed, obviously, from a couple of weeks ago, but still very strong, especially when you have a Gwen and a Rise. They're going to be so powerful, but it is going to come down to Tien and Hung. When we talk about these two teams, jungle support always a very big part of the game, especially here in pro play, but if these side lanes actually want to get anything done there, they need vision. They need to know where Pantheon is going to be, where he's not going to be. They need to be keeping track of this support in the Nico because she can be very, very slippery around the map and misplays, especially with the clones. So Weibo need to be on top of vision, and I just think they're going to be losing out on mid control very easily in the mid game.
Yeah, it will become problematic, mostly because you have to fear kind of the all-in engage coming through for FPX. If you step up a little too far, we head on to Summoner's Rift, game 1 of this best-of-3 series between Weibo and FPX.
Wow.
Yeah, that was tough.
That was tough. It's okay. Low-key, they've been getting a little softer as the month has gone by. You know, we're getting to the end of regular season. Again, almost 50 days in a row of games played. I think it's fair, you know, let them cool off for a little bit. There'll be a 2-day break between the end of regular season and playoffs starting, and they'll have a single best of 5 almost every single day, if I'm correct. So going to be very exciting. And taking a look, both junglers seeming to start on opposite sides. Weibo a little bit afraid of some of the level 1 shenanigans that could go on here. But big focus is going to come down to what Hung is going to do here as the kind of re-entering into the lineup.
Yeah, he's got a tough assignment too, right? Against Jouet, who, as we've talked about, a ton of MVPs, has been one of the best supports in the league. Honestly, you could put him up there for the best. I don't think you'd get too many arguments there. And, you know, Hung, again, is a guy that literally got benched early on in the year. Now, lucky for him, I guess, Weibo has continued to struggle a little bit. They go and bring him back. But Hung has a really important role this game because there's not a whole lot of CC coming out, right? It's the knockup from Tien. It's the Rune Prison from Xiaohu. It has to be Hung making these plays.
Exactly. I mean, hell, if your enemy team's going to run into you and you have quickness on Rakan, we take those.
Hey, so, listen, yep, absolutely, no doubt.
Yeah. So level 2 is going to be gained here by the bottom lane of FPX first, as they have been able to harass their opponents a lot. Kara has to be very careful. He is trading a lot of his HP here, and Xiaohu feels quite fine with the position he's quite in. Pantheon is going to make it down towards the bottom side a little sooner than Xiaohu, or Tien, but Tien's already making an entrance into mid. This ward's going to spot him out.
All right. He's going to show up. Kara's going to be forced off a little bit. He still hits level 3, not forced off of EXP. Remember that EXP range was increased earlier this year, so it'll be nice. Nice little bonus there for Kara.
Something to note as we get further into this game, because there's a Pantheon, being able to smite steal versus his champion is notoriously very difficult. The empowered Q, basically that alongside a smite makes it so his 1100, 1200 damage smite is something around like a 17, almost 1500 damage smite. So being able to get around that as an enemy jungle is going to be quite tough. If FPX can get themselves into the pit, I think steal is very much on the cards. Shadow going for 5 camps. Going into not even doing his wolves, I think quite interesting. Maybe even preparing for not a dive on this wave, but potentially on the next one.
Yeah, FPX already forcing backs out of their bot lane and top lane on the side of Weibo. Breathe going to be TP-less for quite some time. We are seeing this crab get taken care of here, and it looks like Shadow will head back. He's pinging that, hey guys, I'm going to my wolves. We're seeing some warding getting done here by Xiaohu on the top side. Tien will just ward up, and he'll head back as well. So Weibo going to get everybody on full resets up.
Interesting here. You know, I just noticed some of the runes, specifically Breathe going for the Grasp in this lane. How many times is he actually going to be able to use that versus Sheer? I feel like that's a really tough rune to try to grab. You're almost never in range to auto-attack her, and it's a rune that kind of relies on you taking shorter trades versus your opponent. So maybe feeling like in a longer lane, maybe against some of the other opponents, they'd be able to get more done. But, all right. Shadow's not able to find anything in bottom side. Was staying there for a little bit and wasn't able to be spotted by a ward from Hung. Or sorry, a ward from Light. But as long as the game feels even, I think that they are, from the side of Weibo, okay with this portion of the game right now. Because again, it is about that early lane that we were kind of pressuring for them.
Yeah, and not only that, we know what Pantheon can do in the early game too. So being able to neutralize that, take some of his time, and be like, all right, you know, this is time that you're not going to actually get anything. Certainly going to help out Weibo as the game progresses. Or they're at least hoping that Tien will be able to get some things done in the early game. It's been relatively quiet We haven't really seen these junglers do anything more than poke their heads out. This dragon is already up. Remember, these grubs 3 minutes away. Let's see how the teams are going to prioritize these objectives.
Awesome hasn't recalled yet. He is staying for a lot of gold right here. You've already seen that light. He took an early recall. He got double longsword. Now he's going to be backing. He's going to have a full Warhammer. And now Sheer is TPing topside. They're making the swap here. FPX want to try to prioritize dragons. I know that we talked about, hey, in 2.5 minutes time, there'll be grubs who want to see Weibo contest for them. But I think Weibo giving themselves potential out in this game with a win condition around dragons is very, very smart for them, using some of their priority, and Weibo just wanting to dodge out on a pretty tough matchup early on.
They're going to show up here, force Sheer back, so Sheer immediately teleports and immediately starts backing. This is not quite equitable.
Yeah, I think it was mostly just to catch the wave in case there was someone that's going to just immediately pounce on it. Obviously, like you're saying, this is a disadvantage. There will be a large discrepancy in between the two teleports from our top laners here. And just making sure that when Awesome goes up to that wave, that he has someone potentially to be there in the area. So Awesome's going to take a pretty disgusting trade. Half of his HP gone here before Jue's even back. And with Tan on this side of the map, Shadow still has to take like 2 or 3 camps before he's level 6. We already see that Tan, despite losing the dragon, much closer to having that Crescent Guard than his opponent.
Yeah, and one thing about that trade that Awesome took is you lose so much priority off of that. You've got BF Sword. You spent all that time cultivating your gold to be able to come back with your Nico and really get priority on this top side with these grubs coming up soon. You lose a lot of that. You're allowing Weibo to go in, clear some of this vision, and then get into the jungle and take away this raid.
I think this is really smart because if they also take his Krugs, I mean, that's Shadow not having ultimate. Like, that, I think, is a huge game breaker for them. So he'll have access to this. He will get his ultimate, but I like how Weibo are playing. Use the priority, saying, look, Awesome just took a trade. Jue just got back in. Let's have our bottom lane move into to the jungle. We also used our Ryze, who right now is feeling very good about the game, is under no threat. Doesn't have his catalyst quite yet, but this Ahri hasn't been able to get much done. We have an objective spawning in 20 seconds. Not going to be a make or break here for FPX. If they can find a win here, I feel like they're in a really good spot early on in this game.
And they have to, because the scaling on Weibo is just so damn strong. You have the Ryze, you have the Gwen. That's something that you really can't contend with unless FPX later on in the game are like, hey, we found an odd man fight and Awesome just carried it because he's playing Kai'Sa and he has a ton of items. So, you know,
wow.
Big risk and no contest here. That is really, really confusing, Alk.
Yeah, I thought, or I said earlier that the priority for FPX was going to be a little bit hard in the mid game. Just because you do have a Kai'Sa, and especially because you're not going static Shiv here, you're going for the Yuntal Wild Arrows, you're really pressed for wave control. You can use your evolved Q, but it's just not enough early on, and especially for someone like Light, he uses 1, 2 of his spells, he has a bunch of feathers that just rip through the minion wave passively, so this is really good coming in from Weibo. I think they're using their one lane of priority with the Xayah to get around the map, get some things done. Shadow takes an enemy red buff camp, but getting 3 grubs for Weibo was exactly what we wanted to see. Now, we actually do need to actually see them utilize it. Again, win more objective is the grubs, and we haven't quite seen them be able to get too much turret damage early.
Yeah, it feels like one of the scenarios where they're going to have to make a play on the side lane, and then that's when this wave will kind of be positive for them, right? You get a kill on the Breathe or Xiaohu, and then life gets a lot easier. So we'll look to see in the next couple of minutes if they are able to make that play, as it looks like they might already be ready to turn up the heat. Tien and Xiaohu headed up top.
You see the pings coming on out. Jue's not quite in the area. He should know with this Realm Warp coming.
See ya, bro. You have no shot getting out of this one. They throw everything in the kitchen sink, and Xiaohu gets first blood.
All right, let's see these plates. It's going to be 2 immediately here. They also had a demolish block. 3 plates here immediately coming on through. Xiaohu should recall, and he'll actually even get the 3rd one. Wow, okay,
yeah.
so it's not all that much, right? Like, it's 90 gold split between, it's 30 gold for 4 players split 3 times, so each of them getting almost 100 each. Not bad, and getting meaningful structure damage is exactly where Weibo wanted to get. So not only did he get the first blood, which does go over onto Xiaohu, he'll have his catalyst, he gets to go right back into mid, and Weibo with a very strong early play to this game.
Yeah, that extra gold allowing Xiaohu to get his completed boots as well as his Catalyst, which, I mean, with the way Catalyst has been, kind of makes him a little unkillable. It feels like it'll be really hard, but we have seen a lot of Rises make some critical mistakes. And we'll see if Xiaohu can avoid them, a guy who has been one of the best to ever do it, honestly. But this season, this split has not been one of the best ever, dude. He has really, really struggled. And with that first kill, this game will be on his shoulders.
All right, well, we don't have much to talk about. There is a dragon spawning in 20 seconds. You can already see what Weibo have done. They've moved their lanes into the right position here. Teleport will be an advantage for Sheer. This is kind of that seesaw between our two top laners in terms of their teleport usage. Sheer used his to go top side. He ended up backing, so he ended up losing the teleport for the Gwen to be able to use it later. Now Gwen doesn't have that and will be trapped under this top side. It is also a Rod of Ages coming on through for Sheer alongside of that electrocute. So for now, it is going to be an objective that FPX are advantaged in. If you look at the lanes right now, it's going to be Care coming on first, but they're losing a massive wave bottom lane for this.
It looks like they want the fight here. Now, Xiaohu's on the weak side of the pincer, but FPX is losing out on some HP. Dragon goes the way of FPX, but here comes a big engaged Wei, not getting anything on that Pop Blossom. And now Shadow finds himself in a bit of trouble. He's forced to flash away. He's got to use his ultimate to get out of there. It ends up being a 1-for-0 for Weibo.
Okay, well now they can chase him out of the top side. They can get priority into mid. Maybe even get access to his respawn red buff since they know that's up because they took it. How many plays can Weibo actually get from this? They already got themselves a kill. FPX, most importantly, got the dragon. But these are real Pyrrhic victories at this point for the team.
Yeah, you're losing so much for it, right? And I commend Weibo Gaming for deciding, hey, we need to fight here. We don't really have lane advantages elsewhere. Meanwhile, Breathe looking for a little bit of a scrap onto Sheer. Sheer will dodge out of the wind, becomes lightning. The Shadow backing him up, but this shove will continue.
Yeah, Sheer and Shadow are also very low. There is no ultimate coming on for Breathe, so it's just going to be a wave push that he's going to recall from. They got pushed in mid. Xiaohu immediately after that play went down towards bottom lane, so Care couldn't get all that much. That difference in the mid lane is starting to grow. I know we were talking about our bottom lanes, but Xiaohu already 1,000 gold up on his lane opponent here and had way better impact when it came to that fight around the dragon versus the Ahri. That's not a good sign for FPX. We wanted to see them use some of their early priority to get things done, and all they have to show for it are 2 dragons. Again, that is a win condition as long as they can stay on top of these Drake stacks.
Yeah, I love that you pointed that out because these guys have been, essentially the franchise players for both of these organizations. And they've struggled really, really hard at times, right? Xiaohu, obviously, we have these really lofty expectations of him. Not necessarily the same expectations of Care, but when you build around a guy and he is a constant, you do need to get a little bit more out of him. And 13 minutes into this game, he's level 10. I haven't seen one Ahri ultimate at all.
Oh, yeah. Care, he's been a part of the roster since 2022 spring. Actually played with Hung originally. Didn't get to play with Tien, but I think the fact that we haven't, that he has been a part of this FPX organization for his entire career, including Blaze, which is their developmental roster, I think speaks to the loyalty that he's had and also kind of him being the cornerstone of FPX mids after Doinby. So he has to, I think, pay some of that loyalty back and, bring home some wins. He's been a middle-of-the-pack mid laner since his inception and kind of coming into the league. This will also be Weibo grabbing themselves first turret of the game. Let's see if Breathe can survive this. This is 3 members.
This is going to be so tough. Care finally going to drop that ultimate down. They will be able to find the kill. He will get it himself. Now they're going to look to at least trade turrets here. Tien with a nice flash with the wind becomes lightning and goes on to Shadow. Hung coming through as well. Lands the quickness onto 1. But Shadow will be able to dodge out the wind becomes lightning, but Tien will clean it up. That means Hung is going to die. Sheer teleports in. Shui off to the side now as FPX are looking to make some plays, and they even up the kill score.
Wait, they just got 3 kills for free like that? They traded turrets and maybe even trading down here as Xiaohu has been playing the map so much better. Took the top lane tier 1, shifted into mid so that they can make this investment around the bottom side of the map. FPX, they traded a teleport coming in from Sheer. They got themselves the turret, 3 kills. That's a good equalizer coming in from them and trying to make sure that Xiaohu doesn't just run away with all of this solo gold.
All right, Care, you got your kills. You need to show up now. Let's take a look at this replay. Poor Breathe is just on an island. They're a little too late to get to it.
Just look, I mean, Zaya's nowhere in the area. It's Tian and Hung, and I will say, I think that Weibo played this about as well as I think he could have. It's so unfortunate that this turret dies right as the last turret shot that is in air that would have killed Shadow dissipates. So he's no longer to be dealt damage. Zaya, he doesn't get any kill credit for this. She gets local experience. I feel like Light is kind of the biggest loser in this play. He got his entire mid wave taken by his mid laner. And then he gets nothing for coming down here.
Yeah, now, good news for him. He does have about a 40 CS lead, so he might be missing it he might be a little sad, but it's not the end of the world for him. But, you know, as AD carry players, you and I, did that happen to me? Oh, man, I might get a chat restriction.
Exactly. All right, Breathe gets forced out. It's just Dway and Care. They did use a lot of their ultimates for that. That was Care using the Spirit Rush while we were in the replay. We saw it in the picture-in-picture, forcing him out. Double Summoners out from Gwen, and now a Herald here for Weibo. FPX, they got mid-push. They should be able to start this Dragon, but with how the timer has been offset, Weibo now get access to the mid-wave earlier. Tian can just drop this Herald if he wants, and they could potentially open up a lot of turrets here if they so choose with the structures. Instead, wanting to fight them on this, recognizing that FPX are going to be down resources for the time being.
Feels like this is a very tenuous game here for FPX, and guess what? They gave Weibo the inside track. They didn't even start the Dragon up, so Weibo is going to go. They're going to drop the Rift Herald with their 3 grubs, and now what's FPX going to do? Are they going to just stand there and wait? We're going to see Tian get in the Rift Herald, knock down the turret. Here comes the turnaround. Is Shadow going to go in? Hung going to land the charm on the one member. They will easily take him out, but it ends up being a 1-for-1 trade. Now Weibo looking for a little bit more here. His Care is forced away. Does have that ultimate. He's to get that good damage. Xiaohu with the flash right on top of Care. He is able to Spirit Rush out of there, but that means that Weibo will have control and will take the Dragon.
And that is so many summoner spells as well. Dway tried to use the heal. He used it at the wrong moment and also out of range of the Pantheon. So that's one. The Ghost from Awesome starting that fight. The flash from Care to finish it. Now FPX, that Dragon stacking is broken. They lost the mid-tier 1 or mid-tier 2. They lose out on the fight and the Dragon. So FPX starting to lose out on the map, and Weibo showing some of that expertise and showing some of the glimpses that we thought were going to come across this entire season so far, with Xiaohu having a miraculous Rise performance.
Yeah, he's been playing so good right now. As Weibo going to look to knock down this bot tier 1 turret here, trying to do what he can to clear. Is going to drop the ultimate, and here comes Shadow. Pop Blossom only lands on the Hung, but they root him up and take him down. They will get Care's TP out as well. This being a double kill after Tian went down as well.
How much more are we going to go for, though? Because Awesome, in the meantime, hits level 11, is able to hit on this mid-wave.
Uh-oh. He might be in a little bit of trouble here. He's got a flash over the wall. He's on the wrong side of the tracks, but luckily, the rest of FPX were there to back him up.
Okay. I don't think that's worth it, though. I'm going to be honest. Kaisa does have access to her own mini-flash by having access to the Killer Instinct, but losing both of your summoner spells from that Dragon play, not as tight. Not exactly what I wanted to see there. Nice job from Sheer to just try to focus on clearing the minion wave. Using the ultimate, clears all of these out. There's a great punish coming out from FPX, but just look at how much they use for this play. It's 3 ultimates. It's the teleport also from Care. You then eventually end up losing your flash. I feel like FPX are trading down in a lot of these instances, and not even in like a way that really inspires a lot of hope.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one. The problem is they kind of have to, right? Because, again, we talked about earlier, you get outscaled. And given the fact that you're already down 2,000 gold, you haven't been able to stop Breathe. He's been able to farm up just fine, and he's, in fact, even in CS in this matchup where it was range versus melee. Xiaohu obviously having this incredible game right now. It just feels like it's so difficult, and you need to grasp at straws before Weibo gets too strong.
Okay. So they're trying to stop them from getting every single tier 1. A lot of focus onto this bottom lane. I think if Weibo are able to grab this with very little lost, they're feeling very, very optimistic about 2:30, that timer for the Dragon. As right now it's going to be FPX getting a wave in top side here. And also, you think alongside that timer for the dragon spawning, I look at Xiaohu's inventory, 3 minutes until that Rod of Age isn't completed. It's, you know, that ticking time bomb of Ryze getting closer and closer to level 16 and having all this HP, now including the feats of war or the feats of strength upgraded boots.
Yeah,
that's
so
going to be very disgusting to deal with how much magic damage this team currently has from FPX.
Yeah, and you know what? Of course, because it's Merc Treads, you still get a little bit of, you know, a little bit of value if Pantheon hops on you and tries to stun you. But yeah, mostly for these two AP carries and even Jue as well. So it's going to be so hard to take this guy down. And again, FPX, they really needed that third dragon in order to make this game survivable for them. It feels like they're going to need Weibo to make a lot of mistakes, which is a team that has made a lot of mistakes. And even in this game, for as well as they've played, have made some mistakes.
All right, well, aside from items right now, I think that in terms of power, you are still really liking what FPX can do. They have a lot of burst. I know we haven't seen Jue step up in the usual ways we have seen from his Nico support, but still always has that possibility of being a big game changer for his team. And all it takes is a single fight, right? Like if FPX, they find a huge Pot Blossom, they're able to get into the back line of a few members. Suddenly this game looks a little bit more wary. They can take an Otacon. They could potentially even look for Dragon if that's going to be up in 3.5 minutes time. I think there's a lot of options and the amount of possibilities that they have, especially with this Grand Starfall from the Pantheon.
Yeah, it's so hard though because Breathe's tier 1 turret is still up. Looks like Shadow's going to have to try to sneak in, but meanwhile, look what's going on in the mid lane. Jue in a lot of trouble, gets knocked up, but the damage is going to be there. The clone not quite going to be enough to fool them as Tien will pick them off. And now 36 seconds till this dragon. FPX has to do something, and it looks like they can't.
Jue will be up in time for the dragon. He also has flash. Losing his heal there really sucks. So I don't know. I feel like Weibo are going to be saying, okay, well, we just got a free kill. Let's get this Otacon now. We're going to start this up. And that's a huge find from them. They even get control of mid. Maybe FPX just go towards the Baron. I know we see some of them up. Oh, sorry, there's no Baron. So it's going to be some jungle camps. Weibo are about to explode in terms of how much gold they're about to have.
Yeah, this is not worth it. And it really comes down to they weren't able to find a Breathe up top. Right? Shadow wasn't able to make that impactful play and be like, hey, you know, we'll maybe force their top laner to be in an awkward spot, right? He gets off scot-free. They get the Dragon. They get the Otacon. Weibo, despite being down in kills, don't let that fool you. Even with the gold lead the way it is, they are in full control of this game.
We got 3 camps and a top lane tier 1, and we traded for a bottom lane tier 1 and an Otacon. You know, I feel like it's pretty tenuous. That is true, and the Dragon. So you gave over another Ocean Drake, so now enemy team has 2. In terms of resources, they're going to be feeling very good. We now look at all of these Rod of Ages as have started to complete. You're also getting the bonus amount of gold, or the adaptive force and experience from these Blood Petals. You are feeling very, very strong as Weibo, and potentially them looking to even look for fights. I think the only argument you might want to make is that, you know, we haven't hit 3 items on our 80 carries, but Tien has an item lead right now. We haven't really seen Sheer or Care step up in this game, and Jue is getting picked off repeatedly here, making it very difficult for FPX to ever actually find fights.
Yeah, Jue has been suspiciously quiet. His Pot Blossoms have not been fantastic. Remember we talked about earlier, he's kind of set the bar for Nico play in the LPL so far.
Yeah.
And he's just not shown up, right? It's tough, obviously. I don't think FPX has really put themselves in good positions for him to be able to get these off. But some of the blame has to lie with him. He's a support after all.
Good. We must blame our supports. I'm glad we're winning here. Well, we're getting some setup here. You know who has been, you know, for the most part blameless this game? Hong.
Tell me.
Hong has been, he's been good. I don't want to say he's been incredible, but for a player that had a lot of criticism, and I think rightfully so, was a player to be watching for why Weibo were losing a lot of games, he's been having a fine step back into the stage and into tier 1. So we'll see what else the Weibo squad can do, as not much for FPX to get done. I think Weibo are really smartly playing around waves and what vision they have, not overextending. I think you touched on it when Gwen was under the tier 1. There was not really a dive opportunity for FPX to go for with this Pantheon, and so without Weibo overextending for waves, I mean, Shadow's just like, okay, well, I'm full clearing. Is there anything to do? Nope. All right, recall, buy some items, and then recall, full clear again.
Yeah, and Pantheon's one of those champions that doesn't really have great scaling, to put it mildly. The later this game goes, the worse the champion tends to get. And I love that you touched on that. Weibo's solo laners not getting picked off. It feels like it's been an epidemic in the LPL so far this year that the side lane play has not been as great as we've seen in the past. It's been a little too over-aggressive at times. And while this is certainly measured, 2-1 and 2 combined for the both of them, I'm really proud of the way that Weibo has played. They look like a completely different team.
Only one game sample size. I could very realistically see FPX winning game 2. I need to see them as Weibo put together a series, and even then, right? Like, this is a team that is surprisingly their level. It's supposed to be their weight in this game here. Gare has to be showing a little bit of caution.
He did not show enough care, bro. Charm goes down. He is going to burn his ultimate. Maybe a turnaround, though, as Tien has to pop his ultimate to try to live, but Shadow gets in there. The Realm Warp gets Xiaohu a little, just tries to fake them out, but he doesn't get close, actually. So FPX, they get a pick. Now Baron's up. I don't know.
This is very fake, though. They cannot contest for this. They just, again, used 3 ultimates and 3 summoner spells, right? Like, that was for a single kill onto Tien. There's no objective for them to take. They'll get maybe a top lane wave for Sheer. I feel like Sheer needs to be paying them back tenfold for what's been happening. Awesome's going to have to lose his flash. Yep. All right. Xiaohu trades his. I mean, Shadow doesn't have his summoner spells. Wonderful dodge.
Oh man. Kara is just getting machine gunned down right now. Hong trying to get in there. He's going to burn his flash too, just for the knock up onto the one, and he will find it over on the side. Sheer in trouble. Light wants a piece of the action. And FPX will be forced off. And again, Hong, nothing spectacular, but getting the dirty work done.
I mean, him and Xiaohu have been playing so well. There was so much criticism levied towards a player like Xiaohu earlier, just a few games ago in their last couple series. And his rise has looked very, very clean here in this game. So a good showing coming out from FPX. That was some ultimates used by Weibo as Breathe was chasing Sheer off, made him use his flash at the same time. So many over-investments coming in from FPX.
All right, Breathe is going to have to fight out this 2v1 right now, but he could just try to walk away if he wants. Joy going to get in there. The Pop Blossom's going to land. Breathe not able to sustain himself through. That means Xiaohu's going to have to teleport. A lot of pings coming down onto this Baron.
Yeah.
But it doesn't look like too many people are around.
I thought Weibo, you saw the investment. They were actually moving towards the dragon. They were going to try and grab their 3rd dragon of the game, but instead decided, look, we're going to put Xiaohu in TP range. We're going to have him in top side. We do not want them starting up this Baron. Between an Aurora and a Kai'Sa, they want 0 funny business going down. I think FPX do need to slow this game down a little bit. You are very close to having your Ahri at almost level 16 with a completed Rabadon's. Awesome has also picked up 3 items here as this Kai'Sa now has the Runons to be able to deal a little bit more damage to short range. I think also Awesome, you could have saved the flash there, especially because you go invisible. You would have been able to dodge out on the Rin Prison, but that's just the Baron being started. Weibo get this for free. FPX are going to trade for a dragon.
Again, they've just been trading down all game long, Alpha Battery, and they do it again. Now Weibo wearing purple. See, FPX can actually get anything more, and it doesn't look like they can. They don't have the full inside track, so sure, you put yourself on Soul Point, but even if you get Soul, that ain't going to help you.
Ocean Soul could be something that helps them over the line, but with how they've been playing team fights, we haven't actually even really seen one that has been properly played by FPX. And that's my worry right now, Yanni, is I look at this from FPX side and I say to myself, okay, Ahri really hasn't been effective. Even the Aurora, who had an early lead up against Breathe, now has kind of evened out and hasn't really had that impact. We need to see FPX actually walk up as 5 and do something in a fight, because that's kind of like the thing that we were using to calibrate the measure of success.
Yeah. I mean, the most impressive thing that Sheer's done this game is he used his ultimate to clear 4 minions to get the turret online in that bottom side fight. And I mean, you know, I hate to say it, but he, again, has not done anything, as you rightly pointed out. Now Weibo looking for full control over on this top side. This Baroned up siege minion going to go and try and knock down this turret, as Weibo quickly realized, oh, we're getting hit by the turret.
Yeah, This is fine, though. You're trading turrets on the opposite side of the map. It was Hung using his ult. So, as long as they can control and potentially fight on this wave, ultimate from Care is going to recall.
Oh, Sheer! Sheer's got to use his ultimate to try to get out, and he does. The turret will fall, and FPX cannot get close to Weibo. They're team fighting. They just can't pull the trigger ever.
All right. Look, still, all things considered, 2-for-1 in turret trades in favor of Weibo. It's gold for the time being. We're getting into a point in the game where gold is going to matter a little less, especially with item slots being taken up, especially with how expensive these items start to be later in the game, and how gold tends to be kind of placed in different members and different roles. But control the bottom side, very important.
Shadow's just
what are
dead.
we doing?
Why? Why are we there? Weibo Gaming, pick him off, and now we'll start with the man advantage.
They were trying to get vision or maybe even position around this mid wave so they could do something. Thankfully for FPX, it's a death that doesn't really matter because of the fact that there's really nothing to play for. Baron's going to end in 30 seconds. There's going to be a dragon spawning in 2.5, and he'll be in time for that. But Shadow thinking he could do all this damage. It's a Rakan, my brother. Like, are you going to force your Kai'Sa to walk on over with ult? I feel like that's a waste. Now it's just going to be free time for Weibo. They get the mid inhibitor.
Let's see if they go for the top one or they take it bottom here. Shadow up in about 8 seconds. It looks like Weibo will move bottom to go link up with Breathe. They still have this Baron, but it is going to expire. It was a nice power play for them. About 4,000 gold up. And FPX are running out of real estate quickly.
Okay. They hit 3 items. Level 16 for Care, Sheer, and Awesome. You need to win this fight now. This has to be your win fight. Minute and a half before the Ocean Drake. That is the most important thing right now. Baron will be up in a minute after that. They can try to leverage the fact that they'll have won a fight. But now I'm looking at these lanes. FPX have already given up a lot of side lanes to try to make sure that they're there for an objective or just trying to get vision preemptively. The fact that they haven't taken this mid-tier one is really bothersome because they need to push on this bottom wave. Breathe is now going to catch this top lane wave, so that's going to be pushing in favor of Weibo. Even if they grab the Ocean Soul, without winning a major team fight, they're just going to be spending a lot of it sitting under their base and kind of waiting for either another Baron or even maybe the Elder.
All right, let's see if FPX can make this play. Breathe going to smartly just clear out those minions and walk away. You cannot get picked off at this stage in the game. Alk Battery, you said it. We're still waiting for FPX to fight. It feels like any attempt at a large fight has been half-hearted at best, and they really need to make something happen. Care on 3 items. He's got Rabadons as one of them. Awesome. Probably not going to make it to that 4th item before this dragon, but a 3-item Kai'Sa. Still very scary, as again, FPX going to show numbers up on this top side. I don't think you're going to get anything for it.
Oh, Hung with this massive flank,
this
though.
is so sick. Oh, no. Oh, wait, he missed the charge. Okay, he does land the knockup, but Zhao really can't get close. Hong misplaying hard there. The game he's largely played okay.
Well, I mean, now FPX are just late to this, right? Like, I think the identity from FunPlus Phoenix was that, okay, we're going to push on top wave for one more wave. We're going to get Breed to kind of sit under his turret, and then we're going to hopefully reconnect with the rest of our team in the blue side jungle of Weibo so that we can move into mid and stop these inhibitor minions, or these super minions from crashing into our base. I mean, it was a great flank from Weibo, and they did eventually push FPX off this mid wave, but it's only a turret. Now we're going to 7 dragons in this game. FPX, they want to give themselves as much time in this game to try to play this one out. There's now a Baron spawning in 30 seconds. Hey, we thought maybe there wouldn't be a 3rd item coming on through for Awesome. He's finally finished that, and there's even a Guardian Angel here for Shadow.
Yeah, you know what? A bit harder for them to kill, and now Weibo, they still have to be worried. You know, if one of them gets picked off, FPX, they have enough items that they will be able to scrap with a man advantage despite this hard scaling Weibo comp. And Weibo, they've been really, really quiet ever since the Baron did okay, but they haven't done enough to take FPX out of the game fully.
I'm kind of looking at this right now, man. Weibo, they get pushed in mid just by having the super minions, right? Like, Shadows doesn't matter, bro. If they were, okay, you stole the red buff. You got your team global red buff. Great. But
nice.
You're still so much fog of war here.
All right.
Observers were toggling it before, and they're doing it here again. There is no vision. Kara's going to have to TP for this play. I mean, this Baron should be going down. It's already dead.
Yeah, they have to get in really quickly. Knockup is going to be there. Hung doing a great job keeping Shadow out. And they will be able to get their Rakan out of there, too. Now, FPX really want to get in, but a Realm Warp, it leaves Tien behind. They left Tien behind to die, but he stands tall and kills Awesome. Zhui going to get in there, Pop Blossom on 2. Tien is still alive, but he finally falls. And over on the backside, Sheer has to run away. Zhui has to run away, but he can't as they take him out, too. And a teleport onto the mid lane from Xiaohu.
They're going to try and end the game here. Light is searching.
See
Light
ya.
will find Sheer. Teleports are finishing. It is going to be a Baron here for Xiaohu. He has 3 grubs. His team is going to reinforce him on this next mid lane wave. FPX, it is 20 seconds before the next available member is going to be up to defend the base.
It's not possible. Care has gone golden. He flashes away. The first turret will fall. Shadow's got a flash too, but his GA gets popped. Care in the fountain, and the Nexus will fall. Weibo Gaming finally get their fight win and take game 1.
Tien's gonna be like, dude, did you just leave me there with the Baron? All right, man, whatever. Fine.
He's like,
You know
I'll
what?
do it myself.
We won the game. I guess it doesn't matter. I'll just have to, I'll just accidentally spill a drink next time. It's fine. Just better map play from Weibo. FPX showing up late to objectives, not prioritizing the right side of the map. I feel like constantly over-indexing to try to make something happen on to Breathe. And I think a large portion of this game came down to the side lanes. We talked about it during the draft. We're like, okay, it's tough as a team that has Ryze and Gwen to kind of ever get caught, but also with this Pantheon, if you ever do overextend, you're going to get found with multiple members on your side of the map. We actually ended up seeing that play very, very much in favor of Weibo, as Breathe and Xiaohu both paying so much respect to the fact that FPX could potentially find picks.
Yeah, they played so smart, and for Shadow, wasn't able to really do anything this game, right? I mean, we talked about how, like, hey, is Tien going to be able to shut him down? And it felt like it was the rest of Weibo. Weibo very intelligently saying, we're not going to let Pantheon beat us in the early game. We're not going to let him beat us in the mid game while we're split pushing either. And it was a nice, measured game. Sure, it wasn't perfect. They really should have won this game a little while ago, in my opinion. They definitely were not super sharp in their late game, but hey, maybe that is a byproduct of them kind of being disadvantaged by this time in the game in prior series. Haven't really been able to flex that muscle too much.
I just loved that we got an actual performance from Xiaohu that
Yes.
wasn't miserable to watch.
Mm-hmm. Proud of this guy.
Still have questions about Hung being substituted in this game. Started off well enough, but started getting a little stinky. There was there was airs of manure coming on through. Hopefully that is cured for game number 2 and potentially game number 3. But it was in the room with us. Not necessarily in front on the table, but somewhere in the room. There was a couple accidents going on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't know you were such a crap connoisseur. I know that you've had to cast a lot of the lower tier games this year. You got assigned a couple of NiP games, so maybe that's why your palate is so
Leave.
refined.
I will never disparage that team. So I love Leave. You do no wrong in my eyes for now.
Take a look at some of the stats here. Hung in his return, highest KP. Again, it wasn't great. Again, we talked about how he did a lot of the dirty work. That's where the manure came from, I guess.
Yeah. I like what we got to see coming in from Weibo. FPX, man, not to say that this wasn't expected, because they have been quite atrocious on map play. Their big strength has always been, like, we're going to try and team fight you. Very similar to Ninjas in Pajamas in that way, but just so much going wrong for them. I feel like this Aurora never really got anything done, and that's kind of, a two-parter, like a double whammy, the draft and then also the setup in game. I know that there was a big talk about the coaching staff change coming in for FPX between Split 1 and Split 2 and kind of the revitalization of this roster actually performing. But Shadow at the helm, too many of these like random burger flip fights where we're just trying to make a pick, try to explode one member. Again, this Aurora just did absolutely nothing this game.
Yeah, and I think that is a big contributor as to why their team fights weren't fantastic, right? I mean, you saw that one at the end. Like, sure, you went all in, you landed a nice pop blossom as Shui, but you weren't even really able to kill Tien, right? And that it just goes to show that regardless of you having the Aurora and that extra damage, that damage still wasn't there. Probably would have been better served to maybe have another champion with a lot of CC, another tank up top. And I mean, it's something that's been a little weird for Sheer. At times he's been able to play some of these carries, but other times he's looked pretty good on some of these guys that you can weak side. Like, he did play a lot of Scion. So, it's unfortunate, but FPX are going to have to go back to the drawing board.
All right, and with this win, Weibo have at least kept themselves in contention to play for 6th place, which, again, very important. 6th place, they're going to be playing against the 2nd seed of Group Nirvana in play-ins. So that race for 6 still on the cards for WE, FPX, and Weibo now. Making sure that that's at least a competitive race, because a 3-horse race is always a little bit more fun to watch. Yep, there's Tian. He's like, dude, how the hell did I not get into that realm warp? All right, fine, man.
Yeah, you can see he was walking away. We've already talked about.
Okay. All right.
We can save the leave love for a little bit later. We can leave that on the table for now. But yeah, it's just so crazy that he was able to live through that fight. And again, I love your point about a 3-horse race near the end. We weren't sure what week 8 was going to look like even a couple of weeks ago. We were like, hey, some of these matchups might be a little non-competitive, might just be going through the motions. But really, we have a 4-game slate that, at least for the first 2 days, will be really exciting. Maybe the excitement will taper off as we get to the last 2 days, and it'll just kind of be games. But, right now, this is really all you could ask for out of the end of the regular season.
Yeah, FPX are playing their next series against IG tomorrow. And we're going to be very quickly wrapping up not only our broadcast, but just the rest of the bracket, because we have, after this, there's 3 days left of series. We also haven't really talked about MVP for this game. I think hopefully it goes to Xiaohu. There's been so much criticism. I think there was a lot of question marks as to whether or not he was going to be able to perform. And there you go, rightful owner of that MVP spot here for game number 1.
Yeah, and with Xiaohu, he's either been the reason why they're winning or the reason why they're losing. This just felt different than some of the other wins that they've had. This one felt different to me. I can't explain it. He just looked much sharper.
With him getting this MVP, by the way, he actually is now tied for 3rd place with Jackie Love, Jue, and Shun. I know we had that graphic a little bit earlier, but now he is tied at 9. For the season, so very good job. I know it said 12 on there because that's also including placements, which would mean that he's actually tied with Tarzan in 2nd if you're including that. But numbers get a little bit funky, and we've got a break ahead of us.
Yeah, he's been good in the wins, and you know who else has been good? Our Coffee and our YouTube subscribers. You guys are the bomb. You guys help us level up the show. A lot of the initial payments go into upgrading the broadcast, but a large part of the payments pay on-air talent and our content creators. If you subscribe to our Coffee, which will be linked in the chat, you'll unlock early access to content and the ability to ask interview questions for unique on-site interviews. We're going to kick it to a short break, and when we return, you'll know about MOBA Trainer if you haven't heard of it before. See you soon. Welcome back, everybody, to the unofficial LPL English broadcast. It's Weibo Gaming. It wasn't super clean, but they looked a lot better in many phases of their game as they took a Game 1 victory over FPX. Before we really dive into the draft and everything like that, we have MOBA Trainer. If you don't know, MOBA Trainer is a new app that teaches you League of Legends with a series of puzzles. You boot up the program, you work through the puzzles to improve your game knowledge. You can select the puzzle from the map, answer questions, and unlock more features. These have been pretty cool. I know there's a few times where we were like, we're not entirely sure, but I've been pretty happy with a lot of the results, and it's a lot of fun too.
Yeah.
All right, let's start it up.
MOBA Trainer saved my marriage, so we can go ahead and choose another training path coming on through.
MOBA Trainer saved my marriage.
I'm looking at my producer.
All right, what are we doing?
I don't know. What was the last one we did?
I don't actually know.
I'm gonna assume we're just going through vision placement or something. I know we have a lot of keys, so we can technically open up any of these paths. Let's do jungle clear outs. Let's do jungle clear outs all the way on the left. There you go. Let's unlock with 2 of our keys. Choose role. It's jungle. Okay. All right.
Oh. Is this okay? All right. I thought this was an interactive thing. Here we go.
All right. I see a blitzcrank.
Okay.
All right. So this is asking as a role. So this is like we're playing it from the support position. Okay. How are we playing around? Oh, Ronaldo's on our mid lane. Okay. That's not a bad player. All right. Nidalee looking for something bottom lane. They're playing Ashe Pike. I think we are linking with Nidalee. We are not farming. My MF is literally moving, and yeah.
Yeah, we're definitely.
Also, if our MF is going to be here, go. Okay.
It looked like we took a little while. We took a little while to link with Nidalee here, but we're good now.
Yeah. Okay. Stops Spike from doing it. Where is Ashe, bro? Did they already get the first 2 kills of this game? Because we're already down 0-2. Yeah,
it looks like Pike will end up dying. Nidalee gets that. All right.
Cool.
Perfect. Great job. We linked up with Nidalee. We got.
Do you have time for one more?
For a second one?
All right, let's keep going.
Excellent. Let's keep it pushing here. Okay, this time we're the jungler.
Yes. Oh, we're against Natty Nat, jungler for the young Ruddy Sack over in the NLC.
Oh, they put him in the
just
sack,
kills a random jungler. Okay, we're gonna pretend like we didn't just see that. So Garen's getting pushed in.
I think we can take Krugs here personally.
We could take Krugs.
Yeah, we can definitely take Krugs. We agreed. Let's go.
Okay. So wait. Back after Krugs, take one more camp. Is that not what we're doing anyway?
Yeah, isn't that what we're doing?
Let's watch it. So we're going to take red buff. Okay, cool. Fast forwards. We're going to take Krugs. So he wants to... Oh, he wants to also take the Scuttle. Okay. All right, fair. This is to make sure that we get to our Krugs on time when they respawn. I mean, you can just do... Yeah, you have to smite, and then you have to go... You just have to recall. Okay, so he wants to make sure that he ends on the top side of the map. All right. Interesting.
Okay. All right.
I could believe that, though. Especially when you're playing against Gwen. You need every resource that you can get. You do not want this champion to be scaling.
I'll tell you what. We at least did not make the bad decision.
That's true. Gwen's on our bottom side. Wait, what?
Oh. And she didn't get the Krugs either. She's done. Game's over. This is a I'm disconnecting from the game here in solo queue. We're taking the LP loss.
I don't think Natty's allowed to do that as a public figure right now.
Well, we've seen what happens, so I'm not going to get into that. We know that solo queue can be a very interesting environment, especially in NA and EU. So we'll leave that one on the shelf for now. But one thing we'll take off the shelf is Weibo, and perhaps their great play. We can dust it off a little bit and maybe be like, hey, we're not exactly crowning them yet as back, but might be able to stare at it longingly on the shelf and be like, maybe.
Well, Weibo now on red side. FPX chose blue for this. A lot of focus towards bottom lane here. And Ezreal of Varus. I mean, hell, Kaisa and Xayah already taken away. So are they prepping for a very specific matchup? I think you also have to be thinking about the Taliyah as a first pick. If Ahri is not going to be working for Care, then I think we have to pick his next best champion and the one he's played the most this split so far.
Yeah, there's always a world where he could go into into like his Yone or something, but it feels like you need the Talia. It's just so strong right now. I'm interested to see what they're going to pair it with because the two best pairings aren't going to be available with the Viban, but it will indeed be taken off the board. It does leave the Yone angle open.
Yone, I like that. I like that as a shout. Gives Shadow a tank so he doesn't feel as empowered. Sion, a champion that did get banned in the first rotation, and we're talking about giving FPX space, giving them the time to be able to really find those team fights. I think it's fine as an answer. So what does Breathe have that he's going to be able to take? There's no Gwen available anymore. In terms of greedier options, I think maybe you could go for the Yorick, but I think you become a little bit afraid. Maybe having the Sion, something that we've seen, or sorry, the Shen kind of pop up as an answer and still have that big team fight presence.
Yeah, I think a Shen would be pretty cool here. We'll see. Maybe they'll just pick something else and think on it a little bit more as well.
Yeah.
Could always save it for their second pick or even later in the draft if they want to really aim top lane bans in the second half. I guess that would be a decision that FPX will just have to live with. The Misfortune getting locked in immediately for the first pick. Doesn't look like they'll go for a support pairing early here. They'll just lock the Cassante to match the Sion.
All right. So going to have a lot of agency here for Breathe. I think you don't want to play too many short-range AD carries. I like the MF takeaway, though. One of the stronger laners that Awesome and Jue could end up playing, and having that already gone does make this a little easier for them to play. We're finally getting to see another Lilia game from Shadow, and instead of the Sejuani, they're pairing it up with the Yone. So while they do have a good enough front line with the Sion, we're going to need to see some pretty heavy lockdown. I think maybe even answering with a Jhin on 4 and 5 for FPX could give them a little bit more crowd control. Definitely things to think about. Jhin and Ashe are my kind of first things that I would gravitate towards that can try to match the Misfortune early on into the game.
Yeah, and with this Neferi lock-in, I can imagine that Weibo are probably going to take a Nautilus off the board because that would also be really good for FPX, just to be able to be like, hey, we'll pair the Nautilus with a Jhin or an Ashe, as you said, and bring this lockdown to the table. Weibo do need to be very afraid. The second half of their bans is going to be really key to making sure their team comp can operate well.
Nice. They're going to target the Jhin. Probably going to be looking towards more 80 carries. Maybe even a support, honestly, as the 5th ban. Neferi, though, I feel like FPX should be looking towards mids that are going to try to facilitate this. I do not want to be seeing a Galio. I like the Annie ban this time around from FPX compared to Game 1 that we saw it in from Weibo. I think just making sure that Tien does not have any setup from mid lane makes it very difficult for this Neferi to actually get anything done, especially you look on the opposite side. She's going to have to be diving into a Yone, into a Sion. That looks pretty miserable to me.
Yeah, what setup are we really thinking about here? Because, you know, the Ryze is gone, which is the best combo. Obviously, the Ahri is gone. We have the Talia that's gone. So what do we really have left here? I mean, it feels like Orianna's not great.
In terms of mid, yeah, Orianna's probably that. If they are that afraid, the Galio matchup is not kind. Galio matchup is not kind at all, but it's something that they can look for. If you're looking for some, I mean, there's just no mobile mages that Xiaohu has shown this season that are going to deal very well with this. They want to see a little bit more of the composition, and they also want to stop Jue from taking away a potentially a bigger option. Honestly, this might be closer to a Sylas angle, depending on what Jue picks here. I know that Alistar was already taken by Weibo, but in terms of just being able to be more obtuse to your opponents, it's something that they can look for. Probably going to be looking for a lot of skirmishing, though. Power spikes on 1 and 2 items are a huge focal point for FPX if you just look at their champions.
All right, we're going to lock in a Corgi to try to match this early strength that we're seeing in the bottom lane for Weibo. And then Rel will be locked in to tie the room together, get this engage on. Let's see what Weibo wants to do. You did shout out the Sylas. It just feels like not too many great ultimates to take here. You do have the ball delivery system with the Alistar, so it looks like Orianna will be the call.
All right, space control is going to be all Weibo's here. You have an Alistar. You also have this Orianna. Cassante should be enough of a front line alongside Hung on this champion, so hopefully for Weibo, they're going to be able to slow down fights, really dictate when FPX can do anything. My worry here, though, I think that between the skirmishing potential at level 1 and level 2 for this bottom lane of FPX, I think with now 2 farm-heavy junglers on both sides, and I'm looking at Karon, one of his signature picks in the Yone, I feel like in terms of being able to start a fight, FPX are much happier with what they got here in the draft, but in terms of execution, we kind of saw that slip away from them so far in this season, and even in that first game of the series.
Without a doubt. And, you know, for Weibo, it's a little weird, right? You're kind of wanting to use the Alistar to disengage, headbutt your way out, and then you're trying to Orianna ultimate like 1 or 2 targets to pick them off, and then maybe try to continue a fight from there. It feels like unless you see a really good angle that FPX are not ready for, that you're going to be on the back foot and kind of responding to what FPX want to do in this game. And speaking of things they might want to do with the Sion, with the Yone, you know, talk about grubs, right? I think that this might be a big focal point for FPX. Giving them over to Yone will be very key.
Yeah, that's for sure. I'm kind of looking right now. Typically, Misfortune is a champion that is chosen not only for her strong lane, but her ability to kind of walk around the map a little bit faster. Corki should have an easier time pushing the mid wave, though. And so that means that FPX do have options to be able to get into Fog of War and very easily set up around objectives, which is kind of name of the game for Weibo. If they can get set up and entrenched, it's impossible to break their front line.
So much credit to the girl who started the chants for FPX. You could see she was saying it with her whole chest right there. She is a staunch FPX supporter. We'll see if that support is going to be enough to earn them a W and force a Game 3 Alk Battery.
That's important. Again, getting Game 3s here, especially for FPX. They would love to be able to win this and give themselves a shot at getting 6th. They're keeping their position in 6th at this moment. Even if Weibo win, though, they'll only have a single game over them, and while they will have that series loss, FPX can very easily gain that back and potentially keep themselves in the race for fighting off against one of our Group Nirvana teams. Again, they are going to be facing, obviously, against Weibo, and then they play against IG tomorrow, so pretty big focus for them is to make sure that they're able to win their games and try to find themselves a purchase, because they could end up sliding a lot further here in the standings.
Yeah, and, you know, while IG is going to be a tough matchup, I think this is the one they were expecting to maybe win. And I think a big issue for FPX is not getting that 6th place spot. You know, this is a team that we talked about earlier, does really well against some of the good teams, can easily take games off, but will lose games to teams that we will expect them to beat, which I think sets them up pretty poorly even with side select against some of these bottom teams. As Small Engage comes out here, Ignite used, Cleanse forced out of Light.
And Light has to be careful here because he's going to hit level 2 when this wave bounces towards him. We're also going to be seeing Shadow right now go for a full clear. I don't expect for him to go for a dive, but if Light stays and he takes a little bit more HP, it is very easy for Lilia to just take a drive-by. They also have priority from this bottom lane wave, so Jway can be very annoying in Tian's jungle. And invading the Lilia, or invading the Nefiri is kind of exactly the game plan that FPX would want to take part in. So we'll see them now. They're going to back into Fog of War. They're going to move through Tribrush now. I don't think Tian is going to have access to at least one of these camps. They're not even playing for it, though.
Yeah, I love that you mentioned the lane priority coming out because both of these champions in the jungle really, if they get disrupted, it'll be a tough time for them. And oftentimes we'll see Nefiris do a little disrupting of their own. So as long as Shadow is able to farm up and be okay, yeah, sure, you're letting Tian off the hook here and letting him farm up, but in order to secure Shadow and make sure things are okay for him, it seems like it'll be okay.
So Shadow will be here first. He will get spotted on that Tribrush. Tian hasn't been spotted yet. He's going to give up this first spawn of the Scuttle. He's going to turn into Tian getting the topside Scuttle instead. But they're continuing to put pressure here, and maybe Shadow looks for something. He does have the bowling ball.
Relatively healthy on the bottom lane here.
Though.
Yeah, I don't... This is going to be tough. Let's see what Han can do here. Headbutt, pulverize. Zway gonna go down.
Oh,
Light
God.
ends up taking a lot of damage, but the turret does so much here. It is a double kill for the Misfortune and a well-played dive by the Weibo bottom lane.
Yeah, Weibo played that incredibly. I mean, the fact that they're able to survive, it is Hong missing out on Light missing out on a lot of golden experience. He is down 20 CS right now in his lane matchup, but by getting those 2 kills, it's only 100 gold. That's a massive win for them. Yeah, he'll be down in experience, but think about what they expended for that. That's both summoners now from Light. Maybe they can try to make a return, but there's no flash from Jway, and they even got the barrier out from Corky, and it didn't even matter.
Yeah, I mean, the time investment was not worth it. I mean, this was also Light without a cleanse. You imagine if he had cleanse here? Oh my god, this might be a 3-for-0 in favor of Weibo. I mean, this is just really, really poor, and it feels like FPX made a play just for the sake of making it.
And that's also going to be an advantage going over to Tien. He got access to his first set of respawn Raptors there, so he gets first say onto his camps. He took his recall and already has the Tunneler. Not as impactful as an item like a Faded Ashes coming in from the Lilia, but it's those small things, man. It's that timer to say, okay, look, as the Nefiri, I get to do an extra jungle camp while Shadow is in the bottom lane and not really farming the rest of his jungle. I can now even start on this Gromp here, and instead of going and continuing to pressure for this dragon, we're seeing right now that Weibo's bottom lane have immediately moved up into the top side. They're going to try to oppress this Scion, but it's going to be free dragon going over to FPX, as Tien thought maybe he could try to look for something.
You know, I could almost feel like MOBA Trainer popped up, you know, when they went for that dive. Like that. Shadow was like, decision time. Dive bot lane, recall, buy your Faded Ashes, or, you know, do something else. And speaking of something else, Tien, I think a little bit chippy there. 1v3, and will rightly lose his flash.
On one hand, I think you can make an argument that, like, Tien's is like, yeah, I can just walk in here and playing Nefiri, and I think with the amount of mobility and the spells that you have, it's pretty good. He did end up getting an Ignite for it, and not all that much lost. A little bit of HP. It did trade for his flash. So, I just wonder, like, as Tien, like, what exactly are you looking for? Maybe you get some information as to, like, where certain members are from the enemy team, but I mean, now he gets access to 2 separate camps. Respawn Scuttle, and again, his 3rd Raptors of the game. That's very good for this Nefiri at this point.
Yep, we'll see what kind of consequences we have of not having flash here. Hung gonna full court press Shadow and force the flash out of him, so all of a sudden these junglers without flashes, and many flashes getting burnt here as Weibo sent 4 to the mid lane to take this plate.
Xiaohu had just used his ultimate onto Care, put him at like a quarter HP. Hung could have hex flashed over and potentially ignited. It's unfortunate for Weibo that there were more members around that play, because that could have potentially been the feats of strength going over to them. But they used the priority of this Misfortune we talked about during draft, and the amount of movement speed you get access to.
Right. Yeah, Zway's just on the wrong side right now. Here comes Tien. He'll go take him down. Does have the reset. Doesn't look like he'll go for anything more here, although Xiaohu is coming through on the side. No shockwave means that he'll just make his presence known, clear out this pink ward. 30 seconds until these grubs are up. You can see Weibo making recalls here. See if Shadow can disrupt any of them. Won't be able to, but it'll be big. We'll see where Weibo redeploys.
I don't think Weibo are going to have a timer for these grubs, at least not now. There are too many camps up, especially for Tien. He has 4 camps plus his blue buff respawning. Lilia kind of in the same predicament where she really wants her blue buff and to finish all of these topside camps, get quicker to a Leandri's finish. So during all of this, FPX, they lose out on waves. Weibo continue to get pressure around the map, and it's just opening up small gold advantages. 300 gold for Xiaohu, 300 gold for Tien here and there. And eventually you are going to get to a point where if Weibo are first to the play, if they're winning every skirmish, as FPX, you are kind of saying, okay, well, we might be stronger on 2 items, but like, it's pretty tenuous. We're also not going to hit our spikes as early as some of our opponents.
All right, first scrub down. Second grubs are getting done. Tien, the rest of Weibo walking in, but quickly walking out. So good secure here for FPX. It's going to be in the hands of Care. We talked about last game how Care really didn't make his impact known. The guy who has struggled a ton. See what he can do this time around.
I got completely flashbanged by Breathe missing and canceling 4 autos in a row on the Scion with the passive. It's okay. Sorry, Breathe. Only like 4,000 people saw that. At least here in the English side. It's fine.
Oh, wait.
And I don't think this is anything. This is them just fighting for mid priority right now, as Weibo feeling very good about their spot. It's only 500 gold, but right now, this Misfortune, she has say on the mid wave. This is going to be them being able to put down Vision, even fade into Fog of War, and continue to get camps. Big focus in this game is going to be our junglers here, playing 2 champions that require a lot of gold, typically scale very well with that gold and experience, as Tian is getting closer and closer to getting that Spear of Shojin completed. Shadow looks like after these Krugs, maybe if he gets topside scuttle, he should finish his Leandries.
Yeah, this game feels like much more of a can Shadow carry, can Tien shut him down type game because of, you know, what Shadow means to FPX and what Tien has done on Weibo so far this season. A minute up until this Dragon, as Tien and Hung going to quickly get into this middle bush, drop down a ward, and get spotted by the minion wave. They had an opportunity there if they just didn't drop the ward, I think, but...
Yeah, Jue's also going to be in the area, so for right now it's going to be Weibo trying to play a little far up so that they can get ready for this Dragon spawning in 40 seconds. Tien is recalled. He's going to at least be able to pick himself a Ruby Crystal. Not the best purchase he would have wanted there, but with some camps respawning on the top side. Reed maybe finds this 1v1.
All right, let's see it. I don't know how much we're actually going to see. Let's see if Reed can actually hit his abilities and not cancel his autos. He's doing all right. Shadow going to show up to the top side. He at least pulls the attention of the FPX jungle.
All right. Reed doesn't have ultimate now for the next fight, and with both of them using teleport, Shear's just going to clear this minion wave, and then if he needs to, just ult for the fight. Tien needs to be a little careful. That's a big win for FPX, knowing that Cassante, even if he does match, is going to be stuck in topside and won't have the same level of influence in a fight.
Uh-oh, Xiaohu, he's looking to get aggressive here. Oh, no, bro!
He's looking aggressive in all the wrong ways. Xiaohu misses
I
his
like
ultimate.
the look.
Yeah, should mean that Weibo are not able to fight for this. They don't have enough of a meaningful gold advantage. Even with Hung as a masterful flank here if he really wants to keep it. Sion is also going to be here first, especially with that ultimate. So Weibo do not have the Dragon being started on them. They will have their mid laners teleport for this play. Hung still in a massive flank, and nobody from FPX knows that he is here.
All right, this teleport is showing up. Here's Care. What teleport's coming through is this Dragon kind of losing its patience a little bit here, but not a full reset yet. Oh, resets for a hot moment. Can Tien get in there? No. And then he gets knocked up. And knocked up again. He's got to go invulnerable. Flash over the wall. Zhuang and Sheer in the back line. They find the kill. Fade sealed.
Wow.
Gonna land on a just Hung. But who is going to sleep? We've put Breathe to sleep. The bullet time coming through. Not doing a whole lot to Sheer. They're looking for a little bit more, but it looks like they won't get it. Just a simple 1-0. But FPX securing their second Dragon.
Shout out from Hung. That flash actually just saved Light's life entirely. And a lot of summoners there used by Weibo. So a fight that they probably shouldn't have taken, knowing that they don't have the ultimate from Xiaohu, but instead they decide to contest. They don't get anything for it. They end up losing out on the trade, including the Dragon. So FunPlus Phoenix starting to claw back in this game. Awesome now finishing a Trinity Force as well. We're going to be having those first items continue to come on through for FPX. And kind of a bounce back here from some early game woes. You know, the early dive, even Care getting chunked out repeatedly in this matchup. It's going to get easier as he finishes his first item.
And now you take a look at things. I mean, FPX have taken the first 3 objectives of the game without much issue here. As FPX keeping the game even in gold by doing that, it's kind of difficult to do that. Oftentimes we'll see teams just be like, hey, we're going to give up this objective, we'll take gold elsewhere. But that has not really been Weibo's MO.
Awesome.
Getting a nice engage here, but because he used the Valkyrie, that means that Tien will be able to come in. The dogs are barking.
Why?
And he flashes too. That's not great.
We could have flashed at least one of the Darkened Daggers, maybe set up for our play. He traded both of his Summoner spells. He chunked out Light, which he thought, hey, like this is a timer. She's walking up on the wave. I don't know where their enemy team is. This is a fantastic time to pull up an awesome graphic. Just way too aggressive, and now Weibo gets to make this play onto Care.
Okay. Oh, Care flashes too. Tap on it against the wall. It looks like with Hung being able to tank things up, the Shockwave getting used. Weibo making some quick plays in solo lanes.
Well, FPX just tried to push their advantage and then immediately blew it everywhere. Weibo now, they get to take another top lane wave here that no one's going to answer. Kair's not up for another 15 seconds, so with Herald spawning in a minute, FPX are now going to be late for their setup around this objective. Weibo get to very calmly take their recalls, finish more of their items, and just playing with a level of poise that we have not seen from them in series past. It is the end of the season. It's one of their last 2 series that they'll play. So in terms of how much is it going to mean for their season, not all that much, even just in standings alone, but having this in kind of some kind of bounce back games, very important for a team that is on currently a 6-series losing streak.
Yeah, Light had talked about that changes needed to be made. I mean, you know, after he said that, they still took a couple of losses and things had improved. But this change had come in. It's Hung coming back. You see he's making plays like this, at least getting aggressive. Sure, it doesn't lead to a kill, but it feels like Weibo are taking a little bit more action, and maybe Weibo can, you know, take a couple victories at the end of the split here and use that momentum in the play-ins and maybe look like the team that we expected them to be. Sure, it's a work in progress, but it is progress.
It's something. It's at least upward movement for the time being. So we're sitting here. Herald has now spawned. Tien got to farm an entire extra full set of camps on the bottom side. Breathe can teleport if he wants to, but they're already late for this play, so they're going to have to do this after the objective is taken. 5,000,
4,000, 3,000, getting lower. Tien wants a piece of things, not going to get it. He does get hit by the bowling ball, and it looks like Weibo, their engage is stymied here. Teleport coming down onto the mid turret. It is going to be the Scion, so it looks like Sheer won't really be in too much danger. It does mean that the mid tier 1 falls.
That's really well played from Weibo. I think they did a fantastic job. Now they have feats of warfare or feats of strength by taking that first turret. Really strong play from them. Like, they did invest a teleport, but they instead say, look, you're not in a great position to enter back into mid. We're going to take the mid tier 1, and that is going to help them with being able to contest for further objectives. Dragon's now spawning in 30 seconds. It should be easier for them to get mid priority, especially. So I like this. Good show from Weibo, despite them losing out on the Herald.
Well, this Dragon is going to come up in 20 seconds, and Tiana's on the top side of the map here, so it looks like Weibo are willing to allow FPX to get themselves on soul point. Maybe they want to make a play in the bottom lane first here. They're going to at least clear out the wave. They're going to use the bowling ball. They're going to use the Rift Herald too. Breathe is on an island right now. It's going to be a 4v1. Hung is coming through. He's a little too far away. The turret will fall. All out, taking him over the wall. The headbutt too toward the teleport.
Awesome, no!
Awesome trying to get out of there, and he'll fall to Breathe. The bull time does get canceled. Teleport coming in, and Weibo all of a sudden have a man advantage. And the Dragon is started by them. Shadow looking to chase down Hong. He has a nice flash. He's going to get put to sleep. Just him. Shockwave coming through.
Oh,
it doesn't stop Wave for the moment as the Fate Sealed comes through as well. And Breathe is going to get melted. No, he gets shielded and finds a way out. But Shadow always looking for more. On the backside, Tien trying to get it done in a 2v1 here. While Xiaohu finds Shadow. Light is still standing. And now Tien going to set his sights on Shui. Hits him with the Darkened Daggers. Looking for a little bit more. The second dagger doesn't quite land, but Rel is very slow right now. Kair trying to make it to the blast plant, and Jue says, I'm sorry, my mid laner. I'm going to survive here. A double kill on the back end for Light, a dragon for Weibo, and the game falls apart for FPX.
And Weibo might have just completely owned this series from this point, getting themselves a dragon. Now with 4 members going down for a single kill, that is an incredibly worthwhile trade. We started off with a Herald dive here as we can take a look of the replay, but Awesome gives Breathe his way out. He needs to know that the Kidnap is available for the K'Sante. And then this Valkyrie, so many questions. Like, we're Valkyrieing not only into the position where MF is going to be ulting, why not just go over the wall, separate ourselves, create space between the front line and the rest of Weibo. This shockwave from Xiaohu, yes, it doesn't find anything, and while this ultimate from both Kair and Jue are impressive, I feel like the damage dealers are already gone. Shadow overextends to try to make a play here, and this MF is just tearing him apart.
Yeah, not a whole lot you can do at that point. You're so deep. You don't have any other setup. You don't have your ultimate. You're not at the super strong Lilia point where you're able to run over some of these weaker members. And now a guy like Light, completely supercharged, up 1,500 gold just about. Remember the early game that he had? I mean, that dive where he got 2 kills absolutely kept him in it from a situation that could have been uncomebackable. But now this Misfortune is just so damn strong, even with the auto attacks.
I mean, look at him, bro. He has Spear of Shojin. He literally doesn't care. He's like, I'm not actually here to kill you as a Scion. We're just looking to trade turrets on the opposite side of the map. The problem that I have with this from FPX, they were a team that we said from draft, your spikes on 1 and 2 items, especially for like a Lilia, a Yone especially, awesome with his 2 items, is going to be very strong. But if you're behind that curve, if you're not really kind of matching or trying to put your opponents behind, they're down 3,000 gold, and Weibo are having some of those spikes come on their side. Light has a completed Infinity Edge and a Bloodthirster. This guy hits like a truck right now, and the rest of Weibo are not that far behind from finishing their second items.
Yeah, and remember, the game was even when FPX had the grubs on the first 2 dragons. All they had to do was just kind of keep it pushing, keep things the status quo. They got a little too antsy, take a bad fight, and then have this dragon fight that just goes so disastrously for them. And now everyone on Weibo is super strong, and Weibo can take purchase with damn near everything. Shadow might not even be able to secure his red buff. Jway, looking at the Hex Flash over the wall, will at least help FPX secure their red buff, but they are losing ground quickly.
They're losing access to mid waves. You see the ping going on towards the Otacon. If Weibo decide they find a fight, if they see something that they like, could end up going for that. Xiaohu's going for a very interesting build here. He went for Ludens into Storm Surge.
I love it.
Plus the Sork Pen boots upgraded. He is going for an incredibly aggressive build. It means that he won't deal the same amount of damage to a Scion, but he recognizes the only people I need to be landing this Shockwave is going to be onto Yone, onto Lilia, and onto this Corki.
Yep, and they will not survive. Orianna, one of these champions that can build defensive and be very useful, or build aggressively and one-shot you. And I like this. I thought that maybe Xiaohu would be, all right, it's late in the season. You haven't really been playing great. We're going to put you on some of these facilitators. Maybe not these champions that are going to hard carry. But with this build, Orianna can do that.
So we'll see. Let's see if Xiaohu can potentially earn himself a second MVP. I think it's going to be a little hard-pressed considering the level 3 dive that we saw coming in versus Misfortune. So,
but hey, one Shockwave.
Yeah, that's true. Maybe if one Shockwave finds a couple of humans from the side of FPX, but I mean, Dragon spawning in a minute. If Weibo don't want that, they can very easily start up Otacon. They do a hell of a lot of damage. I feel like as Weibo, though, you're maybe looking for a little bit more gold. If you can steal one more camp, you feel very strong, as Tian should be close to his Black Cleaver.
50 seconds until this next dragon is up. You can see Shadow getting chunked out, and that wasn't even a ton of Orianna damage, right? It wasn't like, hey, I'm throwing everything on you, as he is going to be forced away. And now Weibo just waiting for this objective to come up, right? Waiting for FPX to try and force a fight. And let Xiaohu get the job done. Let Light sit back there, get a nice bullet time off. We are seeing the Seeker's Arm Guard from Shadow come through. We're seeing Care and Awesome on 2 items as well. So, listen, this might be their last gasp, FPX. They're still strong right now, but it's not great.
This is exactly where you want your composition to be. 22 minutes, you have 2 items. You really need to be able to find a win here. Now, even with that Seeker's Arm Guard that you did spot out, will mean that he's a little bit more survivable, but you look at how they take space, right? We talked about this with their draft. When you have a Cassante and Alistar, they can just move in, take control of any area that they want, and then you have an Orianna to just say, look, you ever walk into this chokehold, you die. If you walk into this spot of the map, you die. Tian needs to be very careful.
All right, we're trying to put him to sleep. Oh, he's going to get caught by the Fate Seal. Nobody's around to save him. And the kill goes over to Shadow. The Otacon has been started up, but Weibo, they can still scrap a little bit. Looks like they might have a split focus here.
No, they're going to get
actually
up.
Just backing off here.
They can't contest this. Like, there's literally nothing for them to play for. Now they have to play from a really awkward choke here.
All right, they're still going for it. Maybe an opportunity for Xiaohu to do something big. Jway goes in and goes down. Now Breathe on the backside. He's going to force the flash out. It's a 4v4, but Hung is going to run out of his ultimate real soon and is going to get real squishy once again. Now it's the Dragon, down to about 9,000 HP, but Weibo want a piece of this right now. Xiaohu is ready to make a play. Let's see it. Xiaohu shockwave going down and only lands onto Sheer. And here comes Shadow. The flash is forced out as Care managed to get over the wall with that Q3. Both objectives going to FPX.
Now, I know we're going to get a replay of this. I hope so from our observers, and I hope that they show Tien, because not only are you getting caught out, that's one thing, but as the Neferi, when you go untargetable, you can actually dodge out on the Lilia Sleep, because the Lilia Sleep is its own projectile that flies out towards you. I really feel like Tien did not need to let that land onto him. I feel like it's pretty simple to say that dying there right before the Dragon spawns, not optimal. So that's going to be an Otacon going over to FPX. That's the third Dragon on their side. So they're at soul point here. And that's the kind of, again, another Ocean Soul. That could be a win condition for them to come back into this game.
Yeah, get ready to learn MOBA Trainer Tien. But yeah, Ocean Soul this game, much more of an impact than it would have had in the last game because we don't really see that crazy Weibo scaling. They have really solid team fight, sure, and good burst from the Orianna, but it would require Light to hit a really sick bullet time. But we haven't really seen that happen yet. He's not getting too many opportunities to actually set his feet and do so. We're seeing a teleport used on the top side. Weibo hanging around. Looks like they might need to try to escort Breathe out. He doesn't get knocked up, but he does get chunked pretty hard.
I think right now what Weibo should be doing is prioritizing getting gold and CS onto Xiaohu, making sure that he gets level 16. He has a full level lead over his opponent right now, and level 16 means you get third rank into that shockwave. And if his entire goal right now is we're just going to try and one-shot someone with this, I think that's a perfectly fine tool for you to be looking for. And Weibo, they have first track into mid lane. It was a pretty big investment coming in from FPX to try to defend their mid-tier 1, or their top lane tier 1. Now they get the flash. They traded flash from Hung onto Care. I think he'll take that.
Okay, but Hung's going to get knocked up on the backside here multiple times. In fact, he is still really thick, but he's not able to wait himself out. Shockwave only lands on one, but it's a good buffer from Care. He slides out. Light dies on the side. Multiple members of Weibo are asleep, and now they're getting corralled like sheep. Tien has to flash over the wall. Breathe is starting to bleed out. On the other side, Corki got a second kill. And this is a huge win for FPX as they will find 3 and they will head to the Baron.
Well, that fight around the Dragon may have just equalized this entire thing because now they win another fight. And like you said, Baron on the cards. Xiaohu and Tien, masterful duo that we got to see come to fruition here on Weibo for 2025. Now need to make magic happen around this Baron.
Let's see it happen. Xiaohu has the damage though, and they're getting corralled. Trying to get on to Xiaohu, but they end up setting their sights on Tien. Remember, the shield's going to be a little bit bigger too as Tien manages to find Zhui, and they force them off. It was a really smart teleport from Xiaohu, and Weibo Gaming hanging tough, not letting this go. And now they're going to take the blue buff too, as FPX are forced completely off. Sheer is tanky, but he still takes a lot of damage from Xiaohu.
Damn, they stopped them on the Baron. They might even be able to start this themselves. Misfortune's coming on through.
They're burning a TP. Yeah, here we go.
FPX, they stayed too much time on the map. It should have been their recall and a masterful gambit from the mid-jungle duo of Weibo. Now grab themselves a masterful objective.
Yeah, they thought they would be able to win the 5v2. They said, we don't care about Xiaohu's teleport. But again, it's this really powerful Orianna. The Baron's going to fall, and Hung is about to go on to Care and make this a problem. Here we go, locked on is Tien, and Care will go down. Another nice pick as Weibo thrust themselves back in a winning spot.
They're going to also take this top lane tier 1. Good bounce back coming in from Weibo, not getting dragged down into some of the mistakes that are coming in. And this Baron buff is going to last the entire duration, plus some, for this Dragon spawning in a minute. FPX, they need to make this next play count. They're going to be down summoner spells. They're going to be missing out on some of their ults for the time being, but they need to make this Dragon Soul work. Otherwise, this game just completely snowballs in the opposite direction for Weibo.
Yeah, I think what you have to do is you have to give your lives for it, but no more than 2. I think if you give too much away, you might not even be able to play for the next Dragon after this one if you don't secure it. So I want to see Shadow, I want to see Zhui get in the face of Weibo, muscle their way in there, and try to get Shadow to land the smite onto this Dragon. in 15 seconds.
All right, so Weibo now trying to set up around this. It is all vision here for the side of Weibo on the red. We see this vision on the top side. Now it's all over this. For FPX, the only way they can see in the pit is that single control ward and the scuttle. Right now, Yone and Shadow trying to do something. That was a Storm Surge proc. That's not even the entirety of Xiaohu's kit being dropped onto Jway, and he's already half HP.
Yeah, it's QW. Remember, Orianna real powerful at this stage in the game right now. 7,000, 6,000 HP as he's hunting around. You can see Shadow getting chunked out too. It's going to be so hard. They're going to get on to Xiaohu here. And Xiaohu with a nice snappy flash. He is going to be put to sleep, but he's in a really safe spot. He does get knocked up down to half HP. Sheer trying to do his thing in the pit as the dragon gets lower, but Shadow can't get close. It's a zoning bullet time, and it's a secured dragon for Weibo Gaming, and now they're going to look for Awesome next as TN is in the thick of things, and they will take out the AD carry. They will take out Shui. Shadow will go golden, but he'll fall all the same. 4 for nothing for Weibo.
Thick of it, and everybody knows Weibo is absolutely smashing here. They're going to break their 6 series losing streak, and they're going to potentially now end the game 2-0 up in the series.
The skid is over. They have finally gotten off the slide. Now let's see what they can do moving forward. They will cap this game off with an ace. They will win a game that, yes, again, wasn't completely clean, but they had some really nice plays. I think their use of getting the inside track on FPX immediately after FPX went to go do an objective was superb this game. They were able to take out both mid turrets that way and get so much purchase on the map.
I just think this is a massive step up in terms of level of performance that we have seen from Weibo. But I just want to know, is this a mirage, or is this actually going to be the Weibo that plays? Because we have seen glimpses of this. I think even in this game, and in this series, we got to see some of that Weibo that still looks really fallible. But
yes,
Xiaohu and Tien playing so much better, in particular in the mid lane. Xiaohu really having his day versus Care.
Yeah, I mean, the one poor moment he had was the shockwave that didn't land on the Care. I really think that's like the one time in the series where I was like, yes, this was not great, Xiaohu. Other than that, I thought, yeah, I'm with you. He played pretty damn good this series. I am interested to see who we're going to give MVP for this game, because while Light had a really nice scoreline, I'm not entirely sure it should go to him. I kind of want to give it to Hung. I think he had a couple of nice engage moments. I really do. I think that dive was pretty much because of him. I don't know. It's tough.
I think Hung needs a couple more games. Hung needs a couple more games before we give him an MVP.
I think that's fair.
I don't know. I just a level of performance we got to see in FPX. This definitely felt like FPX, like an FPX game. Like,
yeah.
We're flipping on level 2. Awesome is always going to jump forward in the mid wave. He does this on Misfortune as well, where he just is like, oh, enemy AD's by himself. All right, well, I'm gonna test your G. Like, let's see if your team's around you right now, because I will just make sure I'm gonna try and get my HP chunk on you. And he ends up dying on the mid wave. Kara as well, despite having his Yone, still felt like someone that couldn't actually do anything. It started from laning phase, and Xiaohu just had run of the map.
Yeah, I think Care had a couple of okay fights, but I mean, not to the impact that you need on a champion like Yone, right? When they put all of this investment into him, and you know they get the grubs for him, he wasn't really able to effectively side lane or anything like that, and it just didn't really come together for FPX. I do wonder if, you know, I'm not going to try to harp on Shadow here. I think he played okay. But I do wonder if a Sejuani look would have been a little bit better. It felt not as cohesive when you go Lilia and Yone. It just doesn't feel like the greatest combo in the world. It's strong, but it doesn't fit that well.
Yeah. And this does make the race for 6th a little bit more interesting, obviously, with FPX falling a little bit. They're going to end 17 and 25 here today. They obviously have their match tomorrow, but for Weibo, now they move up to 7 and 10. They're within striking range of potentially even kind of keeping that 6th place spot. They're going to now be 18 and 25, which just means that Weibo, WE, and FPX all still have chances of being able to fight for a pretty high level seed going into play-ins.
Look at this damage chart and this damage share and everything. I mean, Xiaohu, like, yes, he beat up on Care. He gapped Care hard this game. I mean, just in terms of raw damage. Obviously, Orianna going to have a little bit of an easier time, especially when you've got QWs like that are relatively free for you and will chunk out as hard as they do. But, we were just missing a huge banner shockwave, right? And, even then, in competitive games, you don't really get that, right? Players intelligently use the shockwave to pick off, like, one member, maybe two max. So it's very rare you'll see things like akin to like Faker Shockwave, right? Back in the day.
I just wish we would have gotten it though, because
I wanted
Xiaohu
to see
really,
it, bro.
He needed it. He needed it for the highlight reel.
I love this champion, man. It's my favorite champion, or at least one of them. Man. I'm like sitting here, I'm like, oh, come on, Xiaohu. Flash into them and hit a 4-man shockwave, please.
It would have been rather clean. Just a lot of team fight mistakes coming in from FPX. We'll see how they look tomorrow. They are going to be having their matchup tomorrow up against IG. So I think a tough match, and one that IG need to win convincingly if they want to keep their spot and contention for top 4 still on the line. As we do have our series after this that is going to potentially lock up another top 4 spot between JDG and Ninjas in Pajamas.
Yeah, that'll be a fun one. It's kind of expected that JDG will be able to do so. But remember, NiP is a team that has really gone and taken games off of some of these top teams at times.
That's true.
It's been weird. They have the ability to do so. Again, their play style just a little one-dimensional, right? So as long as JDG are very aware of that, they should be okay. I mean, yeah, look at this fight. I mean, this fight was really good by Care. Obviously he has to go out, but, I mean, he buffers the shockwave using the Fate Sealed, lands onto a couple members. I mean, this was the moment that we thought, hey, FPX are really in the driver's seat, and they might be able to take this Ocean Soul and might be able to bring the game home.
This felt like the perfect fight for Lilia, right? Like, all of the crowd control is on someone else. Lilia gets to kind of just run on through, and I still want to say, Jue played a lot of these engages really well, but just no one on the team. Like, look where he is compared to the rest of his squad right now. Like, Sheer is actually putting in a lot of work on the Scion of just drawing so many members, but we just never actually finished the Dragon for one reason or another from FPX. And Awesome, we had some expectations, I think, with how this bottom lane has been playing so far in the season. I think a standout bottom lane, especially from a team that we didn't really think we were going to do all that much here in Group Ascend. But this is one of those games where you're like, dude, what's going on over here? It feels pretty tough to watch for FPX fans as... it's a 0-2 on the day, and you're going to have to bounce back immediately and have to play again another top-level team.
Definitely not their best performance, specifically out of Awesome here. Not so awesome. And even, Game 1 Jue on his signature Nico just didn't really get the job done. So, FPX, as you said, falling, making life really, really hard. Again, it's still possible for them to get that 6th seed, but it's going to be a mountain to climb. The good news for them is that as long as NiP lose, they will at least be able to land in the top half. And we'll give Xiaohu the MVP for this game.
Good.
You know what? I'm kind of for it, especially in that last fight. One thing that we didn't mention is the reason why FPX didn't get close to that Dragon. Xiaohu held his ult that entire fight. They had to be worried about it.
Xiaohu, now getting 2 MVPs back-to-back, takes the 3rd spot for himself. Jue, Jackie Love, and then the rest of the crew, they get moved down to 4th. Xiaohu is now at 10. He is 2 away, and he is 1 away from 2nd and 2 away from taking over 1st or tying it with Tarzan. So I think impressive and exactly the kind of performance we need to see from Weibo as we get closer to the postseason.
Back-to-back games where you're able to rely on Xiaohu. How many times have we been able to say that this season? Not very often. So good stuff from Weibo Gaming. Still need to clean it up. We'll have an opportunity to kind of dot the I's, cross the T's in the last day of the regular season against Team WE. But that is still a little ways off. But what's not a little ways off is our next matchup between NiP and JDG. We're going to take a short break. And when we return, we'll sink our teeth into that one. See you there. Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL Unofficial English broadcast. Seahawk Battery is back and ready. Men who never runs out of juice, ready for NiP versus JDG, a game that does have a lot of playoff implications, even for both teams. NiP desperately trying to hang on and move up to 8th place. They have a long road ahead of them.
A loss here tonight will mean that NiP will be locked at 9th. They're currently 9th in the standings, but obviously would like to move on forward. And if we look at our other 3 teams, these are the last teams that have not locked top 4 or play-ins. And JDG need to win tonight, as being able to find a single win puts them in top 4 contention, and they are locked automatically for a bid into playoffs.
Yeah, after that, it'll kind of be a discussion whether or not they finish 3rd or 4th. Likely puts them in 3rd place contention there, but ultimately you just really care about getting to the top 4. Anything after that, you're not really overly concerned about, especially for a team like JDG, who they've won 3 straight games. It's their longest win streak of the season. You really want that extra week off. You do not want to have to go and fight in the play-ins.
Oh, for sure. I mean, even just then, right? Like, JDG as a team, we expect them to go a lot further. And for IG, they've been making a kind of a last-second climb here in the standings, really trying to prove themselves. It is looking less and less likely that they will be able to do it, but they obviously need to have control of their own destiny, win both of their games, and then BLG need to take a loss somewhere right now, which doesn't look like that's going to be happening. I'm trying to look at BLG's rest of their schedule.
It's right up there, actually. It's TES
Oh,
and
true.
IG.
That's right. They play TS and IG.
That's a tough one.
That's
a tough one. Yeah, this is something that BLG could absolutely lose. You have to keep in mind that the reason why BLG or JDG can just win one, IG, 22-20, right? Their differential is +2. They messed around so much in the early split that it is not possible for them to win a tie on differential. It's not going to happen,
Exactly.
man.
Yeah.
So they need to actually just win these series. And, hey, you know what? I actually think that if we're saying, hey, we're talking about the world where IG ends up getting there, they have a higher shot than BLG does, I think, because I think that IG and BLG is a little bit closer. It's not super close. I think BLG can certainly win it, but just based off the schedules, it looks like they can do it. JDG should be able to just clean it up right now and not have to worry about their game against AL other than just being a measuring stick game.
Yep. We've talked a lot about their opponents, though, and let's take a look at NiP and their roster. No changes coming in for this series at the very least, but for the Ninjas in Pajamas, I think they very much need some kind of prove-it moment, some kind of, I think, series that is really going to inspire hope in the fans, because right now, it has kind of just been, okay, we replaced Shanji, we got solo kill, he's been looking a lot better in terms of what he provides to the team, but Leave and PP God still need to have a series, and I think a long stretch of games where they are confident and actually able to consistently bring home wins, because that has been all of the bread and butter for NiP in terms of their wins.
Yeah, PP God has been struggling a little bit, and then Leave, he's had the world on his shoulders. It has been very tough for him to actually bring it home most of the time.
Yeah.
He's the MVP in half of the games that lead to series wins, responsible for 30.7% of the team's damage, which is first in the LPL. And the problem is, when you put the weight of expectations on this guy, yes, he has times where he comes up huge, but you and I have seen it. He has had some boneheaded mistakes. He loves to be near a wall against a Poppy.
Not only that, but also just his positioning in certain cases. Sometimes he's a little too far up versus minion waves. There's just other times where Leave has not been the same kind of player that we expect him to be. He's a very highly mechanical AD carry, but when it comes to some of these mistakes, I think they're just prone to happen thanks to him being a kind of a newer carry and a newer player to the LPL. So for NiP, it has almost always been, how are we winning? Well, Leave gets some kind of scaling AD carry marksman, and we get into a team fight, and this guy absolutely goes ballistic. I think if that's not going to happen, then Doinby really has to step up as a veteran, but his stats, again, not that impressive, and really has been more of a facilitator for the rest of his team.
Yeah, and you know, it's just the style he's played for so long, but it feels like he doesn't even have an opportunity to, like, be that solo carry anymore like he has done a couple of times in the past. It feels like he is just all utility, and I mean, if this is the way that NiP want to play it, that's fine. You can see
Yeah.
that in a lot of individual games, they're actually able to make it work. But one of the big problems is that, you know, you don't have too many solo, like, what's the word I'm looking for? Any hyper carry games out of Leave, right? It's mostly just the Zeri that he gets an opportunity on as a hyper carry, and you're only getting one game of those in a best of 3, and we're not seeing NiP try to do this multiple times in a series. We see them go down 1-0, and they're like, all right, it's time to hit the hyper carry button, and then they might win the game, but then they don't actually do it again. They need to try to find a way to just say, this is our style, let's try to play it for 3 games in a series.
I feel like it also just there's so many different styles, right? Like you could go for a Sivir. I actually really like that Tristana game. Tristana in general, I think, is underrepresented from the bottom lane in terms of what she provides. But I mean, even his Kai'Sa, still some question marks there. I know he had a questionable build like Yuntal into Rapid Fire or Rage Blade. It's
The
very
broadcast
weird.
even highlighted it. That's how weird it was.
Yeah, that was a very strange moment. But you look at these 280 carries, man, and I really want to have us look over at their opponents in JDG. Pays has been just incredible, man. Like, even in some of the games, I think he's really consistent. The problem for JDG right now is you have a top laner in Allah who is kind of wishy-washy. I think he's not having an amazing split, but hasn't been that detrimental to the team. Shun is having... I think he might just be the best jungler in the league for how he's been performing these last, 3 weeks. But Scout, man, Scout in the mid lane, it is a determining factor. Like, we go into game 1 and we're like, okay, is Scout actually playing, or are we waiting to game 2 or game 3 in a series? Because I need to see more out of this guy who has been, I think, carrying multiple teams to Worlds on his back for 3 or plus years now.
Yeah, he's had it multiple times, even going through gauntlets and getting the job done. And I mean, he has been a little bit better lately. The last couple of games has looked much better. Not like, you know, the mid-season where JDG was looking really, really poor because of that. But, I mean, yeah, you're so right when you talk about Shun and Pays as the big guys in this team. And I mean, it pays exactly as advertised. It's really hard to replace an AD carry like Ruler, and they go and they get the guy who had Ruler's spot and just absolutely showing up, putting on a highlight reel every single game that he's in, and gives JDG a shot to win every match and makes them dangerous, even against teams that are better than them in the standings. They are still quite dangerous. We just want to see them clean up. This has to be a Scout series right here that says, hey, I took care of business against Doinby. I can still take care of business. Maybe they can build off that and Scout can go into the play-ins looking good.
I feel like Scout had an okay series up against Knight. Knight still being the big baller that he is.
Yes.
We're going to be seeing... Actually, this is kind of funny. These are 2 teams that have home arenas. It's JDG this time, who gets to play in their home arena in Beijing. So that means that we finally get to see NiP in their away jerseys for the first time.
Ooh. They look pretty cool. I'm with them. Fits their color scheme quite well. I like the little button-up thing we have going on too. Doinby's got the sleeves rolled up. Bro is ready. He is locked the heck in right now. We've already seen a jungler take a loss in the 1v1. Not entire. I'm just gonna say it.
What's up?
I'm just gonna say it. You know, Shadow. He's no shoot. No offense to Shadow.
Wow, I think that's a pretty hot take there.
I know, it's scorching. It's hotter than my room right now.
Both of those players have made it to Worlds.
True.
Only one of them has made it to Worlds Finals, though. What did they do to Doinby's makeup? Now, again, this is going to sound very weird, but every time in a series, when we cut to Doinby's cam, this guy's jaw is omega chiseled. They prep him up on maybe the JDG makeup artists. Because when I see him in the Shenzhen arena, this guy is sleek. You could see his cheekbones defined, jaws locked in.
Giga Chad Doinby.
Yeah.
Hey, listen.
A true father of many.
Yeah, we have to actually see him play like it, though, right? He's still, giving up too much for himself and not getting enough in return. And even on Champions where you expect him to kind of play selfishly and play for himself, he'll still be like, guys, I gotta help the team. No, bro, you gotta be the guy. And let's see, maybe playing up against Scout will wake him up and be like, hey, maybe I need to be like that guy. as we get into our 1v1 here. Doinby will lock the Rumble.
All right. This should be advantage to the Rumble, at least from what we've been seeing in top lane. I'm going to expect that Doinby has a fair bit of Rumble experience. I like that JDG decided to ban the Kled as well. That has been a staple of NiP 1v1s all season long. And an important 1v1 in particular, again, is for side select going into the series. JDG need a win here tonight if they want to clinch top 4. And I think it starts with just being able to grab yourself blue side against a team that has been struggling to find consistent wins.
Yeah, but you always got to watch out for game 2. You could pencil an IP in for a game 1 loss right now, but it wouldn't matter. You could be like, you know what? That game 2, that NiP in game 2, obviously. You want to get the job done in the 1v1. As you said, you want to go pick up blue side. These top laners, Ala and Solo Kill, are probably going to sit here like, man, this is going to be the ugliest 1v1 we're ever going to see. These guys ain't top laners. They're probably going to feel insulted after that one.
All right. I need to see this end up being a win. I need to see Shun kind of take this one. Again, I think that Shun has a very real bid to being the #1 jungler in the league right now. You look across the board, Kanavi has, I think, maybe had a longer stretch of wins in comparison to him. But when you look at some of the decisions that Kanavi does, and also you think about the lanes that Kanavi does have, and the level of performance that I think 369 and Cream have had in comparison to JDG, I feel like Shun's job is a little bit harder, as well as he has been performing a little bit better than his counterparts. So I think a series here tonight, as well as maybe closing out the rest of this season with a strong one, will be very good.
Shun has been one of the top junglers in the league. A big reason why JDG is currently in the positive position that they're in. Time to make his mark on this series. Starts with this 1v1. Seeing a Haunting Guys and just pots out of Doinby. On the other side, couple Doran's items, plus a book. It'll hopefully get an opportunity to smack Doinby with a little bit later.
All right. The Haunting Guys is nice. It does mean that in terms of raw stats, Doinby should be able to get a little bit more out from him, but we'll see what Shun is able to do. He has a lot of HP, at least.
Feels like we might be in a little bit of a farming mode for a little bit, Hulk Battery. So, here's what I'm going to ask you, my friend.
Okay.
What has been the #1 thing that you've been doing outside of anything League of Legends related over the last month?
Sleeping.
Okay. Other than sleeping? I mean, like, obviously you've been up for a long time, so, like, you know, sleeping totally makes sense. But
the thing is that, like, my day is completely screwed because of, I'm sorry to say this, because of LPL. Because
no, you're right.
Usually, even if I'm not on the show, I'm at least watching and, like, more actively, like, taking part in the show. I'm watching a lot of our games, especially those super days, went until, like, 8 a.m. local, 7 a.m. local time for me.
And you're
so
West
by the time I
Coast.
go to sleep, I wake up, and it's, like, 4 or 5 p.m. And I'm like, okay, well, crap, what else am I going to do? A lot of the stuff that I want to get done, like, clerically is closed by that point. If I want to go and do groceries, like, I have to go a little bit sooner. Here in the PNW, everything closes around like 9 or 10. So it's tough. You know, a lot of sleeping has been going on. I've been playing Morrowind, but I think probably
Nice.
it's been or not Morrowind, Oblivion. That's probably the thing that's taken up a lot of my time.
well, that's
Yeah.
yeah, I'm with you on the clerical things. I have so many things that I like haven't been able to do because I end up sleeping in until, you know, like 5 p.m. on Mondays, and I'm East Coast, right? So it's like, again, a lot of the things are closed. I mean, I'm going to try to at least stay up after we're done here, play some solo queue, maybe go get lunch with my dad or something like that. But I mean, like, my schedule was so messed up. I went to go get my real ID, and I showed up to my appointment. I thought I was there early, and I was 3 days late.
Oh, wait, I remember you saying something about this.
Yes.
Yeah.
I was like, yeah, I'm here for my appointment. I was in line. I was second in line. The person showed the clerk their appointment time, and I was like, you know what? I should pull up mine. And I was like, how does my appointment say it was on Friday? Huh. So now I just don't get real ID, by the way. I have to wait until appointments become available, which they're all getting snapped up. I literally looked, saw there was 2 appointments, spent 5 minutes to see how far it was from my house, and both those appointments were gone. And this was at 8 p.m. at night. Hold on, Shooter's just going to get run over here by Doinby in the danger zone.
Yep. All right. Well, overheat plus getting ripped up by those stacks. Also has an Oblivion Orb early to cut through some of the HP healing that Gwen has.
It's cooked.
That's tough. That's tough. Not only for Shun, but also for you. I really that moment would be very embarrassing for me. Not because of the being 3 days late, but because then I will have wasted a service worker's time.
So,
I will have inconvenienced them in some kind of manner, in like a same way that like you're at a restaurant and you're like, hey, something's wrong with my order. I'm just gonna put it off to the side. I'm not bothering this person.
Yeah, no, I'm with you on that.
Yeah.
I didn't even bother
so the guy at the guy at the front of the line is like, okay, next coming up, and you're like, oh crap, I don't actually have an appointment. Oh, no.
Yeah, I actually just left. I didn't even bother chatting with them.
Real.
I just
very
straight up
real.
left because somebody else has that appointment time, not me. Speaking of which, Shun has an appointment with this Rumble, who is 2 levels up on him, and maybe wants to miss that appointment too. I mean, there's the Rift Maker on the other side. This is all right. Is there any way that Shun wins this? I don't really think so.
I think he's having an appointment with Red Side, Game 1. That's looking very. He's about to have a very crisp and sharp. If you're on the West Coast, 4:27 to 4:28 a.m. time with Red Side, and the rest of JDG.
Get ready to speak Red Side, buddy.
Yep. Yeah, get ready for counter pick, brother. So
hey, listen, you know what? That's not bad. It seemed like JDG will be really good at utilizing that. This is a matchup where if they don't get blue side, I'm not exactly fearing it. I'm not too worried. But NiP always known for doing some crazy stuff.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, to be fair, right? Like, NiP have won 14 games this split. JDG have won 24. They've lost 14 games, so, you know, I'm sure JDG could do something on red side. It's not improbable.
Oh, hold on. Wait a minute. Okay. He might be speaking blue side. God. He might be speaking blue side.
He's fluent in first pick right now. Let's go soon.
You see the big smile on his face, too. Oh, man. I love this guy. I think he's great. Now, is that because I follow 1010 and see a lot of
we haven't even got into game yet. I was saving that, man.
I'm so sorry. Listen, you know why?
We only do one. I don't want to like override the broadcast. But
yeah, okay, my bad. Listen,
it's okay. It's okay.
1010 and I are cool, so I gotta give 1010 a shot.
Oh, nice. So you're gonna be like, yeah, I know fangirls on a first name basis. Yeah. We're just cool like that.
We haven't chatted that much. We've only chatted a couple of times.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway, we have got, if you don't know, one of the many community members that have been helping out with the stream, with just small information and also blasting my timeline with Shun and Scout. Not complaining, but, you know, in case you were wondering what exactly goes on over there. So, Shun and Doinbi going to be fighting off. It's now sudden death now that they both have been able to win that. And we've got our Ring of Fire here. Pretty similar items. Doinbi has a minor advantage in having access to the Oblivion Orb, but with the Orb closing, or with the Ring of Fire closing, I am looking at those ultimate timers. The Summoner spells are going to be coming up, and it's going to be an advantage going over to Shun.
Yeah, and any little bit that Shun can dodge out on, make sure he doesn't get poked down early, will be very beneficial. He's taking at least a little bit back here, but I didn't even think we'd get to this point off battery. He is taking a lot of damage, though. Doinbi in this danger zone right now. Lands a Q will be really, really nice. He's going to drop his ultimate down. Barrier is going to be not able to get much of that Flame Spitter off into the danger zone. He's going to put down the Equalizer. He goes down, and somehow, someway, Shun secures blue side for JDG.
There we go. Okay. Well, look, we said we were a little worried there, but Shun is going to be very fluent in blue side first pick.
He's that good. He's that good, man.
He's just that clean with it. Picks it up on the Gwen. It's going to be, we have to expect first pick going over to Jingdong Gaming, as having access to that has been the preferred side for 99% of games here in the LPL when we talk about winning these side selects. And just the fact that it is kind of the name of the game. We'll see how they're able to use it. I think with how the drafts have looked, and in particular some of the smaller champion pools that NiP tend to have, it is going to be a very big boon for JDG to be able to say, okay, these 3 champions you don't get access to. We're also going to be able to steal away a champion as well. I feel like that's going to be a very good thing for them to be able to abuse.
Yeah, we've seen so much where teams will double or even triple ban out Doinby, go and pick a champion that he's played a lot, and then force him to be like, all right, Doinby, we're going to use your dark technology against you. We're going to force you to pick a dark tech champion, and it's just not going to work out, right? Like, I always think back, the thing that's burned into my brain is that Lucian mid game that he had, bro. Like, oh my god.
That was not a Lucian mid game we needed to see again. It's okay. That's not happening ever again.
I really hope it doesn't. I'm so afraid. I'm like scarred by it now because they pick Lucian a little bit because of leave, right? So every time I see it, the chances of Doinby Lucian mid are low, but never zero.
That's true. That could be said actually for a lot of champions. The random X champion in mid suddenly could become an on.
Can we talk about one thing? I'm sorry.
What's up?
Only played Talia once, man. Like, ugh.
Good.
What do you mean good? That's technically
I
not
don't
a
think
good
his
thing.
mage play is particularly strong. Doinby,
yeah, you're
even
right.
though historically he's been okay
so
at the
strong.
mages, he has not been very good at champions like Orianna. There's a reason why he just never plays Azir as well, which I think is a pretty big pain point as a coach when you're thinking about drafting. Having one of the most legendary, probably one of the best mid laners ever to be created, you just don't get access to that in a series. Very important. We are flying into this draft, by the way. Graphic just came up, and already JDG have banned Ryze, Galio, and Nico. Huge takeaways from NiP.
Wow, look at that. 2 bans toward Doinby and 1 toward their support. They're going to try to put him on something uncomfortable. And now I know that you said, hey, he plays so little of some of these big meta champions. It's not even a takeaway, but a first pick Talia obviously would get things kicked off right for JDG.
Okay. I mean, yeah, just getting that for Scout, also just the best champion on the patch right now, like in mid lane especially. So having access with that global makes it so that you can kind of make odd-numbered plays on the map a little bit easier for them. And NiP, maybe you just go ahead and pick up Sion early into the draft. I know it's game 1, but giving solo kill one of the strongest top laners also becomes like a front line that allows for Leave to kind of have more of those carry moments. Definitely in the cards for them.
All right, so they're going to go and pick up the Xin Zhao here. Just a generically strong pick. Has been really high priority after picks and bans, and it was a solid enough takeaway with some of Talia's best pairings off the table. You shouted out the Sivir earlier. I would really like to see that come through. I feel like it could help enable a Xin Zhao later. There are obviously stronger picks. That's why the Varus will be locked in for an IP.
In a normal world, I would be very excited to see Varus here for Leave. The issue that I have now, Leave on the poke variant of Varus has looked not great. I think that he has lost almost every single one of his games on this champion. He is much better as a right-click, like one of those on-hit carries that are forced to interact with their opponents. So I'm a little bit worried here. In general, though, I would like this from NiP. I think they've built themselves out a little bit more of a robust front line. I know it's only the Xin Zhao right now, but that Crescent Guard is already very effective against what JDG are showing. And now they also have a ton of long range and great setup with this Rumble and now this Neferi.
Yeah, this is pretty good. The one worry that I have is we're only on seismic shoves here. We're going to need a lot more CC coming out from JDG in the second half. Sion going to be the lock-in, giving that one over to solo kill. Not too many surprises there. It's been his most played since he's joined the team.
Okay, so... Oh, man. Okay, they get the Sion like you were just noting. I think it's tough, though, because Sion is just going to basically stop Allah from getting push a lot of the time, but he's never really going to be able to pressure him. Once he gets his first item, it does get a little difficult for Allah to actually kill this guy, and he actually might just have enough stats to brute force his way through the lane and kind of trade back with him. NiP are showing a lot of good setup here. I think they need at least some kind of mage mid. I know that JDG are starting to get that out with the Annie as well, so a 3-way ban going and headed over towards NiP's mid laner. I think you do have to start thinking about things like getting rid of Victor. It's been a very big mage that NiP have leaned on, especially.
Yeah, do wonder. It's not going to be the greatest combo with Asian Zhao early. It's fine, but are you really going to have Doinby just play Ahri and do the same things that he always does, where he drops waves and plays for the team? And ends up being weak and lack damage later on. I don't know. We'll see what JDG wants to ban out for their last one. They had already taken out that Annie. As noted, they're going to get rid of the Silas as well. So also signaling that they want some big tools out of their last 2 picks.
Yeah, I think they're looking at a misfortune here for Pays. Could be Pays going for a Callista Renata. Kai'Sa's also fine here because you do want to be able to actually chew through this Scion. There's not many champions right now from JDG that actually deal with this hyper tank in the top lane. Is Doinby actually going to pick up his Akali though? Alright, they take the Alistar, recognizing that that's something that they were probably looking for with the Silas ban.
Yep, and now JDG in a spot where you do need to draft some engage. I think if you draft for your lane, it will be a little bit of a struggle as the game goes on. So we'll see what they go and pick up here. If they do lock in this Xayah, where, as you mentioned, that it might be a misfortune. If they did, they would easily be able to go Rakan and have something to tie the room together. It's still what they're missing, right? They're missing their big engage tool right now.
Yeah, it could also be Leona here. Rakan is fine. Into Alistar, it's like not a very fun matchup, but PP God can definitely get away with whatever he wants. I like Nautilus, but the only issue I have with Nautilus is that I feel like while the lane is okay, you do get the point and click. I just worry about like having to play into a Scion later on, but we'll see what Missing's able to do. So JDG though, they have a composition here that not a ton of setup for Shun. And, you know, Talia is great in being able to make cross-map plays, so we'll see if Scout's able to kind of get that done. But you're not getting pushed in topside. We're going to lock in this Akali for Doinby. So, in terms of assassins, in terms of how NiP can hold JDG at length, I think I really like what Ninja's Pajamas are going to be showcasing. My worries are, it kind of comes down to players here. Aki has not been a player that has been very consistent. Leave, if this is going to be his poke Varus, has not been landing very many spells. I think his laning phase, especially with PP God, has been very questionable. And Doinby, he had a carry game last time we saw him on Akali, but how many times are we actually going to be able to get that from this mid laner in NiP?
Yeah, and one of the big issues with NiP throughout the entire split is that their willingness to fight damn near everything, and they just kind of get out-handsed a lot of the time. And you know, right now, when I take a look at JDG's composition, they have some really strong, powerful team fight tools that deal a lot of damage, whereas the team fight tools on the other side necessarily don't. So this Rumble Equalizer, I'm looking to see a big impact in this game. This Misfortune Bullet Time, because you know NiP will be around for that objective. You will have opportunities to be able to force them off. And of course, JDG win these early fights, it'll be very difficult for NiP to actually have any sort of impact later on.
And playoff implications for this match. If JDG win tonight, it will be them locking a spot into top 4 and an auto bid into playoffs. NiP looking to not end the season in 9th place, and if they win out in the rest of their games, they have an opportunity to climb at least a few rankings in the standings and get themselves higher seed for those play-ins best of 5s.
And this is exactly where we expected JDG by this time in Hell Week, right? We expected them to be able to be locking a spot in this second-to-last match, in potentially this last match, as we get on to Summoner's Rift for Game 1 of this best of 3 between NiP and JDG.
Wow, the NiP fan chant leaders, we might need to learn some boundaries here. You know, let the other team finish.
No,
then you bring in yours. All
absolutely not. That's, you know,
okay.
That's the one thing I love about chants, actually, is that regardless, both sides let the other have an opportunity. I guess just because they want to make it sound cool. Because theoretically speaking, in traditional sports where I really have my love, the teams usually and the fans usually hate each other. So why would you give the other ones an opportunity?
Well, even there, right? Like, you know, like you have that back and forth chant, right? Like usually one team, you get yours, and then you can kind of go back and forth. I think for the, especially because it's on broadcast and it's more like centrally focused to the show, I think that giving your opponents the space as fans definitely at least opens up a little bit more. And it's better for socials, especially because, you know, a large portion of the fans are getting a lot of their stuff through different content feeds. So we'll end up seeing what ends up happening here in this game as junglers are pathing towards opposite sides, but Aki already looking for something a bit interesting, and there are already early wards from JDG that'll see Aki crossing. He wants to get some action done on the bottom side. I think he has to cover for his bottom lane with how they've been playing early, just jeopardizing a lot of their games and looking to maybe spice some things up.
Yeah, such fantastic. You know, they even pinged out that Aki went directly to the blue there, and they just know exactly where he is. They have this man downloaded. As Shun is on his way in, Aki about half HP, will heal up a little bit off of this camp, but guess what? Shun is lying in wait. He's on a ward. Aki will emote his way out.
All right, they pushed early to try to get for this, and now Aki, he's going to return. I don't think there's much for him to do here, though. And he's going to have access to his wolves. Great invade coming in from Nefiri. I think what Shun is going to be able to do here is, I don't think there's going to be a dive. All he's going to do is going to just harass Aki. He can actually go for a recall here and go towards his bottom side of the map and really cut Aki off from doing very much. And now Shun has just a full camp lead here, which doesn't sound like all that in terms of gold and experience, but especially for a Nefiri, being able to hit that level 6, maybe a camp sooner, or even being able to, you know, stifle Aki's early game presence is very impactful.
I love what he's doing. I mean, he goes in, he cuts on some movement by hopping over the wall. He does the same thing here. Now he's going to go look toward Aki, get good damage down onto him, take him below half HP, put him below the turret. The dogs are barking. Now, Aki is forced off, which means this red buff is going to go over to Shun. I mean, this is why this guy has been the best jungler in the league. This dude has complete control of this early game right now.
Wait, Shun is super far ahead. He got a majority of those Krugs as well. So he's going to have 3 camps over Aki, still have all of his camps. He'll get the first scuttle on top side and his camps. He'll get respawn Raptors if he really wants them. He has priority from mid. His bot lane's recalling so they could even answer if they need to. This is such a good start. Shun, no. This is too greedy now.
Oh, no, he's
don't
doing
do
too
this.
much.
Scout is
MOBA
not on
trainer.
your side of the map right now.
MOBA trainer. All right. Aki. Let's see if he's able to secure any of his chicken nuggets here. Dogs are going over as now Aki wants a piece of the engage. Shun force the W away, head back to Scout. Shun is still not in any danger right now, though. I mean, time could have been better spent elsewhere, but with the tempo and lead he had, it's over.
He also stole just a portion of those Raptors, right? Like, Aki was thinking, like, maybe I'd get access to this. This is a huge lead for Shun. Like,
yeah, man.
He needs to carry this game at this point. Like, I know it's early, but 4.5 minutes, not much else has happened. Both of our AD carries have decided we're picking up Coles instead. And my jungler doesn't even decide to do any of his topside camps. He just straight up recalls, buys a pickaxe, and is looking for, oh my god, leave.
Okay, leave. The flash arrow lands. Much maligned for some of his various skill shots. Gets the job done that time.
All right. Well, that's just a good trade coming in from Solo Kill. A matchup that we had eyes on coming into this series, as Allah is a, pretty well-regarded top laner here in the league in terms of his results that we have seen from him. And Solo Kill, while being a new addition to NiP midway through the split, has already started to impress us here on the LPL stage. So good to see that he's doing well, and even in the Scion matchup versus Rumble, he is providing a lot of utility early on, despite, whatever his jungler has been going through, the nightmare that it's been.
Yes, again, Solo Kill has been a big plus for this team that really hasn't had a whole lot to write home about. So it is nice. He does make a very nice play there, forcing that flash out of Allah. And again, Allah, a guy who sometimes is able to take over a game and sometimes is just kind of there. But right now, a slight detriment. Obviously, the gold lead isn't really that much of a difference. The dragon is up. It's chilling here as Shun continues to do his thing on the bottom side of the jungle, clear out his camps. Again, you were just talking about it. Want him to take over this game.
He's going to be half a level up on his opponent, right? Like, Aki is now trying to go towards his respawn Raptors. Scout is just now coming back to lane. And if he really wants, what he'll do here is he'll recall, he'll pick up a couple more components, maybe even a tunneler. I think he spent too much gold on the pickaxe, but he'll just head towards top side, and they want to try to invade, look for any kind of vision on this top side, and really just make sure that Shun gets his level 6. He'll be earlier than his opponent, and they can even look for this around the dragon, which will be a huge boon for JDG.
Dude is speaking fluent blue side right now, as we talked about earlier.
Oh, come on.
Missing coming through up here. Just hanging out with Ala, making sure that he's able to stay safe in the 2v2 while Pays hangs out downstairs and farms up against solo kill.
NiP, I mean, they have early priority here thanks to Sion slamming another wave into Misfortune. There's not much for JDG to get on the opposite side. There's no objectives. Ala only is just now catching this this top lane wave. And I like how Doinby has been playing the early game. He is down a little bit versus Atalia. It's range versus melee, but he's been, I think, staying on the right side of the map, trying to not get ganked a lot of the times, and even with missing here in the mid lane, it is just going to be JDG pushing for mid control.
Yep, and NiP gonna finish off this dragon as Aki solos it up. We don't see too much on the other side. We see the crab secured, but that's about it. However, we have 15 seconds till these grubs are up. See if Jun will go over and take those out once he grabs his Gromp for himself.
In terms of what he's actually done with his time, he kind of just wandered around, right? Like,
yeah.
He went topside, he did his topside scuttle, and then kind of just stood around, went into enemy jungle. He knows the timers for the respawns of enemy red and Krugs here. So I think a bit of missed an opportunity here as Aki does get to rubber band back into this game in terms of experience. I wonder if JDG are going to look to contest. They'll have mid shove first as NiP have really dedicated a lot of members towards this. Scout's going to have his teleport coming back up, but they've invested 2 members now. NiP are just going to get all of these grubs by themselves.
Nice hook lands down on to Leave. It'll take him down to about half HP, but it'll be trading back on the missing Shun, showing up to the party. He is level 6. He's going to go all in on Leave here. Leave with the barrier, but the bullet time, just the tip. The dog, no, the dog can't outrun the turret. It'll be 3 grubs secured for NiP.
Oh, that flash from Shun hurt a little bit. Not gonna lie, that one was that one made me very sad in my soul. Hopefully we get a look at a replay of that because JDG used 2 summoner spells. They didn't even get the flash out from Leave during all of that. And still, that was 3 grubs going over to NiP. We didn't see the investment of the teleport either from Scout. So minor wins from NiP as they bounce back from a rough early game for Aki.
Yeah, and while Scout does get the plate down in the bottom side, I mean, there's no discernible difference right now between him and Doinby. It's a couple hundred gold. Give or take whenever somebody manages to snag a wave. It's nothing crazy. And I must say, NiP, like what's going on right now. I like the fact that they're not suckered into some of these fights because, as we've seen, they haven't done a great job of actually winning them. Just going to wait for JDG to kind of turn up the heat a little bit. Remember, Rumble Equalizer in these fights. Scout and his Weaver's Wall will have large impacts later on.
Kind of have to have a really big moment here on first item power spike.
Okay.
We want to use this ultimate from Scout. We want to fight for Scuttle. We have some ultimates coming on through. PP God has his first though, and that's a little worrisome. You kind of see that NiP, they just get to walk on through, say, look, you're not allowed on this side of the jungle. Missing is down about a third of a level here to his opponent, and now they get to just walk in as well. Just how effective their ultimates are. I mean, Talia doesn't even land the stun here, so Shun still steals it. Jesus Christ.
He still gets it. That's tough, and now the hook lands onto Aki here. Aki ignited. His ultimate's going to wear off very soon. The question is, can JDG actually get to him to land the seismic shove onto PP God? Do have a lot of damage, but Doinby is coming through and is now going to target out the Nautilus here. Missing will go down, and Doinby looking for that perfect execution on the Scout. Scout's got a flash, but Doinby makes the play happen. It's a double kill for him. The bullet time on the backside is only going to hit the blue buff. Teleport coming in as Shun wants a piece of Leave. Ala shows up, and the Equalizer will cut them off, and Leave knows he's going to go down. With Doinby in a rock and a hard place, the reset onto Shun as well means that it's a double kill for Shun on the back end.
All right, but Fates of Warfare still going over, and Solo Kill being able to grab at least a little bit more damage on this bottom lane turret. It'll be a plate for him. I think for the Scion, giving him gold here in this game is actually incredible for NiP, making sure that he's farmed up and specifically that he gets his item break points. We kind of talked about that there was a bit of a worry here for JDG that they don't have a traditional tank buster. And as Sion continues to get stacks from his Soul Furnace, as he gets more items, he's going to be very, very difficult for JDG to actually take down.
Yeah, it just means that JDG has to kind of work around it, which is so difficult. Okay.
How does that land? Now, this ultimate from Leave, kind of nice. It stops this play and really delays a lot of time here for Ninjas in Pajamas. You kind of see it ends up spreading to multiple members, stops Pays in his tracks. And I think that Doinby playing this Akali really, really well. I'm surprised that this has come out so late into the season. This is a rather new pick for him to have picked up here. Only has a couple of games on the champion, but is already looking really, really strong so far, finding a win up against BLG, and now here, at least really performing up against JDG, but Shun getting even more gold here in this game.
Yeah, and we talked about how, all right, he had this early lead, what can he do with it? He didn't do much with it. Now he's got 2 more kills. He's a little supercharged. He does have his first item completed. This dragon is up. If there's ever a fight for Shun to take over the game, it is going to be this one. We do see
Scout
NiP
is
already in the river.
Scout can be here with the Weaver's Wall. That'd be really a pretty big game breaker for them. Top laners aren't going to be joining as Solo Kill is trapped right now, but look at how Doinby is marking this Talia.
This is great. And now Doinby is going to be able to get around. Maybe he finds a way onto Pays, perhaps, or even Shun. As he wants to go in, he's going to target out Missing here. Missing will hook the wall, but Doinby will follow and will be able to take him down. The Dragon goes over to NiP as well.
I just feel like if Scout is communicating with his team, like, hey, I'm pushing this wave, why are we ever contesting that Dragon? I mean, it's a free kill going over to Doinby. More stacks for his Dark Seal. If Scout knows, like, hey, probably not likely as there's an Akali marking me on this side of the map, we don't have vision, let's back off, get control of mid, and just hit on this turret. I feel like JDG are getting a little bit trapped in trying to play to every single objective and getting a little bit into NiP's game state here. Now NiP, despite all of the jungle shenanigans that happened early, even with Shun having a 1,000 gold lead over his counterpart, they got all of the early objectives, they got the first 3 kill of the game, and now they can even move into topside and continue to pressure mid to slowly take away these turrets. NiP are in a fantastic early game state.
Yeah, and not only that, they have a really fed Akali, to state the obvious. He's got 2 stacks on his Dark Seal too. I mean, having this Rocket Belt will help him position a little bit easier. I mean, you know, you want to lose all the objectives, fine. You want to go feed a key member of the enemy team while doing it, it's going to be really, really hard to recover from that game state. But we have seen plenty of games where NiP is unable to bring it home. We have seen plenty of games where JDG, from a position where it's not great, are able to come back. And for what it's worth, they do have a gold lead.
Yeah. But it's entirely Shun right now.
Yes, he needs to really turn it up in one of these next 2 fights. I mean, respect to him though, like picking his spots, knowing that that last fight really wasn't going to be anything impactful. Really big thing to make sure that, hey, this fight's not winning. I'm just not going to take it. I'm not going to try to force anything because that's when things start really falling apart. We'll see if things fall apart for NiP or JDG coming up to this Herald. Shun already doing well to try to clear out some vision. We're going to land a hook onto PP God here. Just for a little bit of damage. Pays is untouched right now. Teleport coming in as the engage goes on to Missing. Good ultimate from Aki too. He's going to get knocked up, but Pays is putting down so much. His bullet time to keep leaving PP God away. And they can't help out Aki, and Missing lives on a thread.
That should have been a win here coming in from NiP. The fact that that damage does not come on through, I like the positioning that we saw from Pays there. He knows that he has way more upfront damage than this Varus right now. And we actually saw that Doinby had a wave pushed in. He got priority over the Talia. He was first on the roam. They got the teleport out from Scout. It'll be Shun now getting an entire Rift Herald for himself here. And that very easily could have been a win there for NiP if they just played their cards right a little bit better. If maybe even PP God used the Ignite onto Missing. That could have been a kill going over to them. Doinby's going to get some Void Mites here. It's going to be the ult and a teleport.
Yeah, Doinby might just be dead. He gets hit by the seismic shove. Yeah, he'll use the perfect execution to try to get out. They did burn the Ala teleport, and they're not able to catch him. So, not bad there.
I'll take that. I'll take that 100%. Leave, clears the mid wave incredibly fast. Now we have Sion again getting solo gold in another lane right now if he really wants to. Doinby's just going to teleport and pick up this wave. Good trade from Doinby. I think this is his best performing game that we've seen from him on a champion that isn't like a Galio or something.
Yeah, really happy to see that too. For a guy that, you know, has been a really great mid laner over the course of his league career. Really well known, you know, when you're in tune with the LoL esports scene. Had that long break, decided I'm going to go raise my kid. Maybe that's why he has not been as good on some of these other champions, wasn't able to get the practice in, but a champion like Akali feels like it just speaks to him.
All right, well, with Herald going over to JDG, let's see what they're able to do with this advantage. Dragon is spawning in 45. JDG are obviously going to want to make a pretty concerted effort to try to make something happen here, but with 40 seconds on that timer, I'm looking right now. Scout, no teleport, no Weaver's Wall. It'd actually be up in time for this fight, but versus a Sion, I think it's tough for him to really move solo kill out of the lane. And, I mean, with the Hollow Radiance as well, Sion could very easily just decide either I'm teleporting or I'm ulting. So we need to see how JDG actually create this setup, especially with a lot of wards still in the river here and a lot of vision provided for the Ninjas of Pajamas.
Scout's going to take his back now as Shuna's going to put down the Rift Herald. 3-0, 2 items for him. A really strong point for JDG to try to fight Rift Herald crashing to come in and take out that mid-tier one. Seeing Doinby on the bottom side, matching Ala for right now. He is going to hit level 12 off that wave. Does have a Seeker's Arm Guard too for this potential fight. If I'm NiP, I want to fight ASAP. Leave another mispositioning issue. Force the flash away.
I think that's fine though. He didn't know Talia was there, and that's a good dodge.
All right, we're going to land the ultimate down onto the Sion. Big knockup is there too. Missing low, goes down, but the bullet time is going to start ripping through. Solo kill. He's forced to flash away. Shun getting the extra shield and getting the kill onto Alistar. And Doinby couldn't be there.
That's actually insane. Shun barely living there with like 10 HP. Ends up getting away, has the Eclipse shield, plus the heal from what I'm going to assume is Triumph. So NiP lose out big time. A fantastic pick from Scout turns into Lee's flash, which then sets up for the secondary engage. So they get all of these summoner spells out from the Ninja's Pajamas. They'll got the Dragon, which stops them from the soul stacking potential here as a win condition for NiP. I'm gonna be honest though, like, Shun has so much gold right now, and Leave is getting close to his Muramana. There's still a lot of game here for NiP to play, and again, that gold lead is almost entirely in Shun's back pocket. If they can take down this Neferi, or if they find a pick elsewhere, they could just easily find something.
Yeah, it looked like they were almost able to. It was a good shout by you. Scout did a great job of making sure that he was out of vision. As we're looking picture in picture, we're actually fighting here.
Scout's just getting owned. I mean, sure, like he goes down. I'm looking at this though, like PP just takes way too much damage, and then this setup from missing right onto Leave. You get the equalizer over top. JDG played this about as calculated as you could. Look at how he lives here. He gets all of his healing from the Omni Vamp. Jesus Christ, Neferi is broken.
Yeah, plus the shield from the Eclipse to keep him upright. It's too much. It's too much for NiP to handle without their main damage dealer, Doinby. Now, he just picked up Azonia's, so now you have no worry in a large majority of these fights. You're only down 500 gold. Now, NiP's still in a fine position right now. We're just kind of waiting on objectives here, though, as we do have Otacon available on the map. You can see the replay in the picture-in-picture. Pretty standard stuff there. The Otacon on the top side, I do wonder what's going to happen in one of these next fights. Right? We need Doinby to take over another fight.
I can't believe we are yet again relying on super carry Doinby. It has been so many years since we've actually seen Doinby step up and be a 1v9 carry. Oh my god, the wireframe just barely showing him, and he's not in vision either. Doinby's gonna go for it.
Yeah, Scout got tagged. You're going down here, buddy. He flashes, and Doinby, with perfect execution, able to get out, force the flash into Ala. But the question is, will he be able to survive?
No.
It does not look like it. It'll be big money over to Ala.
But this is still very good for JDG. They're forcing out the flash. Doinby still does go down, but now you know Talia has no summoner spells. That's a very easy punish coming on through for NiP. They're going to be giving up a turret, but they're going to try and start up this objective around the Otacon. They need to be very careful. JDG could walk into this side of the map, and Scout could teleport and be a 4-on-4. They could potentially wait for Doinby as well. Doinby's coming up in 10 seconds.
All right, let's see. Should we walk in? He's on a ward right now. It's down to about 3,000 HP and getting lower. PP God going to be the one to give his life for it. He will fall. Scout TPing in, maybe looking for a cheeky Weaver's Wall, perhaps. I think Shun is going to keep going. The ultimate does land onto missing, but it won't go over to Shun because of his W.
Okay. JDG are going to look for more, though. Going to at least get a turret for themselves.
Doesn't land. Oh, no, they're just going to go all in on Leave. They left Leave all alone, and he will fall. Minion Wave does get cleared out,
Here
but
we
the pressure
go.
is on right now. Teleport coming in from Doinby on the other side. Meanwhile, Aki and Soul Kill trying to survive. Ultimate coming through with a big 3-man knockup. Doinby has got to get in there. He finds one, but it's so hard for him to do anything. Oh my god, he finds two. And now he's gone golden, and some of them are low. But it's Shun who is full HP. Super carry Shun gives the kill over to Scout.
Man, this is so impressive. I am really liking the resume that Shun is putting forward to be best jungler in the league to try to contest King Kanavi in split number 2. There are a lot of questions coming in on this JDG roster. Was Shun going to be able to play more of those carries? Was he going to be trying to be more facilitative for players like Scout and Ala and Pays? But here in this series, and even across the league, I think of his Lilia games, I'm thinking of his Vi games. He has been so impressive, and on this Nefiri, he has taken over so many times. I think really smart decision making, just getting right into the back line, maximizing the effectiveness of having just this team that kind of can revolve around him so well and dive alongside this Talia. He is getting paid in this game.
He has a really good killer instinct and does not put himself in danger often in a lot of these fights. He is just, again, phenomenal, as you pointed out. Has been so good, and now they're looking to make plays happen. Solo kill on the backside here. Maybe looking to get onto Ala. He's going to knock up Ala. Doinby trying to burst him out, but now maybe goes over to Scout. Doinby to use the Shroud for a little bit of cover, as Ala's going to take a lot of damage. On the other side, Aki is going to go down. No, flashes over, lives for right now, but Doinby ends up dying. 2 for 1 for right now, and it's really looking like it's all JDG on the other side. Leave has to deal with the dog again, and Shun finds a way to live.
That's 4 for 1, and maybe even look at, I know Sion actually died. That's a 5 for 1 from JDG. They could say, you can have all the grubs, you could take the first kills, hell, you can have all those early objectives as well. We're going to play our mid game so much better. 2 turrets, a full-on ace, and they even are able to take the dragon. JDG are absolutely slamming this game number 1.
That last fight put them in a good spot, but this fight called game and really put it out of reach. In the blink of an eye, it went from 500 gold to 7,000, 7,500 even for JDG as they turned it on. Shun specifically has just been so damn good. Take a look at this replay, as I like what Solo Kill tried to do.
Yeah, but we're just constantly fighting. We literally just went from a topside fight immediately into a bottom lane trade where Solo Kill's going on the Ala. Ala wasting a lot of their time. And even with Aki on the side lane, Leave is nowhere near this fight. How, as JDG, are we ever opting into a 5v4 versus JDG at this point into the game? I feel like this is an overstep coming in from them, and maybe feeling like they're still on the Noxus map, that they need to fight every 1.5 to 2 minutes in the game. This is not the pace of the series. This is not the pace of the meta right now, and it just means that JDG continue to prey upon the downfall of the Ninjas in Pajamas.
NiP perhaps getting a little desperate and saying, hey, these guys are strong. We need to leverage how strong Doinby is, but he wasn't able to really do anything in that fight. There were 3 carries near him, and he gave so much of his HP to just try to chunk out that Rumble. He's 8-4-0, and it feels like he's kind of cosplaying Leave in this game. It really feels like the only hope for NiP, and maybe getting too desperate because of it. Now JDG hanging around on this top side. They want this Baron, and they want to end this game.
Okay. So we get back into this. It is 7,000 gold here for JDG in this first game. We are fighting it yet again. We're going on to missing, and what's going on? This is a Baron losing spot here.
Hang on. Might have found Shun, but no, he's going to be able to get over the wall. Now PP God is stuck. PP God has to flash over the wall. That's a big engage piece down.
Dude, I just saw Doinby proto belt into the Raptor pit. Oh my god. He just proto belted into a wall. No! He tried to jump over the wall with his active. What do you mean the pressure? It's one of the last games of the season for these guys. This is regular season.
The pressure's on him to carry right now, you know? And the game was going great earlier, and it's not anymore. He's feeling desperate. Listen, I'm trying to give this guy an excuse, man. He played it early so well.
So, let's see it. NiP, now you get to walk in. You're missing your Alistar ultimate. You're missing the Scion engage. Let's hope you can get into this pit. This Baron is still going down.
It's blind. Aki is just trying to get over. He gets it. He times it well, but Shun will secure the Baron. Now Aki is stuck in the pit without a chance. He goes down. Missing will be able to flash out on the other side as Solo Kill gets slowed up and Pays is strutting around. Equalizer goes down along with the bullet time to finish off Solo Kill. And now Shun gets in there looking for more. PP God goes down. Leaf goes down. Doinby, the lone survivor, but even he will go down. An ace in the game for JDG.
Wow, just an impressive show from the jungle spot here as JDG early invades with this Naafiri, finds multiple different skirmishes, and Shun having an MVP level performance here from this Naafiri.
His early game pathing was so sublime. Yeah, he wasted a little bit of time here and there, but it was still just that good to propel himself. And then once he got those 2 kills, it was off to the races.
I love this. This is exactly the form of JDG we needed to see, because there was a long time in this split, around week 4, week 5, where they were just losing games. They lost to Weibo, they ended up winning a series versus AL, but they had a close series versus Thundertalk of all teams. They ended up losing to IG and FPX. There was a long stretch here where we didn't know if this JDG team, a super team, was actually going to be able to perform and even make it into top 4. But so far, throughout their Hell Week, despite losing to Top Esports and IG, they went on a tear, 6-0 in games between Weibo, FPX, and BLG. Now trying to make a run at the very back end. Again, Ninja's Pajamas, not the most tough opponents that they've had, but their last game of the regular season is against anyone's legend, and they have shown to be quite fallible here in this season.
Yeah, and that is going to be the one where you're like, okay, if JDG wants to prove that they're going to be a player in the playoffs, it's going to be that series versus AL, right? Mm-hmm. Even though, yes, the teams may be playing for nothing, essentially. They're playing for pride. These players aren't going to go in and just lose, right? And they want to impose that sort of will on the other team that, yes, if JDG go in and they go, we can beat you, AL, and they step up, you know, maybe that puts a little bit of doubt in the back of the mind of AL. But, yeah, you said it about JDG. I mean, they've 5-2 in the second half in matches, which means they were 5-4 in the first half. That's really, really mid for a team that, as you said, a super team that we expected to really make things happen. And it's nice to see that they've come alive.
This is an impressive series, and it is, again, up against Ninja Pajamas, expected underdogs coming into this series, but I need to see games like this. I need to see JDG where a lot of the game isn't under much jeopardy. Another game where maybe Scout has a bit of a quieter series. I know he just played up against Knight not too long ago, but if Shun is able to take up the mantle of carry jungle, if he's able to really kind of push himself and push the rest of this team over the line, I think that's just going to have to be how this kind of team works, where Scout takes a back seat. I know that he is a leader for this team behind the scenes and trying to lead review and push this team to do better. And while that may not reflect in his mechanics on the Rift, at least this team is bringing in wins. That is going to be, I think, the linchpin for this squad as they go forward.
Yeah, that sort of thing's invaluable. You know, not every League player, no matter how good or how bad you are, is going to play at their peak all the time. Obviously, Scout's not playing at his peak right now, but the behind-the-scenes stuff that he might be doing to help this team, as long as he's not outright losing them games on the Rift, will still be a net positive for JDG, and will still make this a team that others should fear and that the top teams should respect. Oh God, don't don't look. Ow.
Ratio that guy. Ratio that guy. No. Bring it back. I need to see
Bring it
Sean
back.
cooking
Actually,
this dude.
look. Yeah, that is a ratio on the rift, as you put it. I love that, by the way. I'm going to be stealing that for when I do that to people in solo queue.
That's a really good performance. This is a very easy MVP going over to Shun.
Yeah.
Well deserved. NiP,
Oh,
I
yeah.
mean, over fighting. There was a moment in that mid game where we actually saw them rubber band back. Jungle usually doesn't get too far behind in experience unless literally all of your camps get taken. So I think it was a good bounce back from them. And don't be even able to kind of push Scout, but I feel like that says more about Scout than necessarily it does about NiP and the rest of their team. Their bottom lane kind of had some weird moments in the early section. Leave again in his positioning. This was one moment where Scout did find him, but the fact that they're even able to find this position and kind of get themselves into this part of the game, this is the guy that we were expecting big things out of. And I know we didn't see too much out from Pays, but Leave really needs to step it up.
Yeah, again, they didn't give him his hyper carries that he's been so good on. It was the game 1, hey, we'll pick you something generically good. Game 2, listen, NiP are probably going for a hyper carry, all right? I think this is just something that they should do all the time. Like I said, I think this is the play style that they should really aim to play no matter what. As a couple of these highlights will be doing highlight reels. I get respect to him. I don't necessarily think he should have flashed there, but hey, he tried. He gave it a good effort this game, which is more than you could say for a lot of the games he's had this split.
Yeah, Doinby, I think it's funny because you look at the bans and he's like getting 3 or 4 bans sometimes in a series. Rise and Galio are basically perma'd versus NiP. And now even with Annie, that adds a 3rd ban alongside it. So kind of in terms of champions that he'll have access to, we'll see what that looks like in a series. But for sure, his Akali has been, I think, the one where he has had the most carry potential. And it's good to see that this is also a flex pick. This is something that both him and Solo Kill can kind of whip out in a series if they need to. Just not really able to kind of piece it together for the rest of Ninjas in Pajamas.
Not so, Alk Battery. We'll see if Ninjas in Pajamas can come back in Game 2 and be the Game 2 merchants that we know them to be. Have had an incredibly high win rate in Game 2s. Don't know how high it actually is, but it is pretty damn good. We've seen them go to 3 games quite a bit. They've played a lot of games on the split. This was their 40th individual game in the split. So, about average for some, but for others who actually just close out games really quickly, for a bottom tier team, it's kind of hard to have a lot, right? They did get
That's true. Yeah. The reason why we're calling them Game 2 merchants, in their last 7 series, they have won every single Game 2. Up against AL, they did the same thing. Up against BLG, the streak was broken in their latest series versus Invictus Gaming, where they did get 2-0'd, but they've won every Game 2 in the last 7 or so series, which I think is really, really impressive, but haven't been able to clinch out a couple of these series wins, which is obviously the more important thing when we talk about the standings and the rest of the league.
Yep, you gotta get wins in order to move up in the standings. I mean, it's just how it works. There's not really any other way.
That is, in fact, how standings work. Yes, winning makes you go up.
Yeah, not really any other way to frame it here. And NiP in danger of finishing in that 9th, 10th spot. Remember, that does mean that 9th place will fight 8th place, but you won't have side selection option, which, as we have talked about, is quite important. Again, a series where we're not really expecting them to make too many waves. It's the player of the game. Does go to Shun. There was never any doubt. There was never any doubt.
I was very afraid. Low-key, as soon as I heard the graphic noise and then started doing the swirl, I was like, I'm about to see the most random Scout MVP of my entire life. Or missing.
I love that you say that. I love that you say that because I actually had that passing thought in my head too. Like, it just always feels like that. Sometimes when it looks so obvious, they will take an immediate left turn. We are going to take an immediate left turn into a break, but when we return, we're going to hit you with a little bit more MOBA Trainer before we get into the draft for Game 2 of NiP and JDG. We'll see you soon. Welcome back, everybody, to the unofficial LPL English broadcast, where NiP, listen, Doinby tried. Oh, bless you. Doinby tried. Doinby failed. JDG with a 1-0 series lead. You know what I'm going to try to do? I'm going to try to control the mouse with Mobile Trainer and hopefully not fail, because Alk is ready to flash me into some skill shots, perhaps.
I won't be flashing you anywhere. I'm just flashing where your cursor's taking us.
Oh, maybe I mean, yeah.
So, if you don't know, here in MOBA Trainer, we do have, there's multiple different paths if you've never heard of MOBA Trainer. They also have these different mechanical tests. So,
I wasn't going to get hit by that, bro.
I told you I'm griefing you on these.
Okay, I was going to get hit by that. I expect them to be like predictive like players.
Okay, you're just walking into them now. I don't even have my summoner spells to grief you. There you go.
I expect them to be predictive like players, but they're really not.
They're robots.
Like if I just keep walking in one direction. This is a problem. Get me out. Ghost me out, buddy. I think I may have found the tech.
So if there's,
I think I may have found the tech.
Okay,
nice.
That's all right. So if there's things on the ground, by the way, okay, you're just walking melee into it's really fine.
Yes, I know. I'm focused on every other skill shot.
Okay. I flashed. I did hit the flash, by the way.
Yeah,
we do it again. Wait, can we swap? Can I be on mouse? Okay.
Oh yeah. How do we swap this?
So let's go to main menu,
cool.
so we have a little bit of time, so we're not immediately thrown into the game.
All right, I got you, brother.
I'm not touching the mouse anymore.
I am also not touching the mouse anymore.
All right, we're good. All right, I have the mouse.
Let's go.
Let's do dodge training.
I got you, bro. Okay. Nice. God, your movement's so insane. You're just a better AD carry than I am. That's just how it goes.
I knew that part.
Hey, man. Have you seen my Lucian win rate?
No.
My Lucian win rate's insane, bro. All right.
Dude, okay, are you going to press buttons on the keyboard?
I don't think you need... All right, I didn't need to do that. Oh, my God.
I didn't see the Ezra Loki. Jesus.
All right, flashes up in half its time. Quarter of its time.
Oh, what the hell? That hits me?
That's crazy.
Oh, these guys are cringe.
Okay, I didn't need to do that. I thought... Again, I think that they're going to be predictive like players a little bit. And sometimes they are. Sometimes they weirdly are.
I've also just gotten used to playing this because I can tell when their spells are coming up.
Yeah. Your movement's nuts, bro.
Okay, we gotta grab this. We gotta grab this.
Oh, oh, nice dodge. I'm sorry. I made Oh my God! You're insane. Holy moly. All right, I pulled out.
God damn it! I think I got the new score though. I think I got. Oh my God! I got so close. I'm 116.
We're top 100. That's top 100. Yeah, I kind of.
Okay, wait. Can we go to the main menu real quick? I know we probably have draft soon. I need to see the score. Damn it! I didn't beat my score. Okay.
Oh damn. I apologize. I griefed you a little bit there.
No, it's okay. I griefed you for sure.
No. I griefed myself. However, if you want to try that dodge training game, because that dodge training game is actually really, really fun, and I certainly feel a little bit better, you can do so. You can subscribe 20% off on unlimited puzzles using the code LPL20. Proceeds benefit MOBA Trainer designers in the LPL and official English broadcast.
Woo!
The draft for game
there we go.
We're going to
be finishing up. Yeah, NiP on blue side this time. Lucian banned. Galio has made it on through. I wonder if that is going to be a priority. Don't think it's worth a first pick. I think we're still looking at junglers here. But instead, NiP going to be choosing the Yorick very early on for solo kill.
Yeah, I find that kind of interesting because, Pantheon is on the table, and I think Pantheon Galio would kind of go a little hard. It would be a really rough, first 3 picks have this kind of thing, but we'll see. Those Annie buffs go stupid.
Yeah.
And
Annie, a champion that didn't get banned this time around in game number 2. Obviously an important one for Doinby that he has added thanks to the numerous round debuffs that the Dark Child has ended up receiving. So they're going to get Annie Vi. Lots of setup already. A single target burst already in the cards here for Jingdong Gaming. NiP are going to be responding with a rather low range composition, but incredibly resilient. Galio, Pantheon, Yorick, side lane galore here.
And, you know, this is going to make life really hard, though, on Leave specifically because of this Vi lock-in that came in. It was not banned. Obviously, this mid-jungle duo is insane, but of course we've seen when NiP is winning their games, it's been because Leave is getting these hyper carries, buying a lot of space. You don't have the space to buy against a Vi.
Ooh, we're going for more dive, though. Kaisa here for Pays, one of his most proficient champions we have seen. So, in terms of AD carries, got to be thinking about what the enemies can go for. I think an Ezreal ban makes a little bit of sense, although I think you might want to get rid of some other different options for Leave. Just with what they are showing already, I think that the Xayah does make a lot of sense.
Yeah, especially because, you know, they could have elected to go like a Xayah or Khan pairing, and it would have bought enough time for Leave to do something if he ended up getting the Xayah, which he obviously won't. The Jack's going to be banned out. Allah not going to be able to get that one. Allah's last Jack's game against BLG was, God darn, dude. That second half of that game, he like solo won 4 straight fights. Dude was nuts.
Does he go for Renekton here? I mean, they would like some kind of front line. I think it's tough. You can't go any AP top laners. And JDG miss a ban. You can see immediately Leave's like, are we remaking? He's like, I need to know now. I need to know if we're remaking now. Because them missing a ban, not very chill. Okay, it seems like everybody's confused. JDG, we are, of course, it's an NiP series. It's actually been a little bit. NiP, formerly known for having a lot of technical issues. We are now coming back to this. Okay.
Yeah, you know, NiP, the D is silent. It stands for draft. Never is perfect. You know? So we'll wait on this for a little bit, get back in there, and then hopefully see what their last ban will be. But so we had a nice little composition going on here. So what do you think is the pick for Leave here, right? Obviously, Lucian was not available. They banned out. Kaisa was picked. What else did they ban out? I can't remember.
Well, they banned Xayah, right? They banned Xayah, yes. There was a Kalista ban as well. Not a champion that Leave has played at all this season.
Yeah. I think you were calling out Ezreal. That would have been
Ezreal's probably the next big one, just to make sure that he actually doesn't get one shot. But I think there's 2 options. I think you can go for Sivir, you can go for Tristana. I know we were just talking about them, and we've only seen 1 game from Leave on either of them. But if you're talking about having the spell shield to be able to at least stop maybe something like a Vi cease and desist or the Annie ult from stunning you, I think it fixes some of your positioning mistakes. Otherwise, on the same coin, I think that Tristana lets him have a lot of mobility and he can buffer almost every single piece of crowd control.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one. It would be really nice to see. Again, we're really hoping that they index into these hyper carries because, again, it's just been what has done well for NiP to be able to take some individual games off. But I gotta be honest, even if they do get one of these hyper carry picks, like even if you get something that you can protect Leave, JDG's first 3 picks are just so nasty. Like it's Annie, it's Vi, it's Kaisa. Like this is a LPL fight always, smash you in the face competition. And
they'll have priority early for sure.
Pays does so much too. Like on this Kaisa, he's just gonna do Pays things, right?
Yes, it's going to take him a little bit, though, because
of course
Pantheon is going to be resilient. Just having the Aegis makes it so that he takes less damage or no damage from a certain direction. And especially with Galio in the mid lane, it is going to take a little bit for Pays to actually get going. So I wonder how defensive we can kind of be as this NiP roster, because they already have so many tools to try to catch out a player like Allah on a side lane, or Scout, who has been infamous for dying inside lane so far in 2025. I see that camera pan. That tells me we're getting ready for draft yet again here. Part 2. Let's go.
All right. I don't think anything will be changing, but
I hope not.
Yeah, that would be. I'd be a little worried about that, because then that would mean I don't know what the heck happens when team remakes these drafts at that point, right? If things change, that would be not very good. But yeah, Annie, a champion that not exactly safe in solo lanes and side lanes. So as you said, like Scout is going to be very exposable this game. This does put a lot of pressure on PP God and his pick, specifically because, you know, you need something that'll not only A, be a good pairing, but B, make an impact outside of the lane phase. And he's a guy that has really struggled to make that sort of impact in Split 2 specifically.
I wonder if this is also just going to become a pairing with Renata. I feel like this is a really good Renata game. If you know that they're going to try and dive, they're going to try and burst you out, take the Renata. Yeah. Maybe you try to go for something like a Braum as well, depending on what else you see from the bottom lane. So we're finally back to the point in the draft where we did not see. It's going to be a Lulu ban, so they're already mentally preparing for the Zeri Lulu. I like them already taking that and snipping it in the bud.
Yep. See what this final ban is going to be from NiP. They take out the Ornn. I actually very much like that. I thought that that would have been a solid enough option. Allah's played a lot of it. Really helps their team fight. So good stuff here by NiP, at least in the second half. Now, we'll see what JDG wants to have for their fourth pick here. Shen could be quite interesting here. Would be a great buffer for your Kai'Sa when she hits the backline. In an insta-lock Tristana.
There we
Renata
go.
That you called out too.
All right, I wanted to see either the Sivir or the Tristana. I get the Tristana, and I get my Renata. I mean, you took a look at side lanes. I think if NiP get anywhere, any like 2 or 3 grubs, you are very, very much like excited about their chances in this game. Galio in a side lane, though, I do have to wonder what this matchup into the Annie looks like, because Annie should never really be able to solo kill him, even early on, once he has access to that magic damage shield. And then you're thinking, where's the actual damage coming from this NiP team? Because Aki's going to go forward. He's not going to have very many targets. There's now a Rakan that's going to stop him as well. This feels like for NiP, all the eggs are in Leave as a carry, as this hyper for the Tristana. He needs to go 1v9 on this kind of champion. And early on, Tristana will not have that damage. On 3 and 4 items, though, she beats almost every other marksman in a 1v1 duel.
Yeah, you have to bridge the gap to actually get there, though, right? That's where Aki is going to have the game on his shoulders. Having an impactful early game, making sure that he is at least matching the Vi, or he's making the play first to ensure that NiP are either getting kills or not getting killed. The problem is, any of these solo laners that get it, sure, if your Yorick gets the kills, you're probably okay with that. You know, Doinb on Galio, he's not really going to be enjoying that kill goal too much. You're not going to see that much of an impact. I struggle to see a world where they get goal onto Leave without gross mispositioning by JDG, so you might just be playing the waiting game.
For JDG, it is very simple, right? Like, you have champions that are going to be able to burst through these front lines.
Go forward.
I think that the having the Shen as well makes it very interesting, right? Just having that ultimate makes it easy for a Vi, for them to stack and layer crowd control alongside the rest of this team. I feel like Kai'Sa has a really easy job this game. And kind of in terms of priority, I do expect for Ninjas in Pajamas, as this game goes on, to have an easier time. Any lane that Leave is in, he will be able to split push or just constantly get mid priority in the mid game. We'll have to see. It's game number 2 here. JDG win this, and they are locked for top 4.
On the other side of the coin, NiP desperately trying to fight out of the basement of the LPL right now. Again, an outside chance to move up to get 8th, fight, get side select, but again, we knew going into it, it was going to take a Herculean effort, and already down 1-0, not having access to that Annie on Doinb. It's the Leave show once again. See the Leave of enormous girth on his shoulders. He holds the earth.
Why did we get that coffee pasta, man? I was not ready for the turtle meme. All right.
It's a good one, though, man. It's a great one. It's classic.
I just think it is one of the very few times we're allowed to use the word girth on stream.
Yes! Yes!
So. All right. Junglers starting on the top side of the map. They're going to be pathing down. We'll see if Aki does any funny business yet again on this Pantheon. Has an option to head down bottom lane, especially for this 2v2. Should be expecting them to be dueling. Tristana very early on has a lot more damage than her counterpart, and we can kind of see that both supports not taking anything too aggressive. It's double heal here. Agreed.
Yeah, we actually managed to say it twice, which is 2 more times than I really thought, to be honest. We'll see. Well, I'm really interested in this early jungle path from Shun. I think it's more likely that he is just going to do the normal thing, farming on Vi and hitting 6. But again, this guy has just been so good, and especially what he did in the first game, you have to wonder if in the back of his mind he's going to look for any little advantage that he can get to kind of speed bump Aki.
Okay, I got really worried. I mean, there's possibilities here. Allah's going to get a ward on his top side, and he'll know, like, okay, there's no camps here. He's going to be on the bottom side of the map, so they know that he's clearing down. There's also an early ward around this banana brush going into Shun's jungle that did see Doinbi get spotted. So they have an idea as to where Aki is, and don't think there's going to be too much to work through. He still has 2 more camps to finish, and another, like, there's still more waves here. I don't think there's going to be much going on.
Yeah, I don't think so either. It just feels like we're going to chill out. JDG's going to hit 6, and that's where all the fights are going to start. The first objective where everybody on their side is 6, save for obviously like Paige, right? Is going to be a really big one to watch out for. So we'll see if NiP are able to kind of speed bump anybody on JDG. Is on the top side. Allah continuing to go for trades on the solo kill here. Shed is so strong.
Yeah. Shed is strong. This matchup's also very difficult for Yorick. If he gets hit anytime the Twilight Assault comes out, you are cooked. That item, or that ability, does a lot of damage. I like this from Shun. Knows that he could be on the bottom side of the map. He's going to try and trade. He has priority from his top side. I mean, hell, I tried for this too. Aki being very smart. Let's see who wins the Smite War.
All right. Oh, Shun will just.
You're playing against Pantheon. It's pretty tough.
Yep. The back off, won't be able to get that one. Does link up with Scout as Doinbi wants an opportunity to take it back here. Looks like he'll just be able to settle for the bottom crab. And, again, keeping things a little chill here as Doinbi TPs into the mid lane.
You know, I just noticed something. Both of our mid laners opted for Phase Rush, which will mean that Scout won't have the same level of burst of, like, a Summon Airy or an Electrocute. But, I mean, just having that mobility to make sure that he doesn't get set down. If they step over, if this wave ends up hitting, I feel like Shun could come over, but he'd still have to wait for his Vault Breaker timer. And I think they recognize they don't have a ton of damage from this bottom lane duo. So, a good job coming in from NiP. They're applying pressure in all the right places, I feel.
Yeah, the only one where they are having a little bit of trouble is that top side. So Luka still has his flash, so it's not like things are, you know, horrible or anything like that. Scout's been able to stick around without having to burn his TP yet, so that's nice and positive for him. Though he is starting to get a little low in the mana department, and he missed that Q, so, you know, come on.
Yeah, I mean, look, if you're just farming with Q, it gives you permanent uptime, right? Like, it just gives you all the mana back. You can just very freely farm. It's one of my favorite changes that they made to a champion, LeBlanc, with her Sigil of Malice.
Yes, bro. Oh,
I think they needed to make that a long time ago, but...
Did not know you were a LeBlanc enjoyer, my friend. I feel like we
no, I just read patch notes.
Oh, okay. Well, you said you liked the change, so I thought you were a LeBlanc enjoyer.
I feel like I play a little bit of every champion, mostly because I have to, but also because playing AD carry is notoriously incredibly boring.
Yeah, it is how it is.
Being able to play every role, being able to play a little bit more is good. It gives me an excuse to play League. But we're seeing, you know, an early game state that doesn't have all that much going for it. I mean, now we're getting in a rotation where the bottom lanes are going to show up in the mid lane just to prioritize, at least for JDG. They could say, okay, we could play either side lane and really splitting Doinbi up from one side of the map. So now that Galio is going to cross onto bottom lane, I feel like JDG are going to feel more inclined, especially with more of Shun's camps ending on the top side, to go for those grubs in 2 minutes time.
Yeah, and that'll allow Pays to get a little bit of strength here. He went and called in a recurve bow. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lee's got a BF sword. Something you have to be very, very careful about dealing with. Shona's actually going to show up on the bottom lane. He's going to look to make a play onto Doinbi. They're going to drop down Tibbers as well. Double taunt coming out, but Doinbi doesn't have anybody to jump to. Tibbers burning him away, and he's forced to flash out.
That's that phase rush, baby. He does not get out of there if he doesn't have that much MS.
Nope.
So that was very clever from him getting the taunt plus the Justice Punch to proc it. Still, yeah, like you said, does have his flash taken away, but Galio has enough mobility that I think he's not too hurt about it. And this is going to be the Dragon now being started here.
Uh-oh. The minions, the maiden, the shields. the slam of the shovel, and first blood to solo kill.
Hey, look, he's pulling off his namesake. He had a D-shield and a cull, and he makes that happen. As soon as he hits level 6. Incredible stuff from the new top laner of Ninja's Pajamas, a mid-split substitution for Shanji. And he has, I think, really proven himself and kind of earned his spot here already.
Yeah, and if you thought he hadn't before, with that play, he manages to get the job done and earn that spot. He's going to come back with a phage, too. Meanwhile, NiP were able to secure the dragon on the bottom side. Now we have 30 seconds until the grubs. Let's take a look at this replay.
He's played 17 games in the LPL this year, and I think he's already proven himself that he definitely deserves to be on at least a top 10 team at the very least. And the Maidens are just cooking Ala. He was supposed to be winning this matchup, right? Like, he was doing it early. He was bullying him. He literally had a full item over him. It was Tiamat versus D-Shield and Cull. And solo kill with the Maiden just ends up finding him there. That's a huge win, not only in terms of a plate going over, but also, I think, relieving pressure and at least preventing JDG from making another play with their Shen ultimate.
Uh-oh, here comes Scout on the way down, and Shun is going to have the Shen come through on him, and they're going to make a play onto Aki. Galio coming in, as Aki will secure the blue buff. The triple taunt is out. So is PP God coming through as well. Missing, only landed the taunt onto one after the handshake. Leaf flashing away, going on to missing. The Timbers came down to try and stop Leaf. Meanwhile, the fight's so broken, Ala is going to be able to dash out as well as Shun. And somehow, some way, it's a 1-for-0 in favor of JDG.
But look at the summoner spells that were used. Almost everybody using their flash. Aki, Leaf, PP God. On JDG side, it's the flash from Shun and Scout. That's a huge investment, and now Shun is trying to steal away at least one of these grubs. He'll get it. Solo Kill's going to come and check. He's going to just dash over this wall. Pantheon is already back in the area, so it'll be 2 grubs going over to NiP. A decent win, I think, even though they had to trade a kill for it.
Yeah, it's quite good for them. You know, credit to Shun to wisely go and at least take one of them away, try to take any split pushing power out of Yorick that you can. Take a look at this replay. They saw, you know, this blue buff going on. Shun positioning well here. I like the idea. Just felt like Scout was a little too far away.
I feel like Scout really bungled his ult here. Because, like, look at how he starts this, by the way. I don't know why Scout is even trying to dodge this. Who cares? Kill Aki already. Scout made a massive mistake. Aki played this about as well as he could have, all things considered. With him getting engaged upon from Fog of War, he wasted so much time of JDG's, and all in all, it is, again, all of those summoner spells, but NiP at the very end of it, they still are able to grab 2 grubs, and Aki still gets his blue buff, because he smited it in the middle of it.
Yeah, credit to Scout. You know, that ultimate should have been used earlier, as you pointed out, but still had good application in that fight. It felt like Leave would have really been able to pop off had he not at least been speed bumped and forced to cleanse. So, no, not the worst in the world, but it could have been much cleaner for JDG. And puts them in a weird spot now, right? Because giving away 2 grubs to this Yorick, who very clearly right now is getting the better of all.
Oh, yeah. And then it doesn't get any better, right? Because if Tristana ever gets alone time in mid, if for whatever reason Pays or whoever's supposed to take over in this lane gets chunked out, alongside the explosive charge, he basically just raises turrets. And that is not what you want to be seeing coming out from JDG. So, NiP going to have to continue their winning ways for right now. I think they're still okay with the spot that they're in. Seeming like they want to try to pressure Ala under this turret, maybe get a single plate for solo kill.
Yeah, really hoping to do so. Of course, with the Demolish procs, solo kill will be able to deal big damage to turrets. Not able to get him close. Shun was there to back him up, but outside of that fight that occurred at the blue buff, hasn't done a whole lot. We might see more in about 55 seconds, because that's when the second dragon of the game comes up. Still waiting for Pays to really get online here. He's got all of his components right now, but still doesn't have a completed item. Meanwhile, Yuntal finished for Leave.
I don't know. I feel like JDG might feel like they're pressured to fight just because they have stronger kits. Like their champions are just naturally stronger even without their items. But they're so close to finishing some of these. I mean, you have a Malignance potentially on the cards here for Scout, who will have access to his teleport, but not having your completed item in mid,
Okay.
oh god.
Yeah, where'd he go for the play? It was a solid enough handshake, but Leave will bleed out. PP God cannot help him enough.
He didn't even get to buffer it. He didn't use his I think his charge got stopped in the middle of his jump, so I mean, Leave gets caught out. That's a huge win for JDG. Usually it is impossible to try to find Tristana, especially because you have a Renata right next to her. Alla knows, well, hell, they're not going to play for this dragon, so I might as well just back up. I might have to just give this entire turret to to NiP. And that'll be at least one dragon going over.
Somehow, some way, Lee finds a way to die in some really strange situations. Love that you pointed out Solo Kill doing his thing, almost 1,000 gold lead. Right now, it feels like JDG don't have an answer to this guy. We're seeing an IP walk up here as Shun decides he wanted to take a Q in. Missing will get stunned, take a little bit of damage, but nothing more than that. As it looks like these teams are fishing for a fight, Leave is going to engage onto Pays, and he's going to get knocked up himself. What a flash by Shun as well. And the feats of warfare go to JDG, and Pays once more out of the fight, but he goes right into a taunt, into a knockup, but he's got Alla to help him out. Flash taunt lands, but the ultimate from PP God means that nobody else can follow up Alla. The Blasco knocks B off to the side, but JDG cannot push further, and Solo Kill gets the turret.
Hey, we'll take that though. NiP, they put a lot into that top lane. Solo Kill now. On this Yorick, he is so far ahead. I mean, he now gets to probably finish his completed a Trinity Force here, alongside having a Cole almost completed. He is very far ahead at this moment, and we can take a look back at this replay. Leave, just thinking that they couldn't reconnect. I mean, if anything, Leave needs to be going down towards the bottom side so that he can get PP God to use anything on him. Maybe if even PP God uses the ultimate, there's something there, but I don't know what the hell is going on with Leaf. He's now been caught out twice on the mid wave. The first time I could maybe excuse, but this one's tough, man. Like, you force that, and immediately JDG punished with a snap engage onto the Trist.
Yeah, and we talked about how important this Tristana is going to be later on in the game, and that's just so much downtime on these kills. He hasn't been able to stay on the map and get a lot of gold. You know, now he's down to Pays in gold. This is a big worry for NiP. You went from being like, okay, we have Solo Kill and we'll have Leave later, to Leave getting pushed back more and more. It opens the door for JDG's composition to just work and win a huge mid-game fight or something.
Yeah. Look, Tristana's still going to be able to scale. He hit his first item, so he'll have the Unitals already probably stacked up by this point, and he will get closer and closer to having, you know, his 2 and 3 items, which is a very, very big item combination for Leave, especially if he gets something like a Navori Flicker Blades. He's going to basically have permanent uptime on any of his abilities. So, and the rest of the game is all not that bad, right? Like, Shun is just up like over 600 gold. Galio's always going to be more relevant in a game, especially just his base kit. So, it's going to be tough for Scout to really find too much advantage here. You kind of see this. I think the big thing that I'm noticing right now is the experience differential. See this play onto Alla.
Alla with a nice taunt there, and Galio is going to come in as well to try to help out the rest of NiP. And Shun realizes, I cannot help you, Alla, but he goes in on the backside here, trying to take down Aki. Heals up a little bit, manages to find the kill. PP God and Missing going to meet each other here, and Shun is going to get back onto the turret, but gets flashed on and taken down by Solo Kill. And now Missing is stuck on an island here. He gets taunted next, but Doinby dies at the turret.
Wow. That was really well played from Missing. This is why his Rakan is feared, by the way. He was basically on like a 27-game winning streak on this champion at one point in the league. Unfortunately, it was broken this year, but he is really insane. He's one of our original Rakan GOATs here in the LPL. So, while all that was happening, though, with 2 members from JDG dying, they did end up grabbing a turret there for Scout. So, with Doinby falling as well, I feel like the mid lane shift is starting to happen. Aki as well giving some of those kills. We're already starting to see, look at Leave by himself. Almost took this mid tier 1 completely on that first charge, but is unable to do so here and continues to try to get himself back into this game after some errors.
And we'll see. That turret will, it's highly likely to go down eventually, maybe in some sort of potential dragon scrap, as the Rift Herald has been started up over on the top side of the map with Dragon coming in about a minute. Solo Kill is going to show up down to the bot lane and finish what he started and take down bot tier 1. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Pays getting hand shook, but he gets big. Shields and Scout comes in over the top as well. And JDG, all of them just show up to the party. And Aki goes down too. It's a 2-0 for JDG. They have the Rift Herald and they're ready to try to break this game open.
You said it was a hands check, but for who? Pace didn't even use any of his summoner spells in that. He just walked up, he took damage, he's like, I know you do not have any deeps like that. My team is right next to us. Hell, we get a freebie here. Solo Kill respawns or resets, gets himself a completed Spear of Shojin, but Pays and the rest of JDG just got paid with that Rift Herald and that play.
Yep, and this is what you needed, especially because the side lanes haven't been so great. And as it turns out, sometimes it's okay if they engage on you.
Dude, this ultimate, alongside just having the Shen, right? Like, that Killer Instinct puts him right out of auto-attack range of Leave. This is crazy stuff, and the Shen, I feel, just over the top, making sure that Pace does not go down. He has been, by and far away, the most consistent member for JDG, and from the very beginning of this year, all the way back in Demacia Cup, even when JDG were a bit slower, they were a lot weaker of a team, he was already starting to show those glimpses of not missing a beat from his time on JDG. Pace has been really impressive.
Flash taunt all the way over there. We're going to try to go over the top with Aki as well. And he dodged out on Scout's stun. Scout will go down, and NiP make a quick play on that Annie.
How much more can they get, though? They're losing access to mid. NiP will be able to grab themselves the Dragon, but there's really no stacking. We're at 18 minutes, and this is their second Dragon for the Ninjas in Pajamas. They lose another mid-wave. Solo Kill right now is 3,000 gold over his opponent at 19 minutes. We literally just saw this in the LTA with Fudge versus, it was Thanatos and Whippo. That was a crazy matchup. This time it's on the Yorick. I don't know if he's going to have necessarily the same level of impact as a Renekton, but, I mean, there's not very many, like, mobile carries from the side of JDG, and he might be forcing out ultimates from someone like Pays or even someone like Annie. You're going to be throwing down the funeral rites, the Dark Procession. You're just going to be like, okay, well, either you're Killer Instinct or you're dead.
Yeah, and if he gets off a nice little flank where maybe JDG are a little too preoccupied, could cause a lot of havoc in a fight. Do need to keep in mind, though, that because of how fast JDG's comp operates, it's going to put a lot of pressure on Solo Kill to get to places really, really fast. Or he has to split push the game away, but it's so hard to do against a Shen.
Yeah. I mean, he's still taking turrets, though, right? Like, he's getting global gold for his team. He has, obviously, a large gold in his back pocket, and I think the global gold is kind of what's helping Doinby stay relevant in this game, and especially for Leave. He's just having to pick up table scraps at this point. So, it's going to be the Otacon spawning on the top side of the map with Kaisa and the Vi. Feels like it is very easy for JDG to just take this kind of objective. And especially with them having priority in mid, they basically can just keep bouncing between this wave and playing around this top side objective.
My goodness. I hate Yorick. I hate playing against him.
Oh, we're teleporting for this. Hell yeah.
Guess who hates Yorick too? JDG. As they show up and they're going to throw everything at this guy. Nice dodge of the taunt there. So Ala is forced out. Just going to try to buy as much time as he can. But NiP can't really get anything on the other side.
Okay, that's a kill though. NiP are just now getting back to their waves. Doinby's pushing a top lane wave, which will just be answered by Annie. So that's exactly what JDG needed to do. And part of the problem with the new season, I think if you were a split push fan, you were really excited about Noxus because every 3 minutes there was a fight. You could just say, hey, look, I have 6 grubs. I'm pushing on the other side of the map. But with how slow the game is now, with the objectives going back to every 4 and 5 minutes, it just feels like when you're split pushing, you only have about like 45 seconds to a minute before an objective to really get any split done. And because he only has 2 grubs, he doesn't actually have that much of efficacy when we're talking about hitting turrets. So
hold on 1 second. Ala trying to juke out here as he could find himself in a little bit of trouble, but he does have the option to go over the wall, which he will. But yeah, your point about split pushing is so right, man. It feels like the only thing that you can really do when you're split pushing is try to catch someone in transition. And that requires your team to be super coordinated about it. Speaking of super coordination, Otacon has been started up here. Missing is trying to make sure that
Just
members of
finish
NiP
this, guys.
stay away. Are looking to take this one out. They do. The teleport is coming in. Here comes Aki. He's knocked up over on the side. Shun going all the way in over onto solo kill. Meanwhile, Ala tanking up a lot of damage. Here comes the ultimate from Renata, but an immediate cleanse from Pays, but he's forced away. Leave's going to hop in. Pays drops his ultimate, and they manage to find him anyway. Pays and Missing are so good. Scout with a stun on the backside means that Aki will bleed out in the bush, and PP God will fall too. That is an ace for JDG.
They only lose Ala, and goddamn, man, I want to watch that replay again because Missing played that fight incredibly. Very few of the summoner spells used from JDG. They get the Otacon, they'll grab a top lane tier 2 as well, and they absolutely dominate NiP in this game number 2.
It is so sad to see Leave just collapsing under the weight that the team has given him. He is just not making great plays this game. But somebody who is absolutely Pays and Missing. Look, as you said, 3 taunts.
Yes, he stops he stops Aki from getting onto Pays. He even is able to stop Doinby's ultimate from going off, and then Leave flies forward. He tries to miss out on the dodge. This is the part where I was thinking, okay, he's actually missed out on those plasma procs, but the final Q, PP God not in the area. We have seen this lack of coordination time and time again between PP God and Leave just in this game alone, and not being able to find that bailout means that NiP have 0 chance in this game. They have no proactive side lane movements. Solo kill, unfortunately, is not going to be able to split enough before this game becomes untenable for NiP.
Yeah, that bailout, it could have made this a different game, Alk Battery. You know, Leave would have maybe been able to get a reset after the shield fell off Pays, but not to be had. Down on the bottom side, JDG making their camp set up in the bottom jungle. They take out bot tier 1, they're going to take out the dragon next.
This is just clean. This is exactly what we need to see from NiP, or from JDG, I should say. A very dominant game against, again, a bottom team here in the league. But I didn't want any kind of maybes around JDG coming in, and they're just going to absolutely wreck solo kill. He actually escapes with a dark procession and a flash. Very well played for him to be able to survive.
Yeah, they got the nade.
Even pick out Shun.
Okay. Hey, you know, Baron's up in 28 seconds. I don't think this really means a whole lot there, but it's relevant. We'll see how desperate NiP elects to get.
That turret has like 1 HP, man.
You could blow on that turret
really
and it would fall
to have
over.
that, man. It's okay. Tristan is just going to come over and auto-attack this again. So we get to see how Shun died here in mid. Oh, he just walked into... All right, well... Sure.
We've all done that. We've all done that. We've all gone in, dropped the ward down, immediately get jump scared by 2 enemies.
My fault.
Everyone's done that.
Yeah. All right, NiP, I think they are feeling what you're putting up here, Yanni. They're going to start up this Baron. They've got a 2-item Tristana, but Pays is incredibly fed. There's a Stand United. Shun is only just now leaving the base. This could be their objective to take.
Yeah, they're going to even commit the full teleport, not the Stand United. Here comes the ultimate from Renata over on the backside. They're going to go set their sights onto Galio right now as Doinby will be able to get out. The Baron will go over to NiP. Missing on the backside, maybe looking for a cheeky play. Doesn't have his ultimate, knocks up Leave on the buffer, but shoots him back, but Missing will survive. Now Shun looking for a little bit more. He's going to target out Leave, and Pays gets in there too. And they find a kill. A nice cleanse for Pays, and over on the other side, Ala with the taunt. Scout over the top. Missing, and Pays still alive. Take out Aki. Ace NiP. Who needs Baron?
And it's a clean one at that. Nice Baron power play for NiP. We'll see you in the next series after this because it is just complete domination here. JDG chase them off of the Baron pit. They get even more kills for themselves. Now they're just going to have a full court press. They can even play for the Dragon in 3 minutes time. I mean, there it feels like nothing can go wrong here for Jindong Gaming. They can have minor errors, but you just look at the difference in the AD carries right now. Pays has been, and by far, is standing out to be potentially our best AD carry in the league. And I know I have been arguing for Leave to maybe be in that top 3, but just every game for the past like 7 series, man, his positioning has not been it. His early game with PP God has not been it. And it's a fight where I mean, hell, they put so much time into Doinby. This was a good start from them, but then just getting chased out time and time again.
Right here. Remember, we talked about Tristana W and how powerful it is. I mean, he just isn't able to get out, and this causes Leave to be a little bit late, and that means that Shun can chase him down.
I think this was really adventurous from Shun. He just immediately puts down the ult. He knows that Kaisa can fly in. And then the back end of this fight, the rest of JDG working in tandem with each other. The bottom lane letting them handle their business by themselves. Otacon explosion from the Thornbound. Pays lives just barely. And now you look at what Pays has. He has a Merc Sim in his inventory with the Quicksilver Sash. So level 16, that Killer Instinct is going to be on a lower cooldown, more shielding, and he has a cleanse in case his Summoner spell is not already up.
Yeah, honestly, if this dude dies, I don't really know what to say. It feels like he's a bit of an unkillable Demon King at this point in the game. You talked about it, Pays certainly in contention for one of the best AD carries in the LPL. He is certainly playing like he wants that #1 spot.
Yep.
Aki going to try to protect against a lot of the damage that's getting put down by Scout, by Pays. It's just so hard. They're getting squeezed so badly.
Well, let's see how they put the finishing touches on this game, man. This is exactly the JDG I needed to see, dude. I'm ready for this team to take over here in the league. I want to see them play competitive series versus top esports. We even got that earlier on a couple of days ago. That was one of the best series that we got here in the LPL just from a gameplay level. So Yorick back to split pushing, finally is able to grab themselves a top lane tier 2, but Dragon spawning in 40 seconds. Leave has now hit 3 items. This is a massive break point for NiP. I know they're down a massive amount of gold. It is 6,000, almost all of it in right now Pays' control and Shun. But Solo Kill needs to be a big performer, and now Leave with his 3 items needs to be up into the snuff.
Yeah, and they're going to have opportunities, and the big reason why is JDG doesn't really have great siege. We saw them dump all the damage on Aki, didn't actually kill him, but how many autos did they get on that bottom turret? Not that many. You know, Pays, for as great as he is, can't change the range of Kaisa, well, mostly because he doesn't have rapid fire. But what they can do here is they can go and pick off PP God. He is so low. Pays gets to the backside, and he rips apart and forces Leave out too. And the flash taunt onto Aki, and that's what JDG needed. Another big fight win.
And now they'll be able to even teleport and stop Yorick. They can protect their mid-tier 1. I mean, hell, it was a great attempt coming in from NiP to try to stop that, but now Scout's teleporting. Doinby, you better run, brother. You better hope that phase rush is putting in work.
You can run, but you cannot hide from Pays and Scout and JDG as they move to the Dragon.
I mean, hell, welcome NiP to the home arena. It'll be a swift 2-0 here coming into the night. And with this win, JDG will lock up a spot in top 4, which means that BLG and Invictus Gaming are fighting for the very last spot for an auto bid into playoffs. That is so important. It means you're playing one less best of 5, and I mean, hell, the 5th place team is going to be playing against the 2nd seed from Group Nirvana, but why even take that chance? Why have to show even more potential games? At the very minimum, 3 games. Why play that and have to eventually go throughout the bracket? Just get your auto bid, be in the upper bracket, so you also have access to double elim.
Yeah, and credit to whoever is going to finish in 5th place, right? I think we're expecting it to be IG, mostly because IG, you know, BLG, ever since the Beishuan pickup, has looked much better. IG has had consistency issues throughout the entire year. Lately looking very, very good. They got highs, they got lows, but still just an incredibly strong team from top to bottom. So we are expecting that 5th place team to be a powerhouse and maybe a big mover and shaker in the playoffs. But again, as you said, why take the chance? Mostly because they haven't played against the Group Nirvana teams. There's just a lot of uncertainty. There's more tape on, you know, IG.
I mean,
BLG
18 best of 3s versus 5 is definitely more convincing for me to know who's going to win a series.
Oh, 100%, without a doubt.
I think that's completely fair. So
yeah,
we'll see.
I just think there's a lot of uncertainty.
Yeah, sure. There's also a lot of downtime that the Group Nirvana teams, at least from having official stage games. JDG, they're going to finish this up. They're going to take themselves the Baron. This melts incredibly quickly, especially with a 5-item Kaisa. Look at him. He has completed items. He also now has Navori Flicker Blade, so he's going to have every single one of his abilities up that much quicker. Finally, it is a mid-tier 1 falling an objective bounty going over to NiP, but now with the Baron, they should just be... I think they're really... The problem that they're kind of running into is they do have some shorter range champions, so it is very hard for them to siege. They actually need NiP to fight them if they want. Or just, hey, just give them mid-tier 1 or mid-inhibitor for free. Yeah, sure, why not?
Yeah, why not? Hey, listen, you know what? Scout does have Flash available as well as Tibbers, so maybe that is what they could also use in order to really break this game and end it. They will be able to take out that inhibitor. They are going to go link up with Ala in the bot side and look to just kind of keep things nice and mellow and maybe even get that bottom inhibitor.
Well, the problem now is that this Baron, you see in the top left, that's 213. Top right, 220 for the Dragon. So either the Baron ends the game, or JDG take all of NiP's base, then they move over and grab themselves Infernal Soul, reset and end. I don't think they're going to give NiP that chance. I think they're going to be looking to push on 2 lanes and look to take a 2-0 here in the series.
Shouldn't be that hard, but they have to finish it. You can see already Leave getting chunked out pretty hard as Pei's really just not afraid of whatever NiP is going to throw at him. All right.
It's a zoning ult. It's a zoning ult. He's earned it.
It's a zoning
has
leap.
played this game
It's
so
a
well.
zoning leap. Knock up there. See, all right, we're going in. We are trying to end the game. Pays, cleanses it, gets to the back line, rips the health bars apart.
Baron,
He's got a quadra kill.
Penta.
Run him down! Run him down! Even
give it to him!
Aki's flashing away. Flash, taunt, pentakill for Pays, and he earned every bit of it this game.
Finally, they have given him a pentakill. There have been so many pentas stolen by Shun, stolen by Scout. It is finally his to take here. I think this is our 7th LPL pentakill here in 2025, and they have finally done it. JDG 11-6 now. They have earned their spot in top 4. Now it's about being able to clinch 3rd here. They are unable to get 2nd in 1st thanks to AL's record currently, but with this win and with one more match, they can make sure that they end 3rd seed, which would be a massive boon for them.
Without a doubt. Any more opportunities that you get to potentially keep a side selection later on down the line will be very, very useful. And I didn't really think that game could get much better for JDG, and somehow they still managed to make it even better at the end there, giving that one over to Pays. And they looked really, really strong today. Yeah, in the first game, early on, NiP certainly showed a lot of fight, and they do credit to them. Something they regularly do. But JDG, once they started pulling away, it was over. And in this game, after a slow and controlled early start, they left no doubt early.
Even the slow start was just solo kill performing in a side lane, and then we had questions for this draft, right? We're like, okay, you have this Pantheon and this Galio, but even in the last game, we didn't actually make very many map plays from NiP. We didn't try to play a side lane. We didn't have Galio moving on over. All Doinby did was just collect waves versus Scout.
Yeah.
And then Pantheon kind of just sat there and, he was finding some action, but Vi was constantly putting pressure on the map. They were pushing their lanes. Unfortunately, the one part of this composition that needed to go well and unfortunately fell mechanically short was Leave.
Yeah, it was not great. He had a really rough time. And for a guy that NiP put so much on, there have been games where, yes, he has made mistakes at the end of a game, but he's had some really good fights. Today, he just didn't have any. He did not have any good fights. And it is very, very disturbing to see almost, because what does NiP have now? If he's just kind of playing like this and is moving forward, maybe not going to be that player that they can rely on, what do you have?
I know in between the games you were kind of joking, I actually kind of want to see them play around solo kill. Unfortunately, solo kill has been he's been gapped by the fact that he is playing top lane, and it is just not a reliable strategy to play around top lane with what it looks like. Maybe if this was the first half of the season where we had Gwen and Jace and Mbessa, that could be something that they could do, but not anymore. Sion, Ornn, Shen, Yorick, none of these champions are really like the 1v9 champions that are going to need resources and deserve a lot of resources in that way.
Yeah, and that kind of leaves NiP lost. We kind of thought going into this series and maybe even the end of the year, they could either find a different identity or really like solidify the...
I have been the biggest Leave show. Every time I come into the show...
Who do you like?
Pace, man. I like Pace.
Yeah, I was going to say, I like Pace too. Look at that damage, man.
Like, for the last 2 weeks, I've been like, okay, Hope has the eye test, but he doesn't really have the stats. Hope has the stats and the eye test. Pace had the eye test, but didn't really have the stats. Leave had the stats, but didn't really, have the hands, or didn't really, like, prove that he kind of could have them consistently. I feel like now I just have to drop, like, I really want to like Leave, man, but he's having so many games where he has to 1v9, and he just fumbles the bag a lot.
Yeah, he continues to fumble the bag every single time. Even when there's no bag to fumble, he fumbles the bag. Like, that's how bad it actually is, right? And you can only draft so much for him, right? Like, otherwise your team comp is just completely bad everywhere else. So I don't really know how they fix this to make themselves competitive in the play-ins. I mean, we thought coming into today that, hey, they would go, they'd play this playstyle, they'd give them a hyper carry, they'd look competitive, and this would be something that, hey, in the play-ins could maybe actually get out of them. I don't actually think this team can now.
All right. I have 2 potential fixes for NiP.
Let's hear it.
1, Doinby learns how to play Azir. Or there's a recently freed up support that could come in and play with Leave. And his name is Moham.
Oh, man. I mean, it would feel so bad to break up this duo who in Split 1 looked so good, but I mean...
I think I'm ready to see PP God hit the bench. I think there's been too many games. Even Solo Kill coming in, right? Like, when Solo Kill originally came in, I think the community as a whole was like, are we sure it's not Aki?
Yes.
Like, are we sure it's not PP God? Very clearly, 2 members who were... It was never going to be Doinby. Even if Doinby had like 0-10 games, unless he stepped down by his own volition, this is never happening. He's never losing his spot, unfortunately.
No.
At least it's not imaginable to me. But, yeah, I mean, Solo Kill's been great. Yeah, Shanji was a liability in some of these games, but the bot lane duo is not working, and I, as a Leave believer, think that if he got a better support, this might be different.
Okay. I can see that. So there we go. We love Pays, baby. But yeah, I think the biggest thing that you pointed out was them being not on the same page when PP God flashes that wall and is unable to give the bailout in time. Because, again, we talked about how that could have actually changed that fight and maybe changed the complexion of the game, because it felt like you really needed to win that fight as an IP in order to actually be alive in this game. And it's a game of inches, right? It was so close. Obviously, we don't know what would have happened, but we can speculate about what could have. What doesn't really need any speculation is who the MVP is going to be.
It should be Pays, but I won't lie. This could be a missing game. I think he played this game front to back probably as good as he could. There were a few mistakes. Unfortunately, I feel like the mind control of getting a pentakill. The pentakill was not all that impressive if we're keeping it a stack with ourselves.
The rest of the game was, though, right?
Yes, I agree. All right, Pays has gotten it. Very well deserved, especially for how he played. He will move up now to 8 MVPs, which keeps him tied at 7th with JJ and Knight. I think that's good company to hold. 13-0, almost at 200% of his damage, or 200% of his gold in damage. I think that's really impressive. And just showing that he's probably the best AD carry in the league, and his jungler is at the very least top 2, which is that is a very good team to have.
Without a doubt. And even though Scout's not playing at his peak, Scout still, he's got the mind. You can clearly see he makes solid enough plays. And of course, missing on his champions is absolutely incredible. As we wind the day down, we do want to give a big shout out to our Elite Coffee supporters, Aaron Soup, Mung, and Forrest Without, because their pledged financial contributions help level up our broadcast and give back to the cast and crew who strive to give you an English LPL product every day. And if you want to be cool kids like them, you should be an Elite Ko-Fi supporter. But that will do it for us here this evening. We do have 3 days left of Split 2 regular season. Tomorrow morning, night, evening, wherever the hell you are, FPX IG, and then Top Esports and BLG, which will be a banger of a match. Let's take a look at the standings before we dip out. JDG locking that 3rd place spot. Weibo Gaming having that hold on 6th for right now.
Now, and this means tomorrow's series are so hype. IG win a game, they keep themselves in contention. BLG win a game, they keep themselves in striking distance for 4th. And then it comes down to that Wednesday match, final series of the night. Not entire night on Wednesday, by the way. JDG AL, IG BLG. That'll be placing for number 4, one of the most important games we have this week, especially as we close out this regular season. And again, congratulations to JDG for winning, and for Weibo for breaking their losing streak in particular.
Yeah, and looking particularly good while they did it. Of course, not perfect, but solid. JDG, however, damn good throughout the day. And again, we talked about it. It's just nice to have some exciting games down the stretch. So you don't want to miss a moment of the LPL action, as we'll be back tomorrow, same time, same place, FPX IG, Top Esports BLG. For myself, for Alk Battery, and for Kai behind the scenes, we love you so much. Thank you for being here, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Tell me, where do I go? Tell me